chain. He'll find December 12th. Bing Bing gets the heel off. He's gonna peek across the side. High Mass! A pull off a miracle 20 kill win for Cerberus.
Tại vì lúc đầu thì là bọn mình ở Go Hop là chỉ có bọn mình nên là bọn mình có rất nhiều thông tin, nên là bọn mình quyết định chia 2-2 từ lúc đấy. Thì sau khi mà Bo thu vào thì hai người còn lại ở vị trí trung tâm vòng Bo thì mình quyết định là về chung một nhà, nhưng mà bọn mình chỉ di chuyển được một người và bắt buộc một người phải ở lại, nên là bọn mình quyết định là chia 1-3.
Tại vì Hải bị kẹt ở đó nên là bọn em chỉ có thể cổ vũ bạn đó thôi, nên là cũng không hối hận lắm, tại vì bạn đó chết chắc rồi.
Now into the circle, which is currently being held actually by TSM. Looks like Luke has gone to that side. GNL now have to contest with Cerberus.
Ngay khi tụi mình đã trao đổi thông tin với nhau là sau lưng mình chỉ còn một team thôi, nên là tụi mình cần quét lại cánh sau lưng để có thể thoải mái bắn tất cả các team phía bên trong vòng Bo. Quan trọng trong game này, quan trọng nhất là trao đổi thông tin với nhau để có thể làm tốt công việc của mình đấy.
Thì lúc đó là em đang nhìn hướng khác thì quay lại thấy các bạn là chạy gần tới rồi, nên là em la lên là nó tới kìa Xoài ơi, ra bắn nó đi. Xoài tụi em thấy là kế tụi em ra tụi em bắn rồi. Tem bạn bị lia trong vòng 15 giây.
And as you said, so deadly for New Happy if they can control it, if they can keep people.
Lúc đó là em rút trên nít, xong rồi thấy team bạn bắn vô cửa nên em hơi hoảng xíu. Em quăng đại thế là nó tạch vô cửa, nó quay lại xuống.
Thực ra thì vị trí của NLP thì luôn tốt với em, tại vì NLP là ở trên vị trí high ground và có đầy đủ thành viên bọn em ở trong nhà, rất là bất lợi. Nhưng mà do tụi em tay to quá là tụi em ăn bọn họ. Phòng Bo áp lực Howell rất là nhiều nên là tụi em chỉ đợi thời cơ tiêu diệt Howell thôi. Lúc ở trong nhà thì tụi em đã tính toán hết rồi và mọi thứ đều nằm trong đầu tụi em hết rồi. Lúc mà đi ra khỏi nhà thì có một cái nằm ngoài dự đoán là em bị Mờ Minh giết, còn lại thì Himat làm hết. Thì lúc ra khỏi nhà thì em giữ cánh bên phải, thì em chỉ cần tiêu diệt một người bên NLP bên cánh phải thôi, thì cũng may là em phải giết được nè.
Còn em thì lúc em đứng bờ tường thì có một người ở dưới bờ biển nóc Sology, là em tranh thủ giết một người đó, xong rồi đẩy qua bắn chung với Tài, nhưng mà Tài nó hơi đủ xíu, nó bị nóc nên là em phải làm hết. Trong lúc này thì em với Tài mỗi người một cánh, thì Tài bắn bên phải nhưng mà Tài nó đù quá nên nó chết. Xong rồi thông tin thì em biết hai người ở gốc cây nên là em flash em bẫy luôn, xong rồi em đùa xíu được 2-1. Xong rồi. Sau khi SV clear xong E Arena thì em thấy bên đội bạn bị knock 1, nên là em quyết định em mở trái, Hải mở phải nha.
Cứ nói liên tục ấy.
Sau khi SV clear xong E thì em thấy bên đội bạn bị knock 1, nên là em quyết định em mở trái, Hải mở phải, nhưng mà không ngờ Hải chết nên là em quyết định một sống một còn với bên trái luôn. Mà may em đừng có cười. Đi. Mà may em biết được bên trái, xong rồi em nhặt tờ móc, nên là em cứ thế mà vô bo thôi. Xong rồi pha cuối thì kiểu
dễ quá không nói nữa.
Không, pha cuối là do em có backup nên là em đứng nhá được, nên là team bạn cũng hơi khó một xíu. Pha này thì em có ném một trái smoke ra giữa, xong rồi em nhân cơ hội đó em lùi về smoke nên em quyết định chạy một mặt về một cái luôn. Pha này thì ở bên đường chỗ em thì có một cái G, nên là em quyết định đi qua trái nên số đích không thể thấy được. Vì bên số đích bên đường nên không thể thấy được cái G bên này, là em có cơ hội để club được. Em nghĩ không ạ, vì bên bạn có hai người mà sao phải sợ em.
Như bảo là nó xem xem đợt trước mày vừa làm 1v2 nên là nó sợ. Mới thấy thôi chứ không phải là kiểu khiêm tốn
mày
gì.
thêm đi, mày thêm gì
gì
mày thêm đi
trong đó
chỉ chích tí, nó thêm trong kìa. Sau khi mình mở qua trái thì mình đã thấy được 2 thành viên, xong mình sấy nóc được 1 và mình quyết định ném flash và đứng giữa đường cương với họ, 1 ăn 1 thua. Tại vì lý do mà em clear được 2 pha này là do
Em khủng.
do em có nhiều flash và em nóc được 1 nên là em nhân cơ hội đó em ném flash em đẩy thôi. Nếu mà phải đưa vào một tình huống đó thì em sẽ cố gắng.
Em nghĩ là
Tại
tại
con.
con là con
Con
mà
nói
biết
thế
tệ nhất thế giới ấy.
Em thấy khá là vui những lần khác, lần nào vô cấp vui á, vui gì được thì mát chắc. Em cảm thấy rất là vui thì tại vì lần nào vô chung kết em cũng vui hết á, vui vì được anh phải em gánh.
Lần này được vào chung kết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì mình có được 2 pha ở vòng loại và được nhiều người biết nên là mình thấy vui.
Cảm xúc của em khi được vào chung kết thì vui rồi, không còn cảm xúc nào diễn đạt nữa.
Còn cảm xúc của mình thì chắc là mình thấy bình thường tại vì bọn mình vào chung kết quá nhiều lần rồi.
It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello, who's this? I'm Shroud, who are you? No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you?
Wait a minute.
That's my old room. You're me from the past? Wait. You're future me? Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you can help me with it.
We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jackie 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow!
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look! Look at this car! Look at it!
Bro.
We did it! Dude, this is
That's
crazy!
insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys.
It's done. I can't wait to show you this next
Okay,
part. It's gonna be
all I need to do now is enter the code pass me, gave me. I really hope this works.
The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't know this happened, but this is actually so great. I forgot to. I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
오.
兄弟.
안녕하세요,兄弟.
兄弟많이兄弟.
My friend. Oh. Yo. Hey, good to see you. Hello. Yo, good to see you. Hey, James, let's go. I don't know. Okay, guys, welcome to Shanghai. Okay, let's go, guys. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Go. Oh. Hop up, давай. Hey, look who's at that UAC. I see someone landing at that UAC empty compound. Bye, guys. Hey. Ah, no. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. Oh. All right, push up. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hop up, bro. Easy, bro. Easy. Whoosh. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna win, guys. Go. Chum. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win with the car. Oh.
Oh, 1 grenade. Oh, 2 grenades. Let's go.
We're gonna win, Starlord. Yeah. Wait, let me check for grenade. Nice, I found 2 grenades.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Big teammate. Yeah.
GG, bro. Good karma.
2-on-1, everyone.
We're going together. I got. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, Starlord.
GG, my friend.
Go into the plyo. Let's go. Let's go, Starlord. Let's go.
We go to finish line.
Let's go. Hey, congrats, bro. Let's go.
For me, I like the Erangel Classic better because of all the houses are cleaner. I like the way the grass and the trees look and the way the guns feel.
우선 저는 5년 전으로 돌아간 느낌이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 살짝. 왜냐면 너무 오랜만에 봤던 것들이기도 하고 하니까 좀 추억을 되새김할 수 있었던 그런 경험이었던 것 같아요.
It gives me like a really good vibe, and it's just really fun to play again.
对于我来说的话，其实就是特别怀念，然后在进入某些特定的一些房型的时候，真的是让我感觉到满满都是回忆。
우선 저의 첫 이 배그의 어떻게 보면 11개 클래식 이 맵에서의 첫 느낌이 저는 좀 이제 흔히 말하는 캠핑러, 좀 이제 쫄아 있는 플레이어에서 시작을 했었고 이 재미를
My first day of PUBG was playing with a friend of mine, and we won our first game in duos. We got an 8-kill chicken dinner.
我第一次玩 PUBG， 其实就是感觉这个游戏非常的紧张刺激，让我充满了那种赢得这场游戏的那种快感啊。所以说我感觉当时真的是也是玩得非常开心，就是紧张刺激。
I like the old one more, just because of the bridges. I really miss like the old bridges, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to the new players, have fun, and to the old players, good luck.
환영합니다. 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 뉴비분들은 들어오면서 무서워하지 말았으면 좋겠어요. 아직 착한 사람들도 많고 무서운 사람도 있긴 있는데 최대한 도망가면서 게임을 클린하게 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠습니다.
我想对新玩家说一句话：趁现在赶紧回来玩 PUBG， 可以让你回到17年的夏天。
Yeah, lots of studying, lots of watching games of really good teams like PCL teams. They're really good, so watched heaps of those games. Had some team talks. We'll probably do more review as a team. I think that we have a really good roster and like we've been working really hard. I think we can win, but our goal is to just be competitive, make sure that we solidify ourselves as the best American.
感觉看待自己国家是很开心吧，还好吧，在哪打都一样，就进决赛就是胜利。Yeah, it's first time in China. It feels pretty good. I like to always visit new countries, and China was always in my bucket list because it's pretty important in PUBG. Finally, I'm here in Shanghai. I'm glad to be here. We did a lot of team preparation. We studied a lot of teams, practiced as a team. Always ready, boys.
我是觉得这么多些年能在中国办一场 PUBG 的比赛还是挺不容易的。
然后你这种老将重回赛场有什么感觉吗？
确实会感觉心里边会有点不一样，因为真的我也是有个一年多没打了吧，算是啊，突然一下上场还是感觉会有那种紧张刺激的感觉。
근데 이번에 상하이에 처음 오기도 하고 상하이에서 경기를 처음 하는 거예요.
처음 오기라면 한국에는 가장 중요한 자질은 무엇인가요?
승부욕이라고 생각해요. 그냥 승부욕이 없으면 아무래도 경쟁을 하는 그 직업이다 보니까 승부욕이 없으면 제대로 할 수 없다고 생각을 해서.
ครั้งแรกครับก็ได้เปิดหูเปิดตาดีครับก็อากาศที่นี่เย็นด้วยครับกำลังพอดีครับก็รู้สึกเฉยๆครับเพราะว่าแต่ละรอบก็เหมือนกันหมดครับก็แต่ชอบสนามที่นี่สวยดีครับผมคิดว่านักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตควรมีสภาพจิตใจกับสภาพร่างกายที่เข้มแข็งแล้วก็ฝีมือของตัวเองครับทำให้มีเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ที่ดีครับก็ไม่ได้หวังแชมป์ครับแต่ขอ MVP ครับ
İlk kez Çayır'a geldik. Çok farklı bir ülke. Ülkemize göre garip hissediyoruz yani buradaki. Yani e-sporcular için de en önemli özellik çalışkan olması ve kendini geliştirmeye açık olması. Bu iki özellik varsa zaten oyuncu kendini geliştirerek üst seviyeye çıkacaktır.
Go past you.
On me.
Looking for you, they don't see you. Fucking keep hiding. Oh, they drove away. Just stay a little bit longer till I see them. Yeah, you're good. They're driving all the way away. Bro.
Hai được. Hai là bên trái. Một đường số phải, một đường số phải. Trái này. Đi trái được. Đợi em. Ok lượm đi. Cái. Hai luôn. Má đúng chạy đâu kịp được không? Hai cây luôn. Cuối luôn hai. Em bỏ lép vô từ từ. Nó đẩy kìa. Con thằng kìa. Đừng đánh bò đâu, bắn ở đây. Đưa cho mày bắn được. Hoàng chờ bóng phải, Hoàng cái xe. Hai cái xe. Có cái xe cuối. Đưa đâu? Cái phải. Tao bỏ đẹp. Hai, mày tổ lửa. Hai giờ.
马路两个打残，马路两个打残了，好一个，别进我打包，马路接7点车库外面，
我关烟了。哎，马路的，马路。
打我来了，兄弟，我脸上，现在倒地的，走，
超过，
窗户里面，一滴上面，架子上面一滴跑出来了，哦门口一滴的，没打药的，一滴确定，nice。丢着，坐那边，好了，人这边，OK，我抓包，打包，输吗？没有，输左边坡，左边坡，对，就这里。我看到我，一滴的，右闪，脚帮上，右闪，我给你报，左边，我在往左边跑了，来过来，一起，还没打药呢，就正前方趴着了，来。
When it comes to winning, some of these teams are willing to ride into the eyes of the apocalypse in order to be able to attain what they believe is rightfully theirs. For Twisted Minds, will they be willing to wear the glory here after they have believed it's been years in the making? For Sonics, they've already survived the turbulence before, and they've come out the other side smouldering, brushing the ashes off of their shoulders, and potentially finding themselves with another PGS title. For everybody else, it's catch-up time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS 3 Grand Finals, day number 3. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side is Avenger, and it's time to talk shop, Avenger.
Yeah, you all give me a little bit goosebumps here when we have the final day of the PGS here. It was a great opening. I like that a lot. And I gotta say here, even though if you're very far behind, it's a lot of money to be made, a lot of PGS points, and it can still be done. From 16th to 8th place, it doubles your prize money from 5,000 to 10,000. And it quadruples your PGS points that you're able to take, and that is really what these guys are here for.
And of course, thank you to our sponsors that are joining us for everything that is going on. Krafton is here to be able to provide us PUBG and every facet that goes along with PUBG, so thank you to them. We also have VSPO that is producing everything that is going on here as well. Live from Shanghai, China, we have Underseat joining us for the stability, the stableness, the comfiness, and everything that is going on here for PGS3. And finally, we have Zowie with the 2546X, which is giving all of these players the right lines of sight and the right hurts to be able to pew, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, in this case here, we always love the sponsors coming in supporting us. But overall here, we need to make sure that we have all the players comfortable because they need to get ready for what's next and what's here today.
And what's coming up as well, because not only do we conclude PGS3 today, in just a week's time, starting June the 3rd, all the way through to June the 9th, we have PGS4. So, if you want even more PUBG esports, don't worry, it's just around the corner.
It is. It's very close, and of course these teams here, they have the most playing days. We still have 8 teams that are waiting in the shadows. They're going to be looking to see who's going to be the grand champion of PGS3, but they're hoping that they could potentially be the grand champion of PGS4 just in a week's time, I should say.
Yeah, that is the exciting thing, right? The fact that we've got these 8 teams that, unfortunately, yes, didn't quite make it to that grand final. However, a lot of them have the potential to be able to attain high heights in these tournaments. So we'll see them come back, maybe stronger. We will see. But for now, this is the schedule. We're on the final day, yada, yada, yada. That's how it all goes down. We had our 3 days worth of the group stage. Unfortunately for those teams that were those 8, there was no second chance. There was only the group stage. And now we find ourselves here in that grand final. There is a lot that we're going through here, Avenger, but honestly, I want to talk about the teams coming into today because there's a lot.
You don't want to talk about the 8 teams that's not here?
No, absolutely not. The other guys can talk about that in PGS 4. Let's talk about the teams that are actually on the precipice once again of greatness. The headlines are dominated by Twisted Minds and Sonics right now. At the top, both looking unbelievably consistent. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's feeling a lot like PGS2, sorry. It's feeling a lot like what we saw last year, how close they were, what we could see, and of course only 7 points difference right now. Twisted Minds is in the lead. And it's extremely interesting, right? Because you have these 2 teams that are so similar yet so far apart with how decision making is, how everything has kind of come through. And overall, I gotta say, it's nail biting for me because it's so interesting, and it could be any of them. Again, 7 points difference only. If you have a fantastic start, I talked a little bit about Batulin. He's like, I'm a little bit nervous, but not as nervous as I was at PGC. And I remember, of course, they didn't win PGC, but this anxiety and nervousness here. It's not as much because, of course, they have PGS4 just around the corner. So if you don't do well here, you have another chance in just a week.
Yeah, and here's the prize pool to get things all set up for these teams to try and achieve. Now, honestly, and it's not something we often say in these tournaments, but for the teams that are looking to become the champion, they almost don't care about the prize pool.
No,
they care about the glory and the glory only. And for those 2 teams towards the top that have set themselves apart from the others, because let's be real, for even Cerberus to catch up, if Twisted Minds and Sonic still had the day that they had in the previous ones, an average day, it would be very difficult for even Cerberus in 3rd place to catch up. It is possible, but just unlikely, I would say.
We need a big double-digit banger of a chicken dinner from them from the first or second game, and for Twisted Minds and Sonic not to have that great of games, for them to have a chance or like being within striking distance. But then again, they haven't had that. Like we haven't seen 2 or 3 games from them. It's not like unless we see something crazy. FaZe was like, yeah, we can still do this, yeah, but you need to have a Na'Vi PGC 4 wins in a day kind of play style and win for her to have a chance. But it's doable for Cerberus. It is doable for some of these teams, but right now it just feels like it's right for either Sonics or Twisted Minds. And as we heard yesterday in Tickleton's interview, it's like, oh, these guys do it like they deserve it. They have not have had a international global win yet.
This is all of our teams, of course, that are participating. And as much as, we talked about Twisted Minds and Sonics being very far ahead, I do feel like out of the potential challengers to try and rise up, this is the top 3 teams to watch on Miramar because they've looked so good. A team like E-Arena, who I think has startled us a little bit about being in 4th place right now. But
crazy.
If they were going to challenge for the title at the very, very top, I think they would have to slightly change playstyle. I think they're sending it to the middle, kind of waiting out a little bit with E-pickups or, just sending it straight anyway. But you need to be more flashy to, make up the room that they would need to get the championship, right?
I think overall for you to successfully have a E-pickup into a center position where it ends up being very close to where they end up having, the ending circle, getting a lot of kills there, for you to be able to do it multiple times on a day, you would need to be extremely lucky because those center compounds it's not that often they are perfectly 2-2 split for the other teams not to be able to help them, right? You see some of these greedy 2-2 splits towards, circle 2, circle 3, but E-Arena multiple times had in very later stages of the game, circle 3, circle 4, just before you cannot do E-pickups anymore. They have had success at taking over compounds, taking away compounds from teams that had greedy splits and staying 3 or 4 guys alive and then continue to do well in terms of placement and in terms of kills. And for them to be in 4th right now, it is very impressive. It's a huge accomplishment for this team.
Now, I spoke to Sonics. Like a specific example of E-Arena going for
that. No, that's Twisted Minds.
So, anyway, listen to me. Listen to me, you. For a specific example of them trying to send an E-pickup in, Sonic said, we just didn't hear the E-pickup. And obviously that dismantled a little bit in the penultimate Miramar that was yesterday. So if they hear it, maybe there's a little bit more reception to that attack that comes along. But it's a relatively quaint sound that it makes. So you've got to be very on your toes about noticing when someone's E-pick-upping on you and then just being able to kind of deal with them.
And you need to be aware, right? Because once you look at the helicopter, they can come in quite quick, and the guys are very small, and they can change quick and rapidly what direction they're taking. So when you have these 2-2 splits here, and some of the compounds, if you're like a few hundred meters away, you're not going to be able to get there before because you can get in extremely quick. Like it's full stealth operation. And if it's all 4 committing to the same compound, they will almost always win this 4 versus 2 situation.
Now, I also, whilst we take a look at the Fantasy League and how everything shapes up there, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about what is effectively the change on Miramar. Because these last 3 out of the 4 last circles on Circle 4 shift we have had on Miramar, they have gone against the grain of what people would consider to be the land ratio maneuvers, right? It's very clear that there has been a change on Miramar. It's very clear that these teams have to adapt to it, Avenger. What do you have to say about it?
If you're observant, as you look here, of course, the Fantasy League prices here, if you have been observant, you see that some of these shifts that where normally it would shift away in Phase 4 for the so-called unplayable terrain, land ratio was initially introduced very early on for it to go away in water, because when I was playing a long time ago, a lot of teams would send it to water, and it would not be an enjoyable kind of late game to watch. So land ratio was reduced to make sure the circle went away from water in these kind of important circles. But Miramar has this unplayable terrain, and it kind of have counted as water. But it's been a tendency or a change or something that has not been publicly explained, but it has been adjusted silently. So there's been rumors and whispers, and if you have some kind of more big data to take out from the API, you've been able to see some tendencies that the teams are not fully aware of, unless you have a very informed analyst on your side that are able to do that.
That's the thing, right? Some of these teams do have analysts on the board. We're seeing a slight percentage change there, for example. I do apologize if you're interested in us talking about these, but we're talking about the big pictures of these games, which are very important right now. Some of these teams have analysts. Some of these teams know that this change has happened on Miramar. It's 33% of your games per day. You have to be aware that this is the case. And you have to now be aware that Miramar is slightly less predictable, very important, and you need to be aware of some positions that you may have kind of almost could completely ignore in the
prior
past.
compounds, basically.
Yeah.
And for the case here, how everything changed and how they've been playing for basically 5 years on Miramar. We had, of course, some circle changes in terms of the size that also changed it a little bit, where Circle 4 got smaller, where the prior compounds that were before, they were not as much. If you remember the Phase compound in Montenegro, we always went there because the circles were bigger and how land ratio worked. It is different now. As we take a look here at our top players at the Fantasy League, of course, him is very impressive. He's looking good for the MVP overall here. And the standings right now, Kallers, how did you talk? Because you are looking good for this. Because Bella's not there.
Because Bella's not there and she's still beating us. I had a wild change to my team. You may have seen it before. I've taken out a Cerberus player. I've actually captained Shrimsy. So I've completely added a Sonics player, and I've made big changes. It's a bit of a gamble. Same. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, same. Also put in a little Twiggleton. Let's see if he goes up and upgrades himself. We are starting Miramar. That's also why we had our highlights from Miramar before. We are ending on a wrangle, and we have had some wonky wrangle circles. As you know, of course, the land ratio there is with water, and it's been rough with how we've had these military games. Usually, in terms of kind of overall statistic, 1 in 5, 1 in 6 games should be on the military island, but we have had way more here at PGS3.
Yes, we have. It is getting hot in the studio.
Very humid here in Shanghai today, and about 25, 26 degrees outside.
So actually, it will be heating up for the players as well. And if it is the hottest day, then for the final day, it's going to challenge them even further. Thank you very much, Avenger. Time now to get the final day of PGS3 underway.
Thời điểm đã thay đổi rồi. Các bạn muốn thành công tại PGS lần này, các bạn không nên phạm sai lầm và chúng tôi cũng không phạm sai lầm.
Our goals for PGS3 is first to make the final and then win the final. At every event last year, we got closer and closer to the trophy, so I believe this year it's going to be just within our grasp to take home the trophy.
Here is Sonic's blue is on then.
ผมจะตอบแบบรวบรัดเลยคือผมรู้สึกดีกับทีมนี้มากแล้วค่อนข้างมั่นใจว่าทีมผมเป็นทีมที่เก่งมาก
We're back. We're back, baby.
저희가 한국 대회 예선에서 잘했던 만큼
不管在心理上还是游戏内，我们都做了许多准备，就是很想把这个奖杯留在中国。
王一鸣，他抓起来了！
技术拉过直接提前抢打。
对于这次世界赛呢，我们队伍是非常有信心来争夺第2个 PGS 冠军。
这次我们也会全力以赴，请大家拭目以待。
我
我觉得在决赛中，对我们最有威胁的队伍是我们自己。我们只有战胜了自己，才可以击败敌人。
从去年 PGC 到现在的改变，就是整体的配合方面吧，然后还有枪法这一方面的提升吧。我很期待谁敢和我们对枪。
New Happy, they are on an absolute tear during these group stages. Continues to stay alive, and him and Bean work together to take out FacePlant.
Honestly, I feel like we just became the most powerful team and we can smash any other team so fast, so that's amazing.
I don't believe in the winner's curse specifically though. People have done it before, Gen G, Loki, so just looking to mimic their performance really. When we step on the stage, it's with the intention of taking home the trophy.
Hamas reigns supreme, the absolute beast of what is competitive PUBG Esports.
Tôi không quan tâm đối thủ có bao nhiêu người, mà nếu phải đưa vào một tình huống 1v3, 1v4 thì tôi sẽ cố gắng công.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise, not a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Shaq. Man, try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run trap, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Let's get to it then. The final day of PGS 3. Today we will know who is going to be the champion here in Shanghai, China. Will it be Twisted Minds? These boys on your screen, they have constantly been on the very edge of greatness, staring it down, and each time, unfortunately for them, they have come short. Today is where they make a stand, but we have seen them crumble on last days before.
Or will it be these guys, the Sonics? Can they do it again? Can they take their third international victory at a global stage here? Back-to-back PGS champions. I know it was last year in August that they're able to clutch it out in Riyadh, but it would still effectively be a back-to-back here. And it could be. They are close. 7 points just behind Twisted Minds here, fellas.
7 points. One thing's for sure, they keep it exciting, right? Because when you look at them regionally, sometimes they're trumped by the likes of Falcons, but then they come to internationals and they're like, actually, no, we're just great. We're just great. Sorry, guys. We're just great.
And that really talks to the levels of how different it is in regionals, right? How much different of a strategy. But I would rather be good at globals than be good at regionals.
I got to agree with that. And will they be able to knock Twisted Minds off the #1 spot? It is definitely possible. All of these teams gearing up here. Everybody has crunched the numbers. They've ran the data. And now it's time to put it to practice as we head over to the commentators for game #1 of the day.
Thank you very much, James, and it is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Godspeed, and my voice might be destroyed by this point, but it's going to be a lot worse by the end of this thing, Godspeed.
Yeah, I imagine you won't have a voice after this is all
Not
done,
much.
but it is finally time to kick off the last day of PGS 3 here in Shanghai, and boy, oh boy, I could not be more excited as we have a race currently at the top between Twisted Minds and Sonics. As the desk was saying, we also have quite a few teams there in the chase, 3rd, 4th, 5th place as well.
Two-man race at the moment, but the question is, it always seems to end up like this, doesn't it? It seems like there's one team that just comes out of nowhere, put together a couple of wins, big performances, and now all of a sudden it's a 3-team race. We'll see if that happens here today, but I got to tell you, if you're a Twisted Mind fan, you're feeling pretty confident in the fact that you're starting off on Miramar, 59 points in 4 games for these guys.
And we saw most of their success actually happen on the west side of the circles. We saw at the end of the day yesterday in Miramar, they took control of that compound there just to the west of, as I said, Picado. And they just ran with it, man. But for the rest of the lobby, if you're a fan of any of the other teams, specifically Sonics or some of the teams in the chase, Twisted Minds did have a few games where they only got a handful of points.
They did, and the desk mentioned it, they do have a history of having some poor performances on final days, especially when that pressure is on, when they're in the race with another team. It's happened a couple of times before, but that being said, coming into this tournament, we also talked about how slow they usually start.
Yes.
And they broke that curse early on here. Maybe they've got another curse left in them to break.
They absolutely did. And as you said, a lot of these teams, looking at the map here, it is going to be a different circle at the very least. So we do like that. And some of those lines we saw, I wouldn't be surprised at all if some of the teams want to rotate on the east or western edge, try to avoid all the teams in the center, especially on that south side edge. That's going to get quite busy quite quick, as Valley Thai was one of the teams that I was probably most impressed with, especially coming out of the group stages. They're in 13th currently right now, but they were able to just do some really cool stuff, especially when it came to setting traps for the other teams rotating. So currently, they're in the center. They don't need to necessarily do that, but they do need to make a decision on where they want to play the circle from.
You know what I'm telling you, with Valley Thai, it's you can make the comment that, yeah, they get a little bit of, maybe they get a little bit of luck, they get a little circle something, whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is when they find themselves getting pressured by some of the best teams in the world, they are trading punches.
They step up.
They are even weight class, man, and it's something that I don't think a lot of us were expecting coming into this, but they have definitely delivered, and much in the same way that E-Arena, that's another team that is just really shocked
E-Arena's in
everybody.
4th place right now. That is not something I would have expected, especially with group stages in the past. We kind of talked about it the other day. You know, E-Arena will come into a global. They'll kind of make a little bit of the splash, but they really don't make a big impact. That has not been the case at all this event, where they have absolutely, I don't even want to say punch above their weight class anymore. They're really starting to show the adaptation, the improvement that they've made over the years, especially coming to international global events. They have really, really impressed me. And as we just saw right there with Twisted Minds, we now look at the team performance here of the Sonics.
Yeah, getting a little look at how they have spent their grand final stage, at least day 1 and day 2. Consistent. Godspeed. You look at the last 3 games on day 1, it was a second place, a 3rd place, and then immediately following next day, they were already back up at the top of the leaderboard. 6 podium finishes for this team in 12 games. The only team that can claim better, Twisted Minds, with 8.
And I will say, I mean, Sonics look great as well coming into the grand finals. I mean, Martin was right. Technically, yes, PGS 2 was, last year in August, but they would, if they could clinch the win, be consecutive PGS champions, as we are currently at 3. And so they have a, it's a tall order. They still have to deal with Twisted Minds, as well as Cerberus, as well as E-Arena, KDF. Kwandong is right behind them as well. And don't you dare forget about New Happy, because they can pop off at any given moment, and they have before.
They are terrifying, too.
Especially here. Honestly, in group stage, they looked unstoppable.
I'm telling you, man. It's one of those teams. It's that, when you look at the potential of a 3rd team really kind of making a run here and making it interesting for Twisted Minds and Sonics, who happen to be rolling right next to each other in the middle of a sandstorm right now. We'll keep eyes on that. But New Happy has to be at the top of your list of a team that can just turn everything on its head immediately.
I mean, former world champion, so absolutely. As we look at New Happy right now, or currently with Valley Thai, New Happy sat all the way in Los Leones, and I was curious where Valley Thai was going to set up, and they actually have a nice little split here just to the north and west of water treatment, as we now see Batulans taking some shots at Sonics and Huyn, but looks like they're going to get through scot-free, which, these are some tough shots to hit. So, speaking of which,
there you go.
Kick's going to hit one right back.
Let them have that free farming at you. Make sure you take a few shots back. But Sonic,
such a good.
This is a safe play, isn't it? I mean, you see a circle like this, even though it does cheat a little bit farther north, you anticipate maybe getting that hard southern shift, and all of a sudden, that is the God spot. So we'll see if Sonics decides to set up there, or if they continue to move on. It looks like they might be sending it into the water treatment. But TSM, they're coming in a little bit late. They're just south of Impala here.
What is Kurt doing? Just
doing donuts. No big deal.
Doing a little donut, doing a little spinaroonie, but yeah, I mean, that is, you're absolutely right. That spot that we saw Sonics is one of the strongest areas. If Circle ends in that area, that is literally the God spot. You don't want to be anywhere else, and so they might do a little split. It looks like they have left Shrimsy back just in case, waiting for that Circle to actually post as we move to Weibo, a team that currently finds themselves in 8th place. Actually had a really solid day yesterday overall.
Oh, for sure.
And Shen just once again proving how good he is, but the rest of the roster is stepping up as well. Mamu, Spaceman, Cold, I mean, all 3 members are now starting to put in those performances that are not necessarily equaling Shen, but he's still very special, but starting to get up there, and so that's what makes Weibo just so dangerous is TSM. struggling right now in 16th place. And, you know, I talked to Kurt before the game started, and he's like, we are kind of trash right now. But as Kurt will always be very brutally honest, but he said, obviously, we're going to make our run and do our best. And at the very least, our goal is to end in the top 8, which is very doable.
Oh, no, Longsker, that's not the place that you wanted to go down to flip the car. He's waiting for some support, but he's going to go down cold. 119 and ready and waiting. December 12th. We'll try to pull up now. Can they get this revived? This could be dangerous. I mean, Cold is all by himself, but here comes the rest of Weibo.
Looks like they will at least maybe go for him. No, he's actually getting shot, I think, from a different angle entirely. And so, non-careful now. Weibo fighting the Shen will find Ming Ming as well. What has happened? New Happy torn apart as the vehicle will hit the palm tree. And just like that, they are out of there.
Boy, we spent so much time hyping up New Happy as that team that could come out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden, one flipped car, Godspeed.
Technically, they did come out of nowhere. I mean,
one flipped car, and all of a sudden, it's GG, and you're in 16th, and you're sitting there 7 minutes into the game wondering what happened.
That's
unfortunate stuff, but great for Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely great for Weibo. Is going to pick up a nice little stack of points there. Should be 4 kills going their way. And even still, coming into the circle late is going to be fine for them. They're just going to rotate in and then even take their time. They might even just wait for this to post and just continue driving through. As FaZe as well, another one of those teams very far off to the southeast. But now looking at GNL, another team that has found most of their success actually taking like an early central position. They really don't like to rotate too much. If they can get a central position early, they will. They rotate early, in fact, just to be able to do so, as they find themselves on the north side here next to Oasis. Petrichor, another team that we expect to have a very strong performance and a strong finish as well. Currently sat in 7th place. It hasn't been the most exciting event for them as far as what they've been able to accomplish in the grand finals, but they still have 6 games here, and especially with that roster, you have to expect there's a little bit of a fire lit up under them.
I mean, Ike's left is just beyond sick. I mean, he's just an amazing player. And even coming back to GNL, I mean, that's a team that I don't think a lot of us were looking at coming in to have a lot of success, but they have been fantastic. And, you know, I think that's got to be one of the stories of this PGS 3 is teams that maybe, you know, newcomers to the scene a little bit maybe, or newcomers to international at least, having really, really good performances and delivering in a big way. So it just goes to show these international lobbies are doing nothing but getting more competitive and more difficult to win.
Yep, but that's also what is so fun about them is you really start to see who the superstars, the new emerging talent that comes out. Obviously, we're talking about Himas. Tycon last year was a big, point of interest and a big topic of, oh man, he's this insane kid, and now Himas is just proving that, hey, don't forget about me. I might be a little older. I might not be as young as Tycon, but I still got it. In fact, I have a few things to teach the young pups. But yeah, that's the most interesting, and to me it's the most fun thing about watching esports is watching these kids come up, these talents absolutely tear up the field, and then you start to have these new superstars, and then they get confident, and then it's just the international stage gets better, and then they take that back to their region and level up the region. It's just, I love it. I love the whole process.
Another casual sandstorm blowing through. It's only affecting GNL, really. This one's cutting very, very far north. So everybody already pretty much inside the zone. So we'll see where this second circle decides to take us.
Oh,
all right, Crew de Valle. Well, oh man, TSM, they are just thanking their lucky stars that they are already on the move. But their back two might run a little bit close to on the freaks there. We'll have to be careful. You see some points of contention there over on that western side. A lot of high ground, but a lot of valleys to work through. And again, those roads, you've got to be careful about those roads. They are obviously your quickest way to get to where you want to go, but they are so, so dangerous. But is it worth it? Is it worth it for the speed to get through when going through the nooks and crannies of these mountains make you slow down so much? Here as you see Gen G getting a little bit close to Howl. Looks like they'll pull off though.
Yeah, and that really becomes a decision, right? As you said, the terrain here is not at all conducive for vehicles, especially like Murados. You know, they tend to be very, very bad with a lot of these ridges. And so, do you take the road? Do you go for a little bit of a crazier rotation as we're seeing a vehicle struggle up a hill right now? Quetpa now is taking a lot of fire here from Gen G. Tosi will pour over. It should be a nice little knock. Easy flush as well. Howl have been a team that have been quietly consistent. We use that word, or that phrase sometimes. A team that's not necessarily doing anything flashy in the background. They're still accruing some kills, getting some placement points, and It's going to be a member loss for them.
Spots.
Yeah, they're always in good spots, and they capitalize fairly well with what they're given. And so they will lose a member early, but still 3 members strong. Hal can do quite a bit with that.
Petrichor Road doing a emergency pickup going right into Campo Militar. Keeping eyes on Gen G, though. They've got this compound, and yep, here's the replay. 1 flipped car is all it took. Oscar goes down, and then it was just a whole series of unfortunate events after that.
And you have to imagine, New Happy's confused. Like, why are they set up? I mean, Weibo wasn't really set up, but it just happened that it just worked out in their favor, and they're yelling, and that's what I love. That you know, New Happy heard on stage.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty upset after that one. Well, Sonics, once again, they did take over water treatment, and then they moved into the kind of high hills up to the northeast of that area. So playing these ridge lines look to be honestly pretty safe here. Nobody's really rotating this direction anytime soon. The closest they've got is Freaks just off to their east in a compound, so they don't have to worry about that too much. Keeping eyes on E-Arena, they're holding on to the north, and now Hal is still moving around up there, and now Twisted Minds also making a rotation in that direction. So E-Arena might be on the clock here pretty quickly.
Yeah, Twisted definitely was going to go for a wrap on this one, especially given the position of the teams that they saw rotate in front of them. As you said, Sonic's very safe in a bowl, but E-Arena, this is what they like to do, and this is actually what's been working so well for them in this event. They'll take somewhere on the north side, they'll go far edge, they'll take their time, they'll scout the circle first, and then they'll kind of assess which fight they want to take, and they generally will pick the fight that's either happening right now or one that they know, keeping track of the kill feed. A team is a few members down, and they've been so good at doing this, and so seeing them that far in the north, it actually makes me happy that they're continuing to use a strategy that has worked so well for them, and they've really kind of made it their own. And so, yeah, look for them to just kind of take their time. They won't necessarily get too many kills early, but they will make their move, especially once their edge starts to get a little bit dicey, and that's... Again, I've just been very impressed with E-Arena, the way they've been playing.
Keep eyes on Twisted Minds, where they decide to go. Obviously, they are one of the most important teams in the lobby right now, first place overall, and they're going to eat a little bit of blue, and it looks like Howl might be pushing them out there, as we see on the map. Navi in a fantastic position. TSM obviously still in Crew Valle. They're going to have to get back together pretty quickly because they're going to have some company in the form of Weibo. Still a number of teams just kind of on the outside, having to slightly reposition to get in. But here you go. You see Twisted Minds there just continuing to breeze on through this.
Twisted, though, they're going so far north, and yeah, Hal is kind of actually just they're hurting them. They're actually shattering them just on the other side, parallel with their rotation. And you have to imagine Twisted has seen this, and so they're wrapping all the way towards Campo, but that's going to cause another issue as E-Arena is pretty much ready to receive this setup from them. As 17, welcome back, Little Ghost to the lobby.
Hey, there's your boy.
They got a little bit of an E-pickup going on, and they're going to be flying right over Navi in the center of the circle.
Unfortunately, they had to leave Suzuki behind. But, yeah, 17 heading right into Campo Militar. And there you go, Jacob already gets spot out, but Tulin's the lead car. Lead man is down. Jacob not able to flush that out completely just yet. Perfectic's going to provide some support for his fallen teammate. Actually, a lot of support. One bullet away from taking him down. And, yeah, immediately back into the car for Perfectix to try to res his fallen IGL.
It looks like they will be able to get Batu, but that is another thing that I've really enjoyed watching E-Arena do, specifically Jacob. He's been in that position before where he was off on his own. He potentially could have got a knock. He did get a knock. He necessarily didn't get the flush, but he knows when to back off, and that's the most important thing. He's like, you know what? I did my damage. I don't want to get greedy, and I don't want to cost my team to lose a player. And so, again, E-Arena, super impressed with them.
You would have loved to have finished that kill off, and fortunately for Twisted Minds, they get Batu back up on his feet, but while that was all going on, they know that they saw the parachutes of 17 go into Campo. They know that E-Arena is right on the northern cusp as well, so they got to continue their wrap. Now the wrap is going to have to go through the military camp itself. Meanwhile, Hal trying to make that push in. TSM in position, but are they ready for this full assault?
Oh, I mean, what a rotation, first of all, from Hal to get all the way from the north down here to the center. Such a strong position. Code Marco now has to make sure that he holds off TSM as long as he can. The man not in a position necessarily to get res. Smokes everywhere. As TSM now starting to make their push, but in the kill feed, 17 has wiped out Twisted Minds.
Oh, welcome back to the lobby, Lil Ghost, as Twisted Minds immediately go down in game number 1, only 16 minutes in, and that opens up the door. You can guarantee that everybody else
That's a
saw
0-point
that
game for
in
them.
the kill feed, and Tickleton immediately could not get a knock on a high mass. So Cerberus and Sonics squaring off over here as this fight still continues to develop.
I'd actually really love to see that fight between Sonics and Cerberus right now, as we're still stuck here on Hal. As it does look like they've recovered the mat, so he will get up. Smoke still abound, and very much blocking the path for TSM to make any meaningful push here, as Code Marco also a little bit stuck. Here we go. So Tig has been knocked. It looks like it's been a 1-to-1 trade. Cerberus will recover Himas, and Tig will get revived as well.
Immediate stop down from both teams, just playing around those ridge lines. You saw the circle, Navi in a beautiful position, dead center in compound, but they've got to defend it now. Arena slowly pushing their way in. They're going to run into a Petrichor Road team that's transitioning, and some are going to get spotted out by Jacob as Jacob continues his amazing rookie run here at PGS. 3, going to find 2.
Lyric says, you know what, get me in on the action as well. Just down to Ming. What can he do? Is there a possibility for him to save his teammate? I'm not sure. He'll start with 1, but no, it's too clean on the trades. And E-Arena will quickly dispatch of Petrichor Road.
Never let it be said that E-Arena doesn't belong in this lobby. They just destroyed Petrichor Road, and now they have to turn their attention towards 17. Meanwhile, Cerberus and Sonics, they're still squaring off. H-Wing gets flushed out. Tickleton now knocked. Shrimsy has the side angle, but Kickstart going to go down, and he gets taken out. So without giving up a single knock, Cerberus dismantling Sonics.
What a reset from them, and all of a sudden the door is wide open for Cerberus to start to make their climb towards second and first place, as we're still stuck with Hal and TSM. This fight has really not at all materialized in anything other than a stalemate.
TSM just holding their angles here. Hal, fortunately enough for them, have been able to secure a foothold inside the building and avoid the shots from range. I believe that was coming from KDF, really. Now Weibo is going to be sending it up in that direction as well. Cerberus, meanwhile, after dispatching with Sonic, back in vehicles, and they're sniffing around KDF territory, and KDF says, no, sir.
Very dangerous to see a P90 on the side of Cerberus,
Don't like
as
that.
if they've needed it. But here we go, 2 knocks immediately coming out, trade after trade. It's just down to Rorn, and he won't be able to do it. But watch, Alo's going to go huge here, but watch for Weibo. They see the fight, they see the knocks.
Gotta go.
Big opportunity for them.
Immediate push coming out from them, and the utility is getting rained down. TSM, cold-blooded, going for those reses while the push is commencing, and they're actually going to get off with it. No, TSM is going to lose Luke to the blue zone grenade. And Arena, they're finding angles onto this.
Oh, those Spacemates, no, a small mistake will cost them big.
Another one.
2 nades, 2 team kills. What a blunder.
Weibo is destroying themselves here. Nobody can beat us except us. Well, that's pretty true, but eventually they do take care of TSM. Good push from Weibo. A little bit sloppy on the execution, we could say, but at the end of the day, you know, the job is done. All right, moving forward, the circle is once again centered up. Navi again looking fantastic. E-Arena has a compound. Phase actually has a really nice little ridge line that they can play with, but they've got to worry about 17, GNL, Gen G. All these teams out to the north are all going to have to come somewhere, and both of those spots looking pretty juicy.
The problem is, some of the knocks here that we saw. 17 dispatch of Twisted Mind so quick. I mean, it happened in an instant.
It's just unlucky.
And you see Batu he's like, you just got to shake it off, man. There's times that just happens as Suju continuing to terrorize the teams here, as a little bit of damage actually going out, but no, it's going to be Tigger that finds Little Ghost, and he's going to get the flush as well. And so E-Arena continuing to hold this compound against some of the best teams.
I'm telling you, man, the aggression coming out from 17 now with the Little Ghost back in the roster. It's a whole different team here as Lyric will go down. Now E-Arena Tigger working the walls.
Jacob now and Tigger, the last 2 left. Still some casualties as well on the side of 17. This is still very doable for them. It is a 2-on-3 currently, but Show looking for an angle here. Knows that there's 1 knock. They know at the very least there's 2 members. Get that flush, nice little point for them as well. But yeah, this is going to slow down just a little bit as these teams are both in. And so I like Suju's position here, though. He is a 3rd man, so he will take a little bit of an anchor position, get a little bit of an overwatch. Tigger now trying to get some utility out there, Poro, but Yeah, they're just going to back off, and smartly so. Both jamming, so they won't be affected by the blue too much there on that blue zone, Nate.
Yeah, that off angle from Suju was pretty good, but yeah, you can see them already calling him back in. They have to be concerned as well about GNL. They hear the engines off to the north, but they kind of lost track of them. So 17 going to go ahead and claim one building. Soju will push forward just a little bit. E-Arena down to just 2. They'll play a little bit of tower defense while Gen G try to make it through on foot, but they're right on top of Valley Tai. They have to be careful, and Latai will find Adder.
So Valley Tai initially were the beneficiaries of the first circle. They were able to choose a position of which they wanted to play. They got cut off a little bit here on the west side as the circle shifted away from them, but still doing some work, and this is a team that fights very well on the edge. Again, they've been great all event at taking the fight to pretty much any team, and more specifically, they're actually very good at working whatever edge they are on, and so look for them to try to hold and gatekeep Gen G here as Adder is taken down, but might be up. No, he's not going to get up at all. It's Latai once again finding a second member, Poro.
Latai making things work now from range. And now the rest of Valley Tai, they see both of those knocks immediately back in the vehicles. They're going to send it right on top of them. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they have to deal with a GNL issue off to the north. You see utility just being spread all over the place. Gen G gets taken down by Valley Tai. And now they're just going to try to get those revives off, get the res. You see Navi, the shots coming through. They have somewhat of an angle here onto FaZe. James will get finished off. GNL starting to slow things down here, though.
Yeah, as GNL pretty much have stuck him to the north side of this. FaZe now keeping their attention there. Correxy anchoring for them currently is Gustav and Fex taking that forward position. Here comes a little bit of util, and they're going to be right on the other side of this hill, and so it's going to come down to Fex and Gustav. If they can hold, Gustav's actually backing off, and this is wise, but the problem is FaZe is going to get chipped by Na'Vi.
Yeah, Navi's got vision on all of this, and now GNL. Oh, what the grenade from Megalos! As now Valley Tai, we said they were busted and bruised, but they managed to get all those revives off after finishing Gen G. And you got to imagine they're sitting on a bunch of utility out of those boxes, so they're going to send some over GNL's direction. But fortunately for GNL, Valley Tai has to stop down here a little bit as Cerberus gets a knock onto him.
Yeah, Cerberus has actually been dictating so much of what's been happening on the west side of this edge, and gotten quite a bit of damage, a few knocks, and even a couple kills off of it as they're now starting to make their push towards Na'Vi, but GNL just swapping in the vehicles, trying to get out of the way of all of this utility. For the most part, at least they will recover their members, so they will be once again 4 strong. But they're still not in circle, and now it's going to be FaZe that could potentially gatekeep him now with a P90. That is one of the most terrifying things I think I've ever seen in this game.
Not something you want looking down the barrel at you, but Megalos Valley Tai are just lighting things up here in the early part of this game. They continue to add to their kill count. FaZe, the utility just sailing a little bit too far on them, but it doesn't really matter because Valley Tai is taking care of the GNL issue themselves.
Yeah, but look at 17 now, as you said, starting to make their way over here, getting a little curious. Megalos is just merciless here as he's just picking up frag after frag, and still Valley Tai trying to make a push now, but Fex will find a knock. Can he find a second one as Megalosa now kiss the last members alive? As the flash will come in, and Fex has to be careful. He's taking too much damage.
Oh, he tried to peek over the top, but he takes tertiary damage from Na'Vi. And unfortunately for him, that's going to mean him going down. Correction, the last one alive is going to get taken out by Hackatory. So Na'Vi, despite the fact that they have their hard cover, despite the fact that Cerberus is knocking down the door, they still have the wherewithal to keep eyes on the north, pick up more points. Kiss trying to survive. That grenade's going to take out his hard cover. And now Xiao Wu wants to finish him off completely, but Kiss not going to go down without a fight.
Kiss easily turns that one around. He's got a little bit of health left. He will take out Xiao Wu with a nade flush, and it will. And so Sho and Suju, now the last 2 members of 17, have to deal with Weibo as they get this shift to the east side as well. But as you said, Na'Vi doing a phenomenal job of putting damage out there still while trying to deal with Cerberus right on their doorstep.
And you see the circles. Na'Vi obviously in a great position, but they've got they could still hang out in the very far west or eastern part of their compound, but they have to deal with that Cerberus issue. KDF, meanwhile, we haven't really talked about them, but they're 4 deep. They're still strong. They've been quiet on the south side. They immediately now sent 3 in to try to deal with Weibo.
Weibo now has a decision to make. because they're also going to have to deal with 17 at some point, but it looks like they will focus the fight to KDF, which is pretty much what they have to do, right?
Yeah.
So KDF will lose Heaven. And Na'Vi, you know they want to third party this as much as they can, but not only is the slope really just not in their favor, but they still have to deal with Cerberus. As Mamu and Cold now trying to get an angle. Util is coming out. Salute looking for some knock into the smoke, and he'll find Cold.
Huge from Salute. The anchor man from range will get that knock on a Cold, and that'll allow KDF to get that member back up. But immediately, Himas now finding an angle on a Guman. So now Kwandong is in a little bit of trouble still. Now Weibo still is down Cold. But Weibo has to make a decision. I mean, look, they've got smoke walls laid down. 17, they're going to come somewhere eventually.
Yeah. That's the thing that Weibo knows that they have to worry about is 17 coming into the backside, and this the name will come Show. And that is it, a wipe just like that. Show is continuing to show us why he is in fact a legend as we move back to Cerberus and Na'Vi. Here comes the push. Sololzi and Tyke on the left side. On the outside of this wall, Hitmask meanwhile right down the center with that P90.
Well, this is a big moment for these rookies. Sololzi, he's got the, oh yeah, he sees it. Yeah, so's it going to get on out of dodge
sorry,
there.
Sorry, just kidding.
Do not want to deal with the Panzerfaust. Suju, though, is going to get the knock, and now Sosa will find Himas. So it's all down to just one here. I think Tycon, or no, Sololzi rather, does make his way in. The flashbangs come through. Easy peasy pick up there for Na'Vi. 6 kills, and now it's a 4v2 for Na'Vi versus 17, the newly awoken 17. The Lil Ghost effect, let's call it. Sosin will find Show, and now it's a 4v1 against Suju.
And they have to realize this, right? Na'Vi can see the numbers. They see that it's going to be 6 players alive. 4 of them are obviously them, and then just the 1 knock member. So Suju, what can he do? He'll land a quick spray. And maybe that'll be a little bit of time for him to get Show up, but they are still stuck behind that rock.
I mean, Na'Vi, I don't know how much utility they've got. They've been in this compound for what seems like forever now, so that big knock by Suju will help him get that res on to Show. Show going for the heals here, but the problem for them is that they have 1 rock between the 2 of them, and they have 4 eyes looking in the same direction. So Divix trying to see if anybody is peeking, just holding strong. Na'Vi gets that revive on Show. Oh, you got to be careful. Hakatori. Big shots from him.
Oh, and that's going to be an easy readjustment there on the angle. Show bleeding very quickly now, and you'd have to imagine Na'Vi is just going to take their time. As they know it's a 4v1 at this point, but still, Suju is
so
not
far
relenting.
away.
Yeah. And they're still outside of circle. There's a world where Suju wins this.
I mean, yeah, this is... Hakatori is doing big work for Na'Vi right now, as they do get him back on his feet. So now the 2 men can try to make the push here. Just keep spraying, try to keep him from peeking. It's not going to work. They'll get 1, but he won't get the 2nd. And Na'Vi getting the first victory here on the final day of PGS 3.
I will say, though, that was a hell of a try from Suju and Show. And the little ghost effect seems to be real as they come into this first game with, 13, 14 kills to their name. And woohoo, what a start to get 17 back from the bottom half of that leaderboard.
Goodness gracious, you want to talk about where has 17 been? That is just waking them up here in the final day. And that's, again, that's a team that's where it was well on the bottom of the leaderboard, but that's going to make a huge impact on just how the points kind of distribute around this top of the leaderboard. Again, and the biggest news out of this, really, Twisted Minds and Sonics going out very early.
And Cerberus was actually able to get quite a few little points. They pushed onto that compound. They got some placement, but that's it for Game 1 as we head to the highlights and the desk.
açamadı.
Navi with the hold down here for game number 1 of the final day for PGS 3, and they get themselves the victory against a 17 game, which actually almost looks rejuvenated now that Little Ghost's on the field. We did fail to mention that at the beginning of the day, but as you can clearly see, he's back on the field here. But Navi, good stuff.
Yeah, destroying the dreams, haunting maybe even the dreams of your Ghost for Twisted Mind. That's actually a little bit scary for them, of course, to come out, but also Sonic's not getting as many points here. A little bit of a slow start for both of the teams, but yeah, it's cool to see. Show back in the day, huge performance from him, globally, everything. I do not want to take anything away from his legendary status, but I would have loved to see what a Xiaobei instead of Show could have done if that would have been possible here.
Yeah, it's all what ifs, isn't it? But I mean, regardless of the fact, he did have a great game here. That's for sure. 14 kills go the way of 17 Gaming. I think some of their timings were really nice.
Yeah.
Like, obviously they were kind of, moving up towards top, being able to take out Twisted Minds. Yeah, that's cool. But the third-party timings that they had on the east side, it was very, very well executed. But you see, Navi here, I mean, they were able to hold off Cerberus, a team that is blisteringly strong at this tournament so far. Hakatori takes the top spot.
Yeah, it's good to see here. It's going to be able to take home the MVP here for the first game of PGS 3 final day. And I got to say, with them, of course, you have a compound. You can defend everything, but they deflected Cerberus quite easily, staying 4 alive without me actually having high expectations of that. Like, usually you would lose 1 or 2 guys if you have a Cerberus running at you with a P90. But they didn't. They survived quite easily, and Hakatori, of course, here is going to be able to get the man of the match.
Going to be real. Obviously, they're not winning PGS 3, right?
No, okay,
they're doing well for themselves.
Wait. 4 wins in one day.
Okay, yeah, 4 wins in one day. Not happening. So they're not winning. However, there's still a lot of money to play for. But watching them here on their first proper big international stage, it seems quite promising for the future. If they stay together, work on things, get real good momentum going, it looks all right. What do you think?
I think for
the future tournaments,
I think the best thing for them is that they have a PGS 4 just around the corner. Like, the amount of practice and global experience you're going to get in such a short amount of time is actually huge for them.
It is huge.
And that would put a rejuvenating, to use your word, kind of new level for them to when they go back and actually play home in regionals to have, okay, we can actually do this. We've done this against some of the global teams. We've done it at the highest levels. And they were only 20 points behind 4th place of the arena, 62 and 82 here. So the 20 points they're able to garner in this match alone here is actually going to propel them all the way up to 6th here. And only 7 points away from KDF on 4th. That is huge amount of prize money and PGS points compared to if you're outside the top 8.
And actually, to peel back the curtain even further, whilst we see that these overall points are as they are, that's what we hear from a lot of teams that don't qualify for internationals, right? When you do not qualify for internationals, there is a month, 2 months, 3 months time where you're not practicing, not getting those scrims, not getting to play tournaments alongside the very best. So just getting to international is a huge potential step up in your skill and your ability to be able to deal with future internationals. So it's brutal if you don't qualify.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, I'm super excited to see what they're able to do today, but also with the experience that they're able to garner here in these days, I'm actually pretty excited for the potential of what they can do at PGS4. Like, they have shown us that they're able to fight at the highest level. We've seen what Hakatori do. Diffix yesterday was insane. Like, he one of the top kills and damage dealers yesterday. Like, fantastic to see them being able to perform. And like, we've seen them be able to do this. I think they're coming to, and you have to remember, they're extremely young. Like 19, 20, 21. Like, very, very young team. One of the youngest average here.
And the cool thing is, there was question marks around them. They're coming in like, how are these going? Are they going to crumble completely? Stop it. There's no BB team here, unfortunately. I really like them. They're really cool. But yeah, there was question marks around them. How are they going to perform? Are they going to crumble? They haven't. They've kind of thrived, especially if they're this close to what is effectively pretty much podium. Like, they're close to it if they continue on today.
Yeah, and then for the second win here, of course, they did win one game on the first day, but for them to be able to come in here and maybe potentially take another one, contest the top 4 right now, it is quite close. You could potentially get a 3rd or a 4th if you continue this little bit of points scoring, but it's the bad games you need to take out. It's the sub 2-3 points you need to take out. If you're able to close out an average of 4 or 5 points and have one more banger game as a team right now, KDF, E-Arena, or Na'Vi for that matter, you can close out top 4, top 3 quite easily. And top 3, 3rd place is 120 PGS points.
Well, let's get to it then. Our final Miramar as we go to the commentators once again to finish off them Dusty Dunes.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we are getting ready to finish off those Dusty Dunes. It's me, Macho Man Randy Savage, and my boy Godspeed.
There we go.
To close things out here on Miramar. Again, I apologize, Chad. It's coming to me.
This is what happens when you just love your job so much you lose your voice and you become little macho man action as we head to our final Sag Miramar of the event. As, the one thing, I mean, you and I talked about it, Toby and I talked about it a little bit as well. The planes have actually been, I think, the most fair of any event, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've had a few weird ones where it's a little north-south, but circles have really been the pain in the side of most of the teams.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to hear the desk talk about that at the beginning of the day a little bit, how that water ratio changes, the ninja changes, really kind of impacting where a lot of these teams think they can play, and it's changing up a lot of the stuff that you have been sitting there for forever, and you think you know exactly how it's going to play out. It doesn't play out the way you want it to, so you have to make those adjustments on the fly. Now the thing is, it's happening for everybody in this lobby.
It's not exactly. It's not just happening to like one team, but it's happening to absolutely everyone. Now, speaking of everyone being settled in, it's really just been a story about Twisted, Sonics in that last game not finding any points. We'll get a very similar circle here. This one a little bit more to the, I guess, southeast, but Cerberus find themselves dead center. FaZe as well in a very strong position here. Kwandon Freaks, who had a quiet game, but they managed to make it all the way towards the end game in the last one.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to look at the center of that circle, though. That Death Road around El Azhar, the Death Valley, that is going to play a huge factor, right? Do you want to play north of that? Do you want to play south of that? And then you've also got the road that leads past Picado. We have seen a number of fights break out over there between Cerberus, KDF. Sonics is also over there, 17. Could get involved as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on these rotation passes that these guys decide to take.
Yeah, especially, like you said, if the circle does tend to pull towards that death road, I mean, that is one of the most difficult circles to play, because if you are stuck,
crapshoot, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're stuck on the north side or the south, regardless of where you are, rotating to the opposite side can become hell, especially when there's going to be multiple teams set up there. And so, New Happy Esports, they went out first in the last game in a very unfortunate situation where I believe it was Non had crashed his vehicle or flipped, and then Weibo was just ready and waiting to be there to scoop up those kills, and they did. As Petrichor, again, another one of those teams that we expect a lot from. Currently sat in 9th place, not terrible by any means, but certainly not, as James was saying, fighting for podium.
No, not what we expected by any means, but I guarantee you New Happy going to take their time on this next rotation for sure. Slow things down a little bit. Don't run through any fields. Don't run into any hay bales. And by God, don't flip your vehicle. Because you just never know who's going to be there waiting for it. Na'Vi, meanwhile, very, very far up to the north, looting up around Campo Militar. They have, I think, FaZe just below them in Crew Divide, but this has been Na'Vi's kind of bread and butter this whole tournament. They really have just been kind of slow to arrive, playing edge, and that's worked out a treat for them.
I mean, they were able to get a great position on the last circle because of that as well. And so TSM, a team that was embroiled in a fight, it would seem like forever with Hal in that last game. They, again, are another one of those teams that aren't necessarily going to be fighting for podium, but they can still push their way all the way up into your 9th, 8th, 7th place. I mean, realistically, if you look at the breakdown from 4th to, 9th place, you're only behind by about 15, 17 points. So very possible to get them in there as well. Valley Tai, another one of those teams that are currently middling down towards 13th, but it's really tight. Aside from that battle in the top 3, it is a very tight race to get all the way from 4th, I'd say, down to 10th, 11th, 12th.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a great point. Anybody at that bottom of the leaderboard, look, man, a week from now, we're going to be in the same boat. So
same teams.
Get yourself something to build off of here a little bit. Get a little bit of confidence going before you have, your 4 days off, and then we get back right into this thing and back into groups here as we see H win. Oh, no, he's going to go.
Oh, he moved. Oh, Batu moved at the last second, but Kick will find him. Another big knock. And Sonic's now realizing that that's going to be twisted.
Boy,
you'd imagine they want to put as much pressure on them as possible.
But that is the most opportune timing for a Sandstorm in the history of ever here for Twisted Minds. Look at the Perfectix is able to get right up to his teammate and get that revive immediately. Actually, not even going to go for the revive. Just get in the car, get on out, get the wambulance, and pull yourself out of there while the Sandstorm has your back. What a fortune.
That was actually the perfect
super fortuitous. I don't want to hear anybody complain about Sandstorms anymore if you're a Twisted Minds fan.
Yeah, that was the most perfect opportunity for that to come through. So they will rescue. Batu is now moved back to New Happy, rotating in the same direction, similar faction. Yep.
Staying on the road this time.
Currently 4 wheels to the ground, but they are heading
10 toes on the ground.
They are heading right behind Weibo, so knowing that Weibo probably has an idea that New Happy does loot right underneath them, and Leonas, they're probably going to rotate in this direction. They could set something up for them once again.
I mean, Weibo's been. It feels like they're set up in a spot that they like compound-wise, doing a little casual 2-2 split, really. New Happy, I think, just realizing they probably played with these guys enough to where they know exactly where they might tend to be in a circle like this, so they're just going to go ahead and hug that eastern coast, or eastern side of the circle, rather.
Yeah, and realistically, the only 2 teams that aren't even in this circle now is just going to be E-Arena and Petrichor. Now, Petrichor will find their way in at some point. Which edge they're going to play, I'm not sure, but I've come to actually never worry about E-Arena now. No matter how far outside of the circle that they are, they always seem to find a really good spot to play, and for whatever reason, they always seem to have an emergency pickup every time.
Yeah, that is also true. I feel like we see them in the air quite a bit, although they are all in vehicles right now, and they are all spread out across the southern road south of Los Leones. So if they do have one, maybe they're holding on to it for later. We'll see. Valley Thai, meanwhile, little 2-2 split. They got GNL off to their northwest, and FaZe sending a few shots in their direction just because they're hanging out on these rooftops, but nothing too terribly serious. We get a little bit of replay here of 17. Again, welcome back to the lobby, little ghost.
Yep, they dispatched very quickly there in the last game of Twisted Minds, and then quite a few other shots. Na'Vi as well having a great game for themselves. In fact, winning that, there was a big boon for them. Puts them all the way up in 6th place. Again, as you said, young guns. These guys are proving that they are here very much to stay, whether it's online or offline. They've got it. That's a nice door.
That is a beautiful door. Okay, there we go.
I think it's made of mahogany.
It's rich mahogany and Corinthian leather.
Oh, Corinthian leather.
From the finest of Corinth.
I don't know why you'd put leather on a door, but
soundproofing. I don't know.
There you go.
Why not? Sounds good to me.
Hal currently set up in a nice 2-2 as well. Notice, actually, very important, Hal has split themselves both on the north and south side of Azahar Road, and that is going to be very crucial, especially when we see this next shift, wherever it may go, for them to make a decision on whether or not they want to hold that split or try to consolidate on one side of that road, because I promise you, it is one of the worst areas to play when the circle happens to land on it.
Well, even just looking at the map right now, which, by the way, if you do not have that map stream up, get it up, because this is a very important time to be able to see exactly where every team is. But majority of those squads playing south of that Death Valley in El Azhar. We'll see if the circle decides to give them a little bit of favor this time, cut south. And I think, what do we got? Na'Vi, FaZe, Valley Thai, and GNL, the only teams really playing north of there. So a lot of teams kind of hugging the edge here. Petrichor Road, we just took a look at, really slow making their way in past Impala. E-Arena kind of doing the same here. Eating a little bit of blue damage, actually, as they have really taken their time with this one.
Yeah, GNL, again, they have just been doing these wide splits throughout this event. Sometimes it's worked for them, sometimes it's got them in a little bit of trouble, but look at this. I mean, Roy is all the way to the west side, you have Nyang in the north, and then Hammer is right next to Fairest, as well as the rest of Na'Vi, and then all the way to the south is Stella. Just kind of keeping tabs on FaZe and the other half of Na'Vi, but the one thing I will say about these splits ran by GNL is they do know when and when not to shoot. They know when and when not to engage, and that's actually kept them, I think, out of trouble for the most part, which is why these splits actually work so well for them.
Oh, my goodness. He wanted to engage so bad there. And the Hammer, I mean, he's still hanging out there. Yep. He's still hanging out, and Fairest has no idea. Now, again, if he did engage, you better hope that you get that kill and you get it quick because there's no teammates there to support you if you get crashed on. So I think this is just GNL playing things quiet, waiting for that circle shift, which is coming right about now.
And that is a hard shift there to the southwest, and so 17 very much happy about that. Weibo as well, sitting off on the south side there. Just to the east, are going to get a nice position. KDF, once again, is just sitting pretty.
Oh, yeah. Now, KDF looking fantastic. 17 as well, too. We'll see how they decide to split this. I mean, they've been kind of sticking together the last few games, but Twisted Mind's about to run into the south side of a 2-2 split of 17 Gaming. Weibo, meanwhile, they're coming in just off to the east, so Minas Generalis getting a little bit of love early on, but again, another Sandstorm falling right on type of Twisted.
Do you think they're just at this point programmed to just go wherever Twisted happens to be?
This one I don't know if it's going to be as beneficial to them as the last one was, because it might have covered up their knowledge of where this duo from
17
is. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Hal take a few shots at FaZe in passing. Now Gustav is leading the charge, but the rest of the boys still north of the valley. They're having to deal with a little bit of trouble from Na'Vi and GNL, so FaZe just continually running into problems here.
Yeah, and it just seems like everything that FaZe have tried, I mean, and they've tried a lot. They've tried splits, they've tried staying together, they've tried different rotations. It's just not working out for them this event so far, but at the very least, they still have a few games here to go. If they can consolidate down, if they can get to Gustav somehow, that trio, I mean, they'd have a fairly strong position in the circle as Valley Tide now making their position as their rotation is well in the positions shared right by Gen G, and so Tycon will actually get Rex from distance, helping out their APAC brethren. And Sololzi as well trying to get some damage out.
Yep, running into the south side of a 2-2 split from Gen G, and now the north side of that split is trying to arrive and give some support. They know that they've got a couple of knocks. Barpo and Adder trying to avoid the shots from Cerberus, but the grenade's going to do some big damage on Adder. Barpo going to lead the way. Adder going to go down to the Megalos grenade, and that is perfectly placed, perfectly flushed. Kiss trying to get the res on his fallen teammate.
And only, one member left of Gen G.
Yep.
And he is not very happy. Sandwiched between the rest of the team is, he's in the doorway behind. Barbo will get it, but no, he doesn't get the flush. That's huge for Valley Tide.
Oh, man, that was just a shot away, like the Rolling Stones said. But unfortunately, he won't get it. Cerberus, meanwhile, they see that in the kill feed, but they're too comfy in their current 2-2 split to really want to go and push that. Now, credit to FaZe, they do manage to escape Na'Vi and GNL. They get all four across that valley. Na'Vi, meanwhile, send it off to the east. GNL still hanging up off to the north. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, remember, they were wide split on the south. Yeah. They've made their way from the east over to the west. They've got E-Arena in a wide split on the south near Kantara. So, a lot of solo players really on all edges of this map, just trying to gain more intel.
And in the meanwhile, Tycon has called himself a P90.
Why not?
As well as a 3 vest and helmet. But yeah, actually, I really like what you were saying about Petrichor. Their rotation was very wise. They actually got a nice split on the west side. They realized that they have the majority of the control on the west now, and so they've set their members up accordingly as this next shift will happen, and that's going to favor them greatly, as well as Twisted Minds 17. But look how many teams are stuck rotating on the east side. TSM, New Happy, Na'Vi. You also have FaZe. Cerberus now holding off the north as they've consolidated.
Yeah, Twisted in that unpushable compound. And fortunately for 17, they're able to get their guys out of there before Batulin's an example could get up there and get an ankle onto that. So Twisted Mind's going to have to hold the line here as KDF is starting to make their way a little bit close here as well.
I'm just looking at the teams here on the east side. What are they going to do? 17, meanwhile, have consolidated. They got themselves a nice central position there. That's going to be a very strong compound indeed for them to hold, as there is another ridge on the north side that Valley Tide could potentially play, but they're going to have to deal with GNL and Cerberus. Meanwhile, KDF, as you said, rotating just here underneath Twisted Minds. This is very much open terrain and difficult to play this early, especially if there's already a team set up here, which Twisted has been for quite a while.
Yeah, this definitely feels like Plan C for
this is not great.
Freaks. This is not where they wanted to be, but they will set up in a 2-2 and hopefully, at least for now, be safe. Meanwhile, New Happy hugging that southern side, going from east to west. They're about to run into a very wide split E-Arena. Lyrics is going to see that coming, and it looks like he's just going to hop in a vehicle and try to rejoin his teammates.
I actually love the confidence that E-Arena does these super wide splits in, because they actually don't get punished as often as you think they
really
should.
Don't. Surprising.
And they make it work. Jacob, though, right next to Ferris, but no, he's going to turn that right around, and that's going to be an easy flush.
Why do we open our stupid mouths?
I don't know.
Ferris does go down, though. Lyrics will spot him out, and that's going to be a big knock. The rest of E-Arena trying to get in vehicles, trying to decide whether or not they're going to send it on to him. It looks like they're not. Zizzy, Tigger, and Lyrics are just making their way past Minas Generalis. Tigger going off to the south. Zizzy and Lyrics continue to send it up. So a little bit of a kerfuffle here for E-Arena. Yeah, Freaks. I mean, you knew it was going to be a tough spot for them to be in. Twisted Minds, they've got all the room in the world to go down there and try to collect those points off of them.
I was about to say, how does Salute survive all that util? But he will go down to lose nade, and so
does
now
not.
I guess he just doesn't. So it's down to Guman and Beam. I believe, yeah, the last two members, as they were in that 2-2 split you mentioned earlier, just in the north, and that spot is still not safe at all. They are so open on the west side.
Ooh.
17 as well could possibly get some damage in there, and you already see Sonics taking shots. It's going to be Kickstart realizing that they're in a terrible spot.
Yeah, we see them trying to take care of what's left of Salute, but while that's going on, New Happy has arrived on their southern side. Example will slow them down, though. Immediate knock on to December 12th, as they have left Example and Perfectix to keep an eye on their southern side, and it looks like it's working out pretty well. Now they're going to have to move, though. What a shift.
The amount of open space in this circle, Poro, is disgusting.
Nobody wanted to see this shift. As you see all those teams on the south side now, there's a number of paths that they can use to get in there, and you see E-Arena already trying to send it. But like you said, KDF, they were in a bad spot for early. Now their spot looking kind of good. But where is E-Arena going to go? There's that little ditch just to the side of 17's compound, and it looks like that might be where they want to call home.
Wait, I just realized they got beat up.
They got bean up.
They got bean up, so they actually had Guman drive over and get him. Or sorry, Salute up. Yeah, that was Bean taking the shots, but that is impressive that KDF were able to get them up. Meanwhile, Hal now taking shots onto the rotating Weibo, trying to get to the shack, the only safe spot. But wait, they lost track of Spaceman.
No. Okay. All right, you get the res on the Ruin.
Do they?
Everything will be fine. Everything's fine. We're calm down.
We're good.
Well, we're not good, but we're alive.
No, we're great. We're great. Everything's great.
Exactly. Well, cutting back to KDF now. They actually take the ditch that I thought E-Arena was going to go for. E-Arena just off to their west slightly. 17, they have to know about all this going on, but they are, for the most part, they're just not interested right now. They'll let them survive there.
Yep.
They'll let them do their job. If somebody decides to crash a little bit later, that's when you sneak out. You try to get that third party, get your points then.
Yeah, and we see New Happy actually very luckily have an E pick up, as they will lose Non, but the other three members now heading straight down, and that's actually heading straight down for TSM's position, and they're going to be able to see this. Summer 12th already pretty low as he gets to the ground. Will he be able to land? Yes, he will, and so they'll take a shack here. This is an okay position. I mean, given the circle, this is about as good as you're going to get. Is Purdy's going to get taken down by Valley Tide's Megalos. He has been a menace today so far. Megalos has just been dipping in his hands at all the different cookie jars.
That man digging deep in his bag today, and he's finding the fries at the bottom as he finds Purdy Curdy. Now, Purdy Curdy should be resable here, I believe. Unfortunately for him, none of his teammates anywhere really close. FaZe kind of taking shots over in that direction, and correct's going to be the one that does it. So they will lose that shot caller. Now FaZe in a little bit of a 2-2 split, making their way over into TSM. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, again, still 4 strong. They've consolidated finally. They were a very wide split on that southwestern side. Now they're pushing in just to the west of Twisted Minds. FaZe Clan, full attention on TSM now as they get the knock on Alo.
And I love this. The first duo there from FaZe actually started the fight, and the second duo now realizing that TSM is very much on the back foot, and they will wipe them out. It's actually going to be Hakatori fighting Luke. Okay, but FaZe with it. Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
And another shift. Now, this is really good for Sonics, obviously very good for Valitai and GNL, as well as the rest of the teams in the circle. However, if you're Twisted, if you are Na'Vi, if you are Hal, if you are FaZe, Cerberus, they have to make their way into a circle that is very difficult because there's not much else to play, specifically Cerberus, specifically FaZe, and New Happy.
I just don't even know if you're Twisted what you do here. I mean, do you look at that?
You have to take the fight.
Do you look at the road? So, I mean, yeah, you got to basically, pick your poison. Do you go take it against Na'Vi? Do you try to take it against Howl? Try to take a little bit that little roadside right there. Petrichor has that ditch still that Kwangdong Freaks was using earlier. But it's kind of right towards the edge. Whatever they decide to do, they're going to have to do it quickly because they don't have a lot of time.
Well, Na'Vi as well is moving straight ahead of them. This actually might help Twisted if they can just get rid of Na'Vi first, cause some chaos there, especially if they run right into Petrichor. This is actually going to work out for Twisted Minds as they've already lost Batulins. And now Na'Vi just setting up right underneath them, but they are getting shredded by the entirety of the lobby is shooting at Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, I mean, 17, New Happy, even FaZe are kind of looking over in that direction, but FaZe trying to push on to New Happy's compound. Na'Vi, meanwhile, it's just trying to survive. They lay the smoke down. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Is Shrimzy actually going to be the one that gets them from across the way? Diffix the only one left alive as long as the smokes will allow it. Now Twisted Minds has to make the send, and they're just going to go ahead and avoid Na'Vi altogether. But look at this. I mean, there's just nowhere.
It's a small dip.
There's nowhere good to play.
But it's not great. Yeah, they're getting shot by Hal Poro. I mean, they're actually getting eviscerated by Hal and Petrichor Road as well. And they decided to just not go for a fight, maybe stay in this dip for as long as possible, survive, get some placement points. But yeah, this is not great for Twisted Minds as New Happy now is going to have to contest with the team on the east side. That's going to be FaZe, but they fall immediately.
Oh my goodness, I don't think FaZe was anticipating that many people to be hiding in that shack. I think they maybe
you just didn't think there's 3 members in a shack?
Yeah, I mean, you open the door and it's a clown car. Everybody rolling out there, but it works out pretty well for New Happy as we'll see where they decide to go next. They've got the blue on their back and Cerberus staring down at them. Somehow, Na'Vi's still alive in here. They've got some utility. They're going to try to take on Petrichor. Meanwhile, Cerberus making the push into Valitai's compound. So far, some damage has been done, but no knocks have been had.
Cerberus, making that push now. Want to just get rid of Valitai so they can continue to use this. There's an amazing ridge on the north side of this that they could play, but I mean, I feel bad for Valitai. Panzers, P90s. I mean, how do you compete?
What do you even do? What do you even do? And
okay.
Go ahead, jiggle peek the Panzerfaust. Unfortunate there, but Cerberus now. They've claimed that spot from Valitai, but they've got to get on the move once again as the circle has favored a little bit more on that southern half of the road. Sonics have to make a move as well. Really, it's just a question of, like, you got Sonics, GNL, and Cerberus on that north side of the road. Now, that road does have a ridge that you can play.
Really good ridge.
But when there's 3 teams there,
that's not enough.
It's tough.
There's not enough room for all 3 of those teams to actually take control of that, so it is going to be Sonics driving right through those oil tankers as somehow Tickleton survived much longer than I thought. He will go down, the trade comes through, Kickstart will find Stella as well. And now if they can somehow save Tiggleton, but you have to imagine Cerberus is going to hear this and they're going to come for the third party.
Oh, they won all of this. Cerberus arriving at the exact same time now. H-Win is going to arrive a little bit late. He's got the Bronco. He spotted out Roy, a little 1v1 peeking around those Broncos. Roy on the move once again. H-Win will get the dub in that 1v1. GNL goes down, but there you go again. Shots from outside as Cerberus just surrounding everything here, and they have got Sonics just pinned to the wall. Cerberus, the third team to arrive, is always the one that wins it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always going to be that third party is off in the distance. It looks like E-Arena have taken care of KDF. The Freaks fall, but Cerberus continuing to push through. They're going to have 10 kills, 114 points, Poro, as they've completely taken control of the North.
And Twisted and Sonics are both out. Now, I think Sonics picked up about 5 kills and a little bit of placement there. Twisted picked up 2 in a little bit, so you can see on the leaderboard 3 points separating them. But a win from Cerberus here could be everything they need. Or again, remember,
push them straight at the
we
top.
were talking this morning. What do we want to see? A third team get involved? It always seems to happen, and it looks like Cerberus is setting up for just that.
17, though, they've been in this compound for so long. They helped get rid of a few teams on the south side. One of those being Twisted Minds is only 1 kill, but they have done a lot of damage. You'd have to imagine Petrichor have actually survived in this position so much longer than I initially thought because of the way that the teams were rotating around them, especially because of the shifts. But E-Arena as well, 4 kills, currently sat in 4th, and they're hitting that 3-digit mark very soon on the leaderboard. This is such a sick Grand Finals.
I'm telling you, man, it might be a 4-team race here very shortly. Tigger going to get knocked pretty low by that grenade, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. And Cerberus, well, fortunately for E-Arena, they're going to pull back. They're going to go ahead. I imagine they're going to hit those boxes, loot up, see whatever the utility they can find off of the G&L bodies,
armor,
Sonics.
Ammo.
Exactly. They've got a veritable shopping mall up there that they can loot for the time being. Now, 17, they've still got their compound. They don't want to go. They don't want to push out of this until they know that they can take advantage of a third party. Now, Petrichor Road looking over towards the arena. They don't really have to go anywhere either. The circle is kind of allowing that for them. So now this has to be 17 putting full focus onto the north, onto Cerberus.
Yes, and you have to imagine Cerberus, even though it's not in, they have so much of a ridge to work on that east side. They can wrap all the way around they want to.
20 smoke grenades for Cerberus.
Which you have to imagine they're going to use those, and that's actually going to make it so difficult for 17 to really do anything against them, especially if they throw some decoy smokes, have 2 separate smoke lines. There's a lot that can be done, even though they're currently sat on the edge. There's still so much that Cerberus can actually do with this position.
And you can see at the top, with the exception of E-Arena, 3 of those teams have a ton of offensive utility still in the bag. E-Arena, they're just trying to hope that they get forgotten about here until the very end, as they are the small fish in a big pond. Lyrics and Tigger staying alive as Cerberus. It looks like that might be the direction that they're wanting to send it, as obviously you wouldn't want to push it right into 17's compound. No, that's
not immediately, at least.
Not
but
what you really want to do. Petrichor Road, though, in a good place to kind of oversee all of this. So if Cerberus does push across here, they need to take care of Lyrics and Tigger as fast as possible and take no knocks.
It's either that or, again, they completely smoke that angle off, right? They do have the utility to do so, and they know that, and we're starting to see Haisaki now make his way towards the east side. Now, remember, I said there's a really good ridge, and there's a really good point for them to work on that side of the road, but fortunately, 17 is already ready for that, right? They have Xiaowu on that side, looking in that direction to make sure that that wrap does not come from Cerberus.
Oh, we got a mortar in play, too. Of course we got
145. I think that's about right. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, 140.
Get your protractor out.
Personally, I think maybe 163. I'm just spitballing here.
Well, we'll see if it works for him. He's got eyes over in that direction. Now Cerberus, they've got obviously a ton of vehicles here, either from themselves or from people that were up at those oil rigs, and they've got a very small ridge line that they can still stay. They don't have to move just yet.
All right, Summer, what do you got? 157. Is that the magic number here? He sends 2 out there. He is repositioning. Here they come.
Oh, boy.
Oh, here they come. Are they going to be close enough? They're going to be almost right on target, but just a little short. 163 actually might be the number.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't wrong. Okay. So Cerberus breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there, because that was almost real bad. But that sigh of relief is immediately replaced by, oh crap, we actually
now
do
we
have to move. Yeah, it's
30 seconds, Poro. They have 30 seconds to make whatever play they're going to make. Vehicles very much battered and bruised. There is a dip they can play right ahead of them, but that's going to put them stuck and set in between 3 separate teams, and so.
I mean, Petrichor would have them dead to rights, really.
Petrichor, even E-Arena could just toss some nades in there, and that no longer works. But 17, obviously the biggest threat.
One grenade for E-Arena, so that's the only good news that they've got right now. Unfortunately, Petrichor is sitting on about 8. Cerberus has 10, and 17 has about 8. So 17, they have been playing this so quiet for so long, and I imagine they've just been waiting for this inevitable push. And look at this, Cerberus, if you look at the map, it looks like they're trying to take the fight directly to the jaw of 17 right now.
This is arguably their best play. I mean, if you know that you're either going to be sat in between 3 teams or you just take one out and take the better position, why not go for it? Meanwhile, it is X left that's going to find a nade onto Tigger, so that's 1 member left for E-Arena, but this push is everything. Cerberus making it towards the wall of the compound. If they can just get to that concrete, there's quite a bit they can do, especially with the P90 and the tools that they have.
Love this from Petrichor Road, too. They're taking this advantage of Cerberus pushing right into 17 to go ahead and try to clean out E-Arena and get themselves the entire western side of that circle. Cerberus, meanwhile, nobody's gone down between the two of them right just yet, as Lyrics will stay. Oh, he's going to find 2! This wasn't as easy as you thought it was going to be.
And that was huge. Now, if this fight can be cleaned up quickly as possible, then Petrichor now on the back foot, they will have to go for those res. And they do realize that, but they have to be careful.
Oh, they immediately read that kill feed. That is so smart from Cerberus. They leave Sololzy behind to make sure that 17's not backfilling them, and they immediately take it right to Petrichor Road. Ming back on his feet. Summer at a distance is looking over in that direction. P90 and him-ass with the grenade will find Chewy. Ming is about a fraction of a way from going down. He does manage to get the heal off, so he's not gone yet. No, Tycon will spot him out, and now it's just down to Summer.
But 17 have also pushed out on this side. They realized that they were going for the pinch, but now Cerberus and 17 on the opposite side. Petrichor will fall, and what a smart decision from both teams, but they will have to leave Show behind.
And look at Cerberus climbing the leaderboard, 121 points now, another 14 kill performance out of them, but they have used most of their offensive utility is in the process, but 17 also pretty low. Show gonna get flushed out by Tycon, and now Show, actually 17, they've got that wall, but they've got the blue collapsing on them. Look at Cerberus, they spread out like a fist as they clasp on top of 17.
And just like that, Cerberus have all of a sudden surrounded 17. What an amazing play. That was so intelligent. The second Petrichor took losses, they're like, you know what, forget this fight. They're entrenched in this building. Let's go out. But 17, to their credit, tried the same thing, but they just got caught.
I mean, that was just the beautiful timing. And again, a butterfly flaps its wings in the forest, man. E-Arena, Lyrics gets a double kill and alters the entire ending play of that game for 4 teams.
Petrichor was initially the team that was gatekeeping everybody, right? They were the ones on the south side. They knew that E-Arena was off to their west. They knew that they could hold 17 and Cerberus as long as they didn't take any casualties. But Lyrics is like, you know what? Hold on a second. I have something to say about this, as that was a crazy finish to that game as we head once again to the highlights and our amazing and beautiful desk.
like the hounds of hell they are named after. They sniff out weakness and are able to take the fight on the West here. Really impressive, intelligent play. This is, in terms of late game circles, this is some extremely high level play that we've seen here. Relative to a lot of what we've seen, it was awesome.
Some of the most impressive play style, map awareness, terrain awareness, kill feed counting awareness is just crazy. And Larix, he was the nail in the coffin for Petrichor Road.
He was the Cerberus spy.
He was the infiltrator, being able to get 2 knocks and 1 flush. Cerberus immediately goes, different strategy. We're going to go finish Petrichor Road off, and we're going to leave one guy anchoring, trying to put pressure and trying to hold in 17 Gaming as they executed this perfect. What a clinical, perfect play here from Cerberus. And we talked about it. If they could get a banger game in the first 2 games, James, while Twisted Minds and Sonics does not have insane games, they would put themselves back in the race here. And now it's a top 3 potentially trying to catch the grand finals here.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers, but we've got so much to talk about. When it as we're coming up here, we're like saying, this was cool, this was cool, this was so cool. So let's talk about their move across the road, right?
Yeah.
We look at the utility. I love that we have the utility on the top.
It's perfect.
It tells us so much about the state of what's going on in these final 4, and the fact that, as you said, as we were coming up here, they have to commit 20 smokes to this push across, but there was more at play, right? Blue zone nets, talk about it.
Yeah, they're so aware of how they were positioning themselves. Of course, the kind of line to put pressure on to holding 17 Gaming out. And as we talked about before or during the game, the double blue zone to put it in between the concretes to make sure they're not peeking from there is just key awareness of how compounds like this are built up here. But of course, it's going to be him as with 7, Tycon with 6. It's good to see him almost back here. Almost 1,000 damage. It could have been a 1k clubber from him, but it wasn't. And overall, all the guys contributing in each their way. But of course, the guys at the forefront chasing, nading, the Himas nades as well on the knocks there were crucial.
You can't give Himas a P90, right? In PEC, I'm on P90 watch all day long. I love that gun. We all love that gun. It's insane. But it's Tycon that's going to take the MVP spot.
That's good.
Oh.
He had a little bit, he was a little bit in the shadows here for Himas for this event. A little bit still is, of course, but for him to get a man of the match here in a game like this, in one of their banger games, and they had a lot, is really impressive here, of course. Tycon, superstar, young superstar. Impressive player here from them.
So let's talk about the final circles as well. 17 Gaming, they have that compound with 16 teams alive. They don't really have many people going to be pushing towards them and things like that. They know that they've got it defensible.
Right.
The problem with that compound is you can have that defended, right? But you can't really see a lot of what's going on the west side.
Right.
And that is what is eventually going to be the big threat to that compound, which we saw materialize.
Exactly. If you don't have control of the fence, where it was Cerberus, they're smoking up, creating chaos, then you're kind of confined inside the concrete buildings, which makes it a lot more kind of a defensive building. But 28 points here for Cerberus and not a lot of points for the rest is going to put them into first place, James. With 5 points down to Sonics and just 2 down to Twisted Minds, they have officially put themselves in the race for the Grand Championship here.
This is exciting. I started the day bigging up Twisting Minds, saying that is the glory theirs to take. I said that Sonics has walked through the turbulence here, but now Cerberus is not only guarding the door, they're breaking down the door. What is the... I am so hyped. I just got goosebumps.
I'm honestly getting PGS vibes. Like, it's the teams in the front, they think they're going to be winning, and a team comes up and picks up. We have 4 more games to go, I know, but imagine the confidence and morale boost this is going to give you, knowing that, guys, we can win this. We just did it.
Yes,
the 2 teams that were in the lead, they did not get enough points to make sure that they manifested and solidified the lead coming into this, and now they have a chance.
Today, at the start of today, they were 34 points behind. That's the kind of swing you can have in just 2 games, especially when you have a game like this. The crazy thing is we said at the beginning of the day, the only team that we feel right now can actually make up that kind of gap is Cerberus, and look what they've just done. It's magic.
Like they have to do something like this, and Twisted Minds and Sonics, they have to not perform, and that's exactly what happens in 2 games. And now we go to 2 harder maps to play, 2 maps that are harder to be consistent on, and then everything's going to close out on, of course, the map that everyone knows the best. And if you're in the lead going into that, that could be a huge change here. Curveballs to come. Let's see where we're going to end up on this.
There are still definitely curveballs to come. Thank you very much, Avenger. Time for a break now. When we return, we are moving on to our next battleground. See you soon for more PGS 3.
Go past you.
On the mayor.
Looking for you, they don't see you. Fucking keep hiding. Oh, they drove away. Just stay a bit longer till I see them. Yeah, you're good. They're driving all the way away.
Đâu không thấy được. Hai đằng bên trái. Một đằng xuống phải, một đằng xuống phải. Trái này đi trái. Đi trái được. Đạp. Ok lượn đi. Cái. Hai luôn. Má lúc chạy đi không kịp được không? Hai cây luôn. Cuối luôn hai cây. Em mở lép vô từ từ. Nó đẩy kìa. Con đang căng. Đừng đánh bò đâu. Mở ở đây. Đưa cho mày bắn được. Một hàng chờ bóng phải, một hàng cái xe. Hai cái xe. Có cái xe cuối. Đưa đâu? Phải nó cái phải. Sao bò đẹp. Mày tổ nữa. Ai sao?
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise, not a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chops. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with 2 games down. PGS 3, Miramar is done and dusted. As I'm joined here by Toby, and we head into our 3rd map, which is going to be Taegu.
It sure as hell is, and what a insane start for Cerberus on the day it matters most. Yesterday they started falling off just a little bit, and today they're right back in it. Now it's a 3-horse race, and the 3-headed dog is looking for the win.
Look, it's a 3-horse race, but E-Arena as well is starting to sneak up in 4th place. They have had great games all of yesterday as well as today, and it just still... It never ceases to amaze me how they're able to take these bad situations, for instance, in that game on the west side, in a dip against Petrichor, against Cerberus, and they still manage to get 2 knocks, and they cripple Petrichor, and they just open the door for Cerberus to win that game. I mean, I really am starting to become a big fan of E-Arena.
Same. E-Arena is playing a game that I think many people left behind after the winner chicken dinner days of let's stay alive till the late game. Because the more late game presence you get, the bigger a chance you get for more kills coming your way. I think many more teams are like, oh no, we're back in the kill format, let's just go for kills early on. We see where they end because of it. Yes, they get 3-4 kills on a match, but then they're already so wounded that late game is already out, like always out of reach.
Right.
Where Arena, they'll say, we'll get the kills, they'll come eventually.
Yeah, don't worry.
As long as we get top 6 every single game, that's those points we would have had off of kills anyway. And here they are showing us what they're capable of yet again.
Pretty sure they have gotten top 6 basically every
I
single
mean,
game,
it's been impressive. It's been impressive.
Which is pretty wild as we look at FaZe Clan there just for a moment. But as I said, we are headed to Taego, our 3rd game here of the day, which means that there's only 4 left of this event.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. 2 teams that would like to get things going right from the get-go. As we take our way to Taego is, of course, both Petrichor and FaZe. They want to climb up those leaderboards. They want to get more PGS points. So I really do not wish to see them back in Puxan Sao once more.
It's just not worth it at this point, right? FaZe just, I mean, imagine either one of these teams pulling off and then they have an insane like 15, 20 kill game.
That's when you start going, imagine if they'd done that from day one, and you start speculating, and wait, I wonder where they would have then been on these leaderboards. But now, here we go. We are on a very, very southern skewed plane. Not something we see too often on Taego, but it's not even going to hit the northern island. It's that far south.
Yeah, it's, I mean, and if the quote-unquote rules are to be followed, then the plane will, or the circle will at least touch that. As Petrichor, please,
We're there again.
Please don't do this.
We're there again, and now, I mean, while these 2 teams are going to fight for it, we take our eyes to Purdy Curdy, a player and a team in TSM, who I'm curious to see how they're going to respond off of it too, because they have now twice in both hot jumps gone out there to check it out, but both times actually taking casualties in going there, so I would imagine they don't even think it's worthwhile.
The second time, yes, they pretty much got wiped. The first time, I think they got away with just having a knock and then recovering that knock. So yeah, TSM, I'm sure they're going to want to take care of that. Correxing will find immediately an AK. Summer as well with an AUG. So far.
Able to get back to safety as Corexing now peeks on out. Ixleft is in the backside of the wall, but Corexing can't find the angle. Good thing is Vex is there with the UMP in hand, able to take him down.
Okay, so the first knock, first blood will be drawn by FaZe. Petrichor now, and Ixleft, I'll tell you this, is a huge knock. That's a big player to find early as Ming, with that iron-sided dragon up, is going to get shot by Jeeves. Is that a bolt? It is! And now Vex very close to closing out on Chewy, and there it is. 3 members down. FaZe all of a sudden turning this around so quickly.
Thus far, as clean as we've seen this fight, but do not count out the last player in Petrichor. We'll see if Summer can somehow either turn this completely around, which is highly unlikely at this point, or at least do some sort of damage to FaZe Clan before his teammates all but gone. But it looks to me like he's just going to run for it.
I mean, why, at this point, going forward into a 4-man strong team, it's pointless. And so, yeah, he's going to get away. Summer, at the very least, could salvage some points. We've seen some solo plays quite amazingly in the past, salvage quite a lot. And so he's going to do his best as FaZe finally win and get something going in their favor, as Hal is actually just to the north of this as well. And TSM not even quick enough to get there to do any sort of third partying, as FaZe did not allow for that at all.
They haven't really existed on Taego, FaZe Clan, at all, but here they are. We'll see what they're able to get going as all 4 players survive the initial hot drop. We see the circle swing hard out towards the west, and as we saw there on the arrows too, some southern rotations available if the likes of E-Arena and GNL allow it. I feel like they're both going to try and position to play split, but also keep well track of what's happening on the southern side.
And that's actually a really good point, because both E-Arena and GNL have been the teams that have split and been the most greedy as far as how much space they take. And they're not only talking 2-2 or 2-1-1. They are full-on split, 1-1-1-1, just 4 players out in the distance. But the most impressive thing about that, as Poro and I were just talking about, is they're pretty good about taking risks and taking casualties. Both teams, GNL and E-Arena. So this is going to be very interesting to see them side by side as we go back to this nice little, was that a hollow car 9 headshot onto Ming.
It's not oftentimes you'll see a pro player stand still like Ming did there for more than a split second. They'll always be wiggling from left to right. So this time around, the hollow car 98 for James is arguably one of the easiest bolt headshots he's ever had to land.
At the same time, probably the most stressful, because he
definitely
needed to hit that shot, as he had a Dragon of Ming did trained and ready on one of the members there. I think it was Fex. But yeah, again, FaZe finally. I'm curious to see what they can do on Taego.
Yeah, we'll see. And set currently in 10th place with a little bit of a jump up to Weibo. But then, I mean, once you're in the 70s, potentially 80s, there's no saying where you could potentially stop on this journey that is PGS 3. And let's now listen into Navi, the young guns out of Ukraine, and see how they feel coming into day 3.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-match interviews with Bella. Next to me we have Navi's Fairest, and it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Fairest. And as for, it's like a birthday present. Your team secured the first chicken dinner against 17 Gaming. Can you tell me what was going through your mind when you realized that you were just 2 kills away from your chicken dinner?
Чесно, не було ніяких думок під час гри. Просто ми робили те, що мали зробити, просто виграти ігру.
Truly speaking, at that time we didn't think about anything. We just wanted to do what we have to do. That's a win.
So focused, and you killed it. All right, we'll be back with match 3. Happy birthday, Fairest.
A happy birthday indeed, as we currently see Kwangdong Freaks actually encroaching onto the position of Na'Vi. But as you pointed out, Toby, Soset is so far down to the south. He's not even close to the rest of his team as they're camping this northwest bridge.
And I don't necessarily mind it. Should they be able to get the first knock rather easily, it's a straight-on 3v3, arguably with them an advantage. Soset is currently making sure no one is coming up to potentially third party. He's setting up a checkpoint later into the circle for them to go to if this fight ends up taking too long. So Hakatori, Defix currently sat on the rock here waiting, giving no good reason for Kwangdong Freaks to expect that to be an opponent. Then Fairest, the one holding the below bridge path, or whatever we should call it, the double-decker bridge here. Kwangdong Freaks opts to go below.
So Diffix just hands out running, trying to make it there in time to just get some sort of damage. Maybe a cheeky little knockout, but no, Hakatori not be able to get anything going as well. That's actually a very good scout from the Kwangdong Freaks, realizing that the bottom is probably going to be the best play. They scouted both sides, and now Hakatori has to be a little careful as Heaven and the rest of Kwangdong Freaks will get out. But there is still Salute on that north side.
Yeah, there is, but he's now, I mean, as they know, very, very alone up there. Being forced out of his vehicle, the US wasn't really willing to go any further as it sent it into the ocean. And now he's going to be playing on foot, at least for a little while. We'll see if they can manage to turn around and pick him up. I know that Guman is still in the nearby vicinity, but of course Na'Vi are well aware that they are near one another. In the meantime, over towards Weibo, who seemingly have eyes on Twisted Minds just down below.
Twisted Minds have really not been able to get much going today. In both games in Miramar, they got a couple kills in the second, but they immediately got wiped and dropped a donut actually in game 1. And so, again, that's not only allowed Sonics to get up a little bit behind them, but Cerberus have actually passed them by 2 points. And look how close that leaderboard really is.
It's absolutely insane.
As Weibo set up now here, imagine they saw a couple pieces there of the...
Oh, they know they're there. They know they're down there. And also, I mean, for Weibo, quiet day 1, but in day 2, while the points weren't massive, that's still where they turn things around. That's why we saw them play more the DD team playstyle that we've seen these boys play ever since Shen joined the roster. Able to go out and take fights, able to play really well as a 4-man together. So if they opt to engage on this, they could be in good standing. And also, keep in mind, yesterday on Vikendi, they did exactly this. They sat up, waited for Twisted Minds to come back towards them, and took them out when they did.
That's a 3 helmet just sitting in that crate. A very juicy find indeed, especially at this level, but it looks like TSM now currently sitting on the very south side of this. In fact, they're the most south team in the circle. They have a lot of room to work with, as you see Curdy set up. Even just to the west of them, GNL, that have to go through Swamp, but the sandwich that I'm worried about for TSM is going to be between GNL as well as E-Arena.
Himas has thrown 84 nades. Now, is that in this tournament, or is that a PGS statistic? 84 nades, that's...
There's no way it's just this tournament, right?
That's
kind of a disgusting stat line if it is.
You know, even if it was, I wouldn't even be, I mean, honestly surprised, because Himas is just Himas. It's, he does damage to everyone in all angles with all weapons, and he can make very impossible stats be possible.
I think he's just like picking them up as he goes, like, I don't have room for this, but I'm at least going to just pick it up and
lob
throw
it over and just casually hit people. Yeah, exactly. Sparking now pulling up with the P90 in hand. And whether they knew he had that weapon or not, GNL is going to dip out of this position because, as you said, they had a better center spot to go to. So always nice from GNL, seeing them being able to disengage, have that fire escape ready, and back off to their favorite spot, which is towards the east.
Still, I mean, we're still in phase 1, though. As you see, a lot of these teams starting to get comfortable, at least currently with their setup, as New Happy taking shots over towards Valley Tai in the northeast side. And New Happy as well in a strong position. They can actually play that entire mountainside if they want to or if they need to, depending on the shift. But the one thing to maintain here, Toby, is that there's still a decent amount of water.
True.
And that swamp, which we do see a lot of games in that, is not at all very fun to play.
There is also theoretically still a North Island in. I'm just throwing it out there, and then we'll move on, and we'll see if it happens. If it doesn't, that's
normally Normally, I would say you're crazy, shut up, don't say that. But, I mean, with the way circles have worked here, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Ooh, Purdy looking around, spots here, and headshot connected instantly. Body shot to follow, and the third will connect as well. As Young will be taken down. Purdy finds a point, a much-needed one of that for TSM.
TSM now, but again, I mean, even 15 points, they're already up in 11th place, right? So they're not still out of it, and every placement point counts. Yes, they may not win this. Yes, they may not place in the top 3, but there's still a lot of PGC points to play for.
It's always interesting when we take a look at the map here with 20 seconds left to go in phase 1, how in Takeover in particular, because there are some positions that are just so incredibly good if you get circles towards you. Normally, we'd see teams try and go more center heavy. There are so many teams that are still committing to edge positions. We see New Heavy, we see Valtai out there as well, 17 towards the north side of the center, because they say it might not be the best position right now, and the likeliness for us to get it is small, but if we get it, if it comes to us, it's potentially a win just having this compound. And for now, well, for Cerberus, that's exactly where they would want to be.
Here we see, once again, Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things. They have one in the glider. It's going to be Ferris. Again, happy birthday. He's probably only, I don't even want to say how old he is. It's going to make me feel ancient. But yes, he is scouting out through the side, and they're going to see actually GNL's Roy rotating out through that compound, and he's actually taking a little bit of damage as well as the Arena now with Sonics crashing straight into this one. His kickstart is going to find one, but Lyrics will find two.
Lyrics, it's insane. He's been stepping up phenomenally throughout the day, but has to reload, has to back on off, and Strimsy instantly there to follow. Comes with a vehicle as well, finds a second. A Sissy now takes him down.
A nice prone there. Zizzy with the right call to take that kill away, as it's just going to be down to Tiggleton, and just like that, Arena has fallen, but the damage is done. Sonics as well will go down.
Howl able to come in and shut them down. I thought there was a world where they managed to reset, but it's not to be, and to make matters even worse, Cerberus just claimed points off of 3rd and 4th place being eliminated. An absolute horror story if you're Sonics here.
It's not the game to have, and the opportunities here to have those big games, especially with the way that these teams are playing and the way that these circles are going. That's going to be a tough one. But remember, Twisted also had a bad first game, and so I guess Sonics now afforded theirs, but they really cannot afford to have another one. Arena as well. They are knocking on the door of 3rd place.
I mean, with the position that Cerberus is already playing, we're looking at a potential 20-plus point game once again, should the circles keep going this direction. So definitely, I mean, seeing them just skyrocket with just 3 games left to play off of this, or after this, would be insane. Unless of course, if Valtai can do something about it.
Valley Ties currently sat in a good position as well on the opposite side of Cerberus, though, who's already set up. Tycon doing a little bit of damage there to the team coming in as Kiss and Unk right underneath, trying to get some util over there, but that nade, no, not quite.
Nope, able to get off in time. Tycon now disengaging him as leaving as well. Again, Cerberus knows like what's to play for. This is a pretty big crossroad compound, so just commit to one side. As Himas will try to get the US turned around. It doesn't spin that well. So able to, fortunately, get it turned. And maybe opting to stay here, I think he is.
Yeah, they just want to...
The fact that they're leaving Haisaki still in this split is... it's telling me that Cerberus is playing with all kinds of confidence right now.
Yeah, the amount of confidence is through the roof, and why not? Haisaki and Solozi, generally the ones that they will send to do these kind of solo holds.
Yeah.
And they have stepped up and absolutely... rose to the occasion. Is once again, it's going to be just a very safe split here, and I say safe because of the amount of information Ferris is able to get for Na'Vi. They do know, I'm sure, that TSM is below them, though.
I mean, it's insane. Everyone, please take a look at the map and look towards the southwest. We know, as you said, the TSM is down there, but they have so set towards the straight west side, up by the road. They have 2 players down on the southern side, and then they just have a Ferris as a UAV flying in circles over the swamp, where he knows there's no opponents. Therefore, the likeliness of him being taken out there is practically 0. It's insane how much not only information they're getting, but how much space they're taking away from everyone else. Everyone except for TSM and Na'Vi are forced out to the east.
I just wish I knew how to fly a glider. I mean,
not that difficult. Just hold down shift, accelerate, and fly.
You say that, but you've not seen me in a glider.
Well, no, that's true.
We now see example, just holding down cold. And this is all happening just to the southwest of Hosan, and that's actually going to be a good shift, though. Weibo is very much happy with that, as is Twisted Minds. They don't have to go too far.
Nope. Arrows indicating a chance for these teams to go towards the city. I think they're opting to go further south around. You can see TSM exactly. They want to come down. They want to take the south. They want to take a fight. Potentially it's GNL, who are currently split out onto the hills. Stella could very easily get full-on pulled up on here.
Cerberus have immediately decided to consolidate, and what a decision. Dude, not only has Cerberus been insane mechanically, right, but even their decision in that last game, their macro, their micro to push Petrichor after they took losses from Larix and E-Arena, they are so intelligent, and that makes them so dangerous.
Sure does. When you have great macro and you add some of the best fraggers on top of that, it just makes you that much more dangerous. Some teams still have yet to make their way on in. Guangdong Freaks and Gen G trying to figure out how they're going to approach. In the meantime, 17 sat dead center here, trying to maintain control. And then down to the south, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, TSM, and GNL are all fighting for south side control.
So Varus now will find Luke 12. That's going to be an easy little flush for him. It's ridiculous that he's doing that still from the glider, just seat swapping there as he's just getting so much out of this. Whenever they find a glider, Na'Vi just tends to have the most control of the map, as we see just off to their east side. GNL still taking shots over towards Weibo as well as Twisted Minds, but 17 have set up in the center of this circle, and New Happy still need to make it in.
Whenever I see 4 guys in a car like this, I get a little bit worried, but we'll see. We'll see if they can somehow bring this clown car into the circle without taking casualties. They are getting ever so much closer to GNL, and with them going downhill here, I don't think there's any turning around from the shots that should be coming from Roy and Hammer real soon.
It's also the worst car to be in if you're 4 up. There's no cover. It's just an open backseat essentially. And GNL actually just let them in, okay?
Either you shoot and try and fend them off, but when they realize you're, kind of there on your own, they're going to pull up on you and take the fight, but they back off again. They still have compounds to play, so smart understanding on their part to disengage. In the meantime, TSM has to make a move, realizing NH Esports is there, but realizing it a bit too late.
Ming will find Sparking, and there's no way the TSM go back for that, so that's going to be a point in their favor as Alo now trying to rotate out of the blue and just trying to find something to play, but he's going to find nothing, and TSM will fall.
It's actually Divix from afar, able to get the flush there as well, taking him down, and more points garnered for Na'Vi as they try to climb further up the leaderboard.
So New Happy almost, I don't want to say gifted, but very fortunate that GNL had another position to play, and so they will at least for the time being take this southern edge in the southern corner. They'll get a little bit of loot as well from the players that they killed, and a P90.
On Ming
Why not?
As well. Oof, that's going to be dangerous come late game should they be able to get into a distance from where they can utilize that weapon. Gen G we talked about before, trying to find their way into the circle, currently with eyes on Howl as Tosi, connected on by some shots from Code Marco, will fall, but should be resable. As I say that, no, there's an angle up above from Cerberus, of all teams, of course.
And again, I just look at this wide split on the west side for Na'Vi, and the circle will shift right towards them, which gives them a big opportunity. And now Twisted has a decision to make. Do they try to go straight through Weibo? Do they go for that southern wrap and maybe fight New Happy? They don't have a lot of information on that side of the circle as it is. And then you have FaZe.
For Twisted, there's no other way they're taking the fight to Weibo. FaZe, as you say, they have more options available. They could try and wrap north with the circle closing in 35 seconds already. It's very limited how much time, how big of a window they have to try and make that play. In the meantime, now Gen G, of course, aware they have to try and make a play here as well as Rex comes on over and takes down Code Marco.
Nice, beautiful little 4x spray. He'll see the second member there, the Mad, maybe going for a res. Does he see it? No, the smoke covers it, but he has a nade primed and ready, and this could be an easy flush and kill. Just a little too far, but no, it's perfect. And How will go down. 2 points more for Gen G.
Huge for them to try and climb the leaderboard. Currently set all the way down in 15th, but as you can see, points are close between the bottom teams, so definitely placements to be jumped up here with a good game.
So now looking at Guangdong, again, a team that likes to remain relatively quiet in the early game and try to make their way into position more towards the mid-late game, will find their way into Swamp, but Swamp is already very much taken by Na'Vi, spread out. As you see Soset here in the back line, and he could potentially even get a backstab here, is at the very least for KDF, there are 4 strong.
Yeah. Harris has already revealed his position as well. Kind of solo player on a shack right now. He is their spearhead, their forefront, their info gatherer alongside Soset. And then they have, of course, Hagatori and Diffix with a nice rooftop position below that or behind them, which can prove very supportive when you're being shot at by up-close teams, that you can kind of just being able to distract an opponent for 2 seconds saying, wait, we've been shot from afar. That's when you peek on over. That's when you take your shots. And just like that, as I said, Soset is going to peek on over and find Salute.
That's exactly what they're doing. Is now Valley Tai is just rotating straight through the center here on the road as Gen G is well making their approach.
Whoa.
At the very same time, there is a dip here to play, but it doesn't have enough room for all these teams.
They're going to go there the exact same time. This is a full-on pull-up between 2 teams with nowhere where to expect this. 2 players down from Gen G, already a third there, but it's not gonna be to be for Gen G. Down they go. Valentine, clean sweep, takes them out, and important that they're doing it so fast too. And here comes Twisted Minds, straight down towards New Happy.
And New Happy will find 2 members knocked down as it's just going to be Twisted trying to survive. Lou will run away a little bit. Perfectix not even stopping at this point. And no, not even a chance. Twisted has been given nothing in this.
Absolutely slaughtered. Just Perfectix makes it out alive. But where, oh, where are you going, my friend? I think he's going straight towards Valentine, right in the middle of the server. He goes as example, gets flushed as well. Himas now peeks on over, wants points for the team as Cerberus continues to dominate.
Cerberus just constantly in this position to avoid the chaos and come in late and absolutely tear up the teams in front of them as they still have a 2-2 split. So Lulzy and Tycon on the north side. Haisaki now taking the fight back to Valitai, even though they just got a wipe. Their reward has been nothing but the 3-headed beast down their throats.
Circle goes right up the middle. NH Esports with a move to make. Do they crash the compound? Do they try and wrap West around, potentially all the way over towards Na'Vi? And the spot they've currently got control of. And also for everyone in the server, really, how do you stop Cerberus here? They're in a good position. They have north side control. The server needs to take them down together.
Meanwhile, Summer has been just trying to survive as long as possible. Remember, he was the last one left at Petrichor in that hot drop with FaZe at Buksan Sa, but I can't imagine he stays alive for too long here as Himas trained on him, now realizing that the fight between them and Valitai is going to be much more clean to pick up. And New Happy as well, starting to rotate in on the east side around 17 with FaZe and Weibo fighting on that side.
Multiple fights taking place now on the east and on the southern side at the same time here. Perfectix trying to fend off, doesn't need to do anything because Na'Vi is there to help him out. EU helping one another as Perfectix and Twisted Minds gets to live for a bit longer, but out towards the east we go as FaZe struggle to get a foot in the circle. Now, NH Esports are able to wrap down below. They get a couple of points off of it too, so now it's just Cold left alive on the side of Weibo. So many players eliminated here as 4 teams try to brawl their way through.
At the very least, those 17 really do seem to be benefiting from that little ghost buff as they now find themselves controlling the east side. They still have to contend with New Happy, so it's not completely free yet, and there is still 1 member there of Weibo off into the distance, but they're getting a little help from GNL too, down from the south side, Toby.
Perfect position really here for NH Esports. The rocks that they have give perfect cover against 17, against GNL as well. Unless if they push up close, there should be no fear for them. It's only phase 5, so Cold, he can tank this for a little while longer. Little does he know that he's 1 team elimination off of placement points too, so he'd be wise in trying to stay alive for as long as possible.
Meanwhile, Na'Vi down to the south side have started to slow their way, slow their approach into the circle. They do have a few ridges and a little bit of terrain to play there, but
if all the space, I mean, look at how much. There are 5 players in the southern half of the map.
Yeah, but the most important thing here for Twisted is Perfectix actually managed to make it into a shack. Now he's very well known by, I'm sure, most of the teams at this point, but he will survive a little bit. He's already gotten a few, well, not placement points yet, but he's almost there.
Yep, sure. There's a couple of solos trying to hold on to any placement points. They can get Summer being one of them. Yuta lopped on over now as he, I think, just expends whatever he had left. Cole will fall Summer immediately to follow as we make our way into set placement points. NH Esports are gonna wrap north. They will get ever so much closer to 17. This fight is bound to happen, and be ready for immediate response from Cerberus when it does.
17 have set up, and they're very much... Xiao Wu will find a double Panzer, and he'll get the flushes as well. Little Ghost will find a knock, just down to 1 member now, as New Happy, Nevermind, is wiped out.
Yep, here they come. Over the top they go. Na'Vi, Cerberus working in tandem to take out 17. Just Joe left alive. GNL wants a piece of this, but they can't quite get into a position. You can see Diffix, you can see Fairest fending them off, denying their approach up the hillside.
As if Cerberus needed any more help.
Insane.
They're now going to push towards that east side, and they're going to clean up what's left of the 17 knocks. Still 2 members alive, though, for 17 Gaming. Suju probably not going to get rezzed, and there's still so much utility on the side of Cerberus.
This is a perfect nade. It's going to be, I would imagine, on point at least to get Little Ghost down. Shu with the nade to follow. It's on his feet, and Sololsi and Himas lopped 2 on over and takes 2 points off of it.
Is there anything that Cerberus can't do at this point?
It's insane. It's absolutely
insane. And they still left Haisaki to the north side.
Yeah.
But still, KDF actually with 4 members strong somehow.
I mean, it's a Cerberus 3-man push, and as you say, Haisaki is playing a split role right now of not only looking over the shoulders of his teammates and playing Overwatch, but also fending off against the entirety of Guangdong Freaks towards the west. Hammer will find Perfectix, so that's Twisted Minds down. At least they get a couple of placement points off of yet another salvage game.
Which is crazy because every point is going to matter here. Na'Vi now starting to strike. Still 5 kills. They've done a good job of controlling the south side as Ferris will find Roy. GNL now starting to get into trouble as Cerberus realizing this on the other side of this will most likely push, but that's going to be a flush now and down. Another knock. Hammer will probably fall. It's just down to Stella.
A great finish here for either Quantum Freaks or Na'Vi. Sets them in a very good race for top 3 territory. We'll see who's going to be able to bring it home. 15 nades for Na'Vi. 14. Make that 11. Sorry for Cerberus. So much util still to work with for these teams.
Oh, Sololzi, though, has to be careful. Stella getting a little bit of damage there. Himas now taking over, stepping up to make sure he can continue the rain of fire there of util and keep Stella in a position where he can't really advance or maybe get a nice little knock. But look at Na'Vi now making their push, wrapping on the south side, trying to get rid of GNL and taking that fight to Cerberus.
Oh, and they knew exactly where he is. Divix right on the money, takes him down, and now Haisaki infiltrating enemy lines. Prone down Nate and hand lops one over. Spots Salute jumping around, but I'm not sure Salute has eyes on him. Now with the Nate being close by, they know there's someone in the nearby vicinity, and therefore Salute backs off.
To be honest with you, Toby, if Cerberus wins this fight on 2 fronts, I don't know if there's
scary.
anything that's going to stop them at all, as Na'Vi now making the push and Cerberus starting to position themselves a little bit more towards the north to receive that KDF push, as KDF is probably arguably in the worst position.
It quite literally is Cerberus against the world right now. Na'Vi on one side, Freaks on the other, trying to dismantle our current first place team, who is looking in as good a shape as they've ever been. Coming off of an insane win on Miramar, looking to do so here again, but look at how close they are, as finally Divix peeks on over and Fairest is able to take down Tycon.
First knock is going to fall, and that's going to, imagine, hit the dominoes in that direction. Another nade, Sololzi with a beautiful dodge, but no, the other nade will land on his feet. Himas, what can you do? The last player alive.
Trying to make it out of here is not going to be an easy task. Na'Vi will still be up on the hillside, still be inside the circle, as they get even more points on the other side. Haisaki, though, not done yet. Finds Hakatori. Will get the flush off of him as well as they get kill number 8.
Oh, and they will finally fall. It took nothing but 8 players to take them down. Sosid, though, have taken an aggressive angle on the west side, putting as much damage as it can to buy the other duo of Na'Vi some time to make this push. In fact, Na'Vi now with all the circle control.
13 kills for the boys in yellow. Na'Vi, such a phenomenal performance in this game, maintaining control from start to finish, but with this circle being just exactly over the ridge line, they have a very hard rotation to make, and therefore will try and get as many kills down, as much damage done before having to make that play. The issue is Bean ain't in either, and this is a 3-1 that I think Na'Vi is looking very poised to win.
The amount of control that Na'Vi has maintained throughout this game is nothing short of amazing, as they have Bean cornered now, and this is all but theirs to take. And he's gonna, is that a nade? Just made himself deny the point. Na'Vi, whew!
I mean, you know what? They're set in 4th and 6th in comparison. It makes perfect sense that you're not giving the points over to the guys that you're currently chasing alongside to try and make your way up the top of the leaderboard.
No, there's nothing wrong. In fact, that was a very wise decision to deny that point, especially because Na'Vi, as you said, starting to climb that leaderboard. And the dangerous thing is they're starting to get comfortable, Toby.
I feel like Na'Vi in this game were never squeezed within 1 kilometer of one another. They always had flex positions. They always had spread control. They dominated the entire west side of the server. The reason we saw so much chaos out east was because Na'Vi forced the teams out there. They hurdled them out there, sat back, waited it out, and claimed themselves a 14-kill chicken dinner.
And again, it was all on the back of Ferris, sitting in that glider, the angles, the UAV, but that's going to do it for our Tego game as we head to a break with the desk just after this.
We said that maybe only Cerberus was going to be the one to catch up with Twisted Minds and Sonics, but more curveballs. We asked for them before this game, and here we are. There is a world where Na'Vi joins this top pack and makes a run for it. What am I watching, Avenger?
Honestly, we were going to go back to PGC 22. They're going to get 3 wins in 5 games and take the championship away from the 2 teams that are expecting it. Back then it was 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds. Now it is Sonics and Twisted Minds. I feel a little bit bad on Sonics and Twisted Minds' behalf, right? They're setting themselves up and solidifying themselves with such a lead down to 3rd place. We were expecting a 2-horse race here today, James, and they have just inserted themselves into potentially a 4-horse race. Here it could be one more good game for them, and it could be a 4-horse race. But let's see what Cerberus has got for us as well for the rest of the games.
Right now, today, every game so far, banger after banger after banger. What?
It's been insane.
The cool thing about it is, as well, is Cerberus was playing so well about kind of controlling space, moving in that 2-2 split, sending people early into the middle of this. But Na'Vi knew exactly when to swing around, go for the sandwich, and go for the throw.
You know what the problem was? That shift towards Guangdong Freaks, that northwestern shift that kept them in so that Cerberus couldn't just defend from him. It opened up the door and the opportunity, because that pushed Cerberus down to not taking and holding that hill. They couldn't hold 2 angles like that, and that messed up. And that made sure that Freaks and Guangdong Freaks, they could push in behind them and take that hilltop behind them, and then completely sandwich Cerberus in the middle here. But the man of the match here, it is going to be Divik. 6 kills and 686 damage. Very impressive for Na'Vi so far.
They're playing beyond their years.
They are.
Like, when you look at how these kids, they're kids, basically.
Yeah, just turned 20 today for Ferris. 19, 20, 21 years old, these guys, and they're coming here and land. And you know, what a perfect day to do it on the last day on the Grand Finals. I love it.
We
some of the best games, honestly, and some of the most exciting games we have seen in the Grand Final day so far.
I posed the question, the notion, the idea that just 2 death segments ago, I'm like, these kids, man, in a few tournaments' time, they're going to be absolutely balling.
Like, they're going to be insane at PGS4, but no, they want to be insane today. 24 points so far. 13 for Cerberus keeps them in there with a little bit of a cushion down to the rest, but they continue. Like, imagine the confidence and the morale these guys are getting from this. Like, they have never been in such a stage before here.
It does feel like they're playing a little bit carefree here. As we take a look now at the overall leaderboards, Na'Vi has joined that 100-point plus club and is looking to try and stare down Twisted Minds and Sonics that are just ahead of them. If they get one more game like this, they will be rivaling for podium. Cerberus, though, is starting to leap ahead a little bit. The fact that they got themselves so far in this game, I said it whilst we were watching backstage, right? As soon as they moved to that compound, I'm like, that's a game-winning compound potentially. Of course, it did not materialize, but that's how strong that compound is in a circle like this. We kind of get the tendencies to an extent when it comes to Taego, and that is a great launching pad to set up a good campaign.
It is. 12 points down to 2nd place. 16 down to 3rd. Still doable. We're only halfway through the day. We have one more curveball of a map going on to Vikendi.
Yes.
And then we're going to go on to stability on Erangel. And I feel like if you have a really good lead there, you're going to be able to garner just some points. But Na'Vi, man, what a day for them.
Here they are. And look at them. It looks like they have no care in the world. I don't know what we're watching right now.
It's focus.
And
they have their eyes on the prize, James.
Well, when you look at Cerberus here as well, they definitely do. They know that they are currently playing some magic PUBG esports, and if they can continue to make it happen, then they could be our champions. And I think a lot of people came in thinking Cerberus is definitely one of the contenders. I don't think, as much as Na'Vi holds kind of a name value in PUBG Esports, in esports in general. Yes, they won a World Championship, but it was a completely different roster. I don't think people had Na'Vi on that bingo card.
I don't think so either. And if they're able to get 4th or 3rd, that's a huge accomplishment for them. Even.
Agreed.
But right now, it is a long jump for them to win it. They have to win another 2 games before they would actually be close enough to take Cerberus home.
20 seconds before round of Vikendi here, as you can see, the man himself, who is almost certainly going to take the MVP spot, Himas, is staring it down. Will the Hounds of Hell continue to control that #1 spot, or will these 3 challengers to the top be able to do it on the Tundra? Let's head over to Vikendi.
Thank you very much, James and Martin. This has been by far one of the best grand finals as we see so many challengers stepping up to the top 3, Toby.
It's been insane. It's been phenomenal to watch how all these teams, when you count them out, come in and surprise. Na'Vi with 2 wins in 3 games, but still, Cerberus up there. Not a single game so far outside of top 3. If you're on the hunt and currently struggling, every single match is just going to take you that much further away.
The problem is just that they're so good at controlling their early game edges, or even if they're center right, they split up and they're 2-2 splits, whether it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Taikon, whether it's Himas and Sololzi, whether it's Haisaki, they are just able to dictate so much control in their portion of the circle.
Forcing teams off, you know that if you go into their territory, there's with bullets to follow. As we see yet another very fair plane here, straight west to east practically. Teams will split on out, not assuming that there's going to be any early game commotion. We had a little bit of action in the first game of the grand finals, but not expecting to see anything here.
Not too much, especially when there's so much on the line, especially when so many teams are close. Now, I'm not even talking about the top 3 anymore, even though there is a little bit of separation there between Cerberus, but even, like I said, down from 4th place all the way to 12th, they're only separated by about 20 points, which is really nothing.
A lot of prize pool, a lot of very important PGS points on the line for these teams that are all, of course, trying to not only do good in this tournament, but qualify to PGC at the end of the year as well. And that qualification starts right here, right now.
So, okay, a coal mine circle.
Spicy!
Interesting, as well as that massive frozen lake, which I guess counts as water, right?
I love the variety. I love the variety. We've been east, we've been southeast, and now we make our way up towards the frozen ocean as well. The sea of moving ice. Well, not moving so much, at least not anymore, because it's frozen solid. It is very much frozen solid as how Quantum Freaks, TSM, well, they're gifted with great spots, so let's see what they can make of them.
So something that I will say about this portion of the circle, though, Toby, as opposed to the rest of Vikendi, is normally with Vikendi you have a lot of different compounds, smaller buildings. Oh, whoa, hold on.
Oh, Riggs. No, he doesn't even have a weapon, so Lolsey makes an easy one of that one, and you know what, that is a... As feels Batman as they come, guys, they have been looting here every game so far. They've been here, and you know what? Actually, that's not entirely true because they have split further southeast down towards where Addo is. So a bit of a curveball for Cerberus to try and claim real estate closer to the plane path this time around. But for Rex, just not ready for that one whatsoever.
Yeah, but anyways, before I was so rudely interrupted by Gen G and Cerberus fighting. Yeah, so normally with Vikendi you have a lot of these compounds and really good terrain around those compounds to fight around, but with that massive frozen lake, Toby, there's actually really not that many great spots for this many teams to set up in, and so that's going to cause a lot of rotational woes in the early game for a lot of the teams coming in later rather than sooner.
There is an, I like to call it an Arctic, like half container camp out in the middle of the ice, and we've seen many teams, when the circles do end up out on the middle of the ice, many teams sat there early on able to win games. But we've also seen many teams go there early, go, haha, we're going to win from here, getting literally pulled up on by half the server, and therefore all of those players ending up dead. So this area of the map, while, as you say, we are limited in how much is really playable around here, I don't feel like we ever see repeat end games. And and I don't think this one's going to be anything we've seen before either.
And so as we see KDF and Petrichor there, some are actually taking one of the spots, and that to that point that you just made as well, it really is important for you to take one of those spots as early as possible in order to maintain as much control as you can, especially with all the rotations coming in, as we now see Summer kind of peeking his way over towards KDF now. Kwandong Freaks, Salute, and Bean are currently sat in this compound, and
They're baiting this. They're waiting to see, like waiting for someone to pull up. You can see they're not looking
look
to
at
reveal.
TSM.
They're not pulling out ARs, but now more vehicles are being hurt. And I think if you're Summer, you're just leaning back and saying, thank God I didn't pull up on that, because in about 5 seconds time, he's going to hear a lot of guns being fired.
Yeah, and Purdy Curdy's scouting the compound for his team. There's no way to actually know if there's someone inside. Salute will find Sparking, but fortunately not a flush quite yet.
Nope, not a flush. Able to get around the corner, around the wall, as now Nate being underhand thrown outside. Shouldn't be doing any damage, as all of TSM now in this position. Keep in mind, Kwangdong Freaks very, very split currently. Just 2 players here, and they are going to be the only 2 players from KDF able to try and hold this position off.
The problem, though, for TSM is they have no idea how many people are in this compound. Could be a solo, could be 2, could be 3. Purdy going for a spray, doesn't quite get it. Salute, though, will not whiff that one as he finds Purdy and gets a little bit of damage onto Alo as well.
You don't take down the current world champion easily as he finds the third, goes for the pre-fire as well, almost gets one more, but Alo is able to take him out. Damage will be done, but he's now solo player left alive and just in time for the rest of Kwangdong Freaks to pull up.
Cuman now coming on the backside of this one as he's going to hop in, but no, not even needed. KDF will wipe TSM off the face of Vikendi.
We see Summer now opting to pull up on this. I think Ixleft is saying, guys, no, Summer, this is a bad idea, mate. You're alone down there. Ixleft is in a position to help out, but Chewy and Summer, Chewy, the last remaining player, are nowhere nearby. They're still further south. They're not in a spot from where they can really aggress on this. Summer pulling up on this wall, I think, has to be miscommunication.
Yeah,
it doesn't look to me like Ixleft wanted to do that.
I was going to say, this is unnecessary at this point. Yes, they have 3 members. They lost 1, but this compound is very easy to hold with 3, especially because Summer is all alone. And there's no reason to push his compound. Petrichor has a decent spot on the ridge line that they can hold, and so they need to get, if they can, Summer back up.
Yeah, we'll see if they commit, if they opt to go for it. Ironic that Summer would be in trouble on Vikendi, as we see here. If he can make his way out in the live, you can see again Chewy trying to make his way out of this position, not wanting to go for this, and I think Summer should be able to disengage. I know he's sat in the building right now, and I think Petrichor right now are just going to be like, you know what, Kwangdong, you can sit down there, but you won't be able to scout a single thing, because we'll be a thorn in your shoes literally for the entire game. Unless, of course, it's Arena opts to engage on this.
Another potential early game. That's a flub here for Twisted Minds as Roy will find Perfectix. Roy has been the bane of so many teams, Toby.
Yep. He is single-handedly taken down both Sonics and all other teams as well. Now Twisted Minds might be the next ones in line as the rest of GNL now finally here to try and help out too. Will be dishing out damage momentarily. Still up. Able to find Luke, catches him in the open. And I feel like we're just watching history repeat itself here with Twisted Minds yet again. Struggling on the final day.
Yeah, I mean, they were, again, just amazing first 2 days of the Grand Finals. Perfectix will fall to Roy, and that's going to be a flush now. As the rest of GNL starting to come in on this, Patulans, he says, you know what, I'm sorry, you're on your own.
Yep, Weipu now pulling up on this one as well. We know they like third-party opportunities, and they're going to full-on engage on this. I would imagine, as I say that, no, actually chasing down Perfectix off this position is what they're looking to do. Make that Patulans, actually, trying to make his way away. And GNL, able to live with the scare, able to get the rest on up, claiming this position, the Arctic container compound that I called it before, the satellite disk in the middle of the frozen lake, as they'll be sat tight at least for now.
Another strong position as you see Hammer just sat here with his vehicle now trying to make sure he doesn't go down. That's going to be Weibu taking shots. Mamu also taking a little bit of damage. We'll reset here as, again, we talked about it. There's not much to play, and so you see these early game fights for these vital positions, these very strong footholds for these teams to take early. As 17 as well in a strong spot. KDF still maintaining this position. And Summer, as you said, and I think smart, just be a thorn. There's no need to commit to anything. Sit in your building. If you get a knock, great, flush it. The rest of your team is there, but there's no reason to push the pace here.
Not at all. They know that one player was taken out, so they do have the numbers advantage. But again, right now, they aren't in a position to really aggress on this properly. Summer is sat there with a really nice angle, actually, holding a lot of building crossings. Potentially able to spot a guy in the open just a second's time. But to go back to the fight we saw before with Freaks and TSM, credit to Kwangdong Freaks for yet again this time around being Salute. Yesterday was Human. To be able to stall for as long as he did. This guy 1v4. 1v4 almost took them all out. Yesterday was Human running circles with Sololsi from Cerberus and Miramar. These guys are good, man. Give them 20 seconds. They'll stall as best as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, GNL just does... Kwangdong Freaks does a really good job of actually avoiding the early game fights, right? But in this case, they can take those fights as well and come out on top, especially with 3 members against TSM. Very well done by KDF, but still they have to deal with Petrichor above them. Fortunately, they're in a position where even if the circle shifts hard any direction, they will still be in and have a choice to make once that does come about.
Again, I mean, we're seeing GNL do exactly what they did on Takeover. We have 2 positions to play. If one of them gets pulled up on, we disengage, we go back to our teammates, they apply suppressing fires. You can hear the bullets hitting the vehicle there. They're not going to chase us, we're going to be fine. And I wouldn't be surprised if Stella and Neon now, instead of going back to the compound and 45 4-man up, they're going to go out and find a new spot from where they can sit and maintain their splits. And then when one of them gets pulled up on, they go back over there. And now let's take a look at the statistics, something we doesn't talk about too often. 34 kills stolen from Himas. We talk about individual skill, we talk about mechanical upfront headshots galore, but there's such an insane level of IGLing needed to be able to position you and your team and your fraggers, most importantly, from where they can just third-party fights at a distance.
Yeah,
like minis and MKs galore, just tap people in the open with nothing to risk themselves.
And that's the thing, Cerberus has really no wasted space, no wasted movements. Their rotations are very direct, and they have, you know, they have an idea of exactly what they want to do, whether it's going on edge, whether it's sending it towards the center. They're so effective, and they're so deliberate about where they like to end up, and this will shift right on the center of that lake.
Wait, chat, is this you? Did you spam dancing dinosaurs in the chat while we got this game started? Is that where we're heading? No one is in Dino Land for now, but oh my lord, would I love to see a Southern hard shift to follow this circle. Having said that, look at the split. Look at how many teams are currently up on the northern side here, Godspeed, compared to down in the south.
Also specifically looking at Na'Vi and Sonics here
Yeah,
on the north side, very much outside of the circle. Now there is multiple options for them. One of the best ones actually being a wide western rotation, but the problem is both teams can't take that. As you see Sonics now starting to set up, they hear the vehicles of Na'Vi going through. Is meanwhile back at GNL's position. They are now dead center of this circle.
Yep, that's and the Batulin scene, and that's once again Twisted Minds in trouble. Now, right off of that, Sonic starts fighting as well as Kickstart finds Stivix and Na'Vi taking their fight to one another. In the meantime, Heaven got knocked just before, and that's going to allow for Petrichor to try and pull up in this position.
So Petrichor will, Hakatori will go down, and just like that, Sonic's dismantling Na'Vi as Petrichor, as you said, making their move. Summer has been in this compound the whole time. Heaven has fallen. Beaten now, really the only one left is Guman is trying to drive in and offer some form of support.
Well, buying time when your team's going to pull up is one thing. Buying time for one player to come help you out is another. As Bean will fall, Guman, nothing he could do to try and get him back up on his feet. And you could see this is what they were waiting for. Pero sat here knowing, guys, when you leave, we're going to find one on the exit, and we're going to take him out, and we're going to destroy your game because of it. And that's exactly what they did.
Again, only a couple points behind 8th place now and
Yeah,
getting 7th. So Petrichor slowly with the climb. There is still 3 games, including this one. Going to make something happen as we have 2 Erangels next. And Valley Tie and New Happy seem to just they cannot get away from each other.
Not at all. Here they come. 4 versus 4. Full-on compound fight in the making. I don't think Valley Tie is going to back off of here. And even if NH Esports could, I don't think there's any world in which they're planning on doing that either. Well, that's a DB on the
games,
floor.
it seems like New Happy and Valley Tie are just stuck at the hip, as that's a DBS.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something you ever want to go up against, especially in a close quarters fight in a compound like this. As Valley Tie trying to get a little bit of distance, a little bit of elevation there, going to the 2nd floor. Kiss, though, will get a little bit of damage. I've been so impressed with Kiss.
To make matters even worse, too, they're fighting for a real prime real estate compound here on the southern side. Good thing for them is that no one is really nearby enough that they can get a proper third party in right now. But once we start seeing knocks, once we get more shots fired and people become aware of what's going on here, expect to see teams looking in this direction. Well, out on the western side, currently in control of about 20% of the circle is Cerberus, who could very well be looking this way.
Shocking that Cerberus would have so much circle control, Toby, in a stage like this. But yes, as you see, oh my god, it's ridiculous as Sonics, after doing quite a bit of damage to Na'Vi, now making their way onto E Arena, pushing up on this hillside, but it's going to be Jacob fight. Why is Jacob so good at spray transfers?
The 1-2 punches from Jacob and Lyrics has been working for E Arena all grand finals long, and yet again, they do not disappoint. Shrimsy down below, Atrian on the side, trying to make something happen, caught completely by surprise by these players up above.
The problem is no damage has been exchanged, so E Arena will peek over fairly unscathed, and still all the pressure is on to Sonics.
Yeah.
As they do somewhat get Lyrics to back off, but Jacob now starting to crest over this hill.
Yep, Blizzard coming this way as well. They want to get this fight done with as fast as they possibly can. Circle swings towards the north as well, as GNL is now sat dead center.
And Petrichor now has actually come in on the north side of this. Summer behind, and just like that, the Sonics have fallen.
3 games in a row, Twisted and Sonics out early on. Cerberus smiling as big as they can as Petrichor now, as you said, pulling up 4-man strong, trying to take the fight to E-Arena.
And this is so smart. Petrichor knows they have a lot of points. They have a lot of ground to cover to catch up on this leaderboard and say they've been looking for fights. First and foremost, they got the KDF fight underway, and now they realize that E-Arena was fighting with Sonics, and after they wipe them, they know that their back is against the blue.
See now here, Lyrics, able to dodge and weave. Oh, that made a little bit of damage done. And Jacob, he's been tanking all of these for a good while now. Now back up on his feet, trying to flex out, trying to get a little bit more info of what's happening on the other side of the bridge. As Summer looking to reposition off of the circle shift there.
Wisely, though, Petrichor isn't forcing this, right? They realize, look, they shouldn't. And they shouldn't, exactly. They realize that there's still some room for them to cover. They're not even in the circle, so they're going to back off a little bit. Meanwhile, Valley Tai and New Happy still entangled in this compound, which is just on the edge. And no casualties except for December 12th, so still very much a somewhat even fight. It's still 4-on-3 in favor of Valley Tai.
Goes to every single fight. Always have a plan B. Always figure out where can we go that isn't this position we've just pulled up on to try and get out of here. And for Petrichor, that was a bit further south. They effectively wrap around E-Arena, but they see Gen G right in front of them, so not too much they can do to try and chase them down. They'll settle for Cold Mine for now, but now they're both going to have face to deal with.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with, essentially with the arena again, but at least they're in the circle this time. Gen G now, as you said, just kind of sandwiching themselves between FaZe as well as Petrichor, and another nade will go down. Longskur will be knocked. At least they did get a knock onto Kiss, so a momentary pause.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
and they will get Longskur back up. So again, this fight has gone to multiple resets now, Toby.
Sure has, and a lot of space for these teams to acquire coming off of this as well. Oh, that nade was so close, but no knock coming through.
Surprised there was no knock at all from that nade. Mingmi still up. And they know at least we're 2 members of Valley Tai, so they're focused on that, but still, it's going to be Unk to find one. Mingming responds immediately, and that's going to be a flush as well. So now down to a 3-on-3. No, and it's just down to Mingming.
Valley Tai impressing every second of the way. Not the strongest individual team you would see in the world, but they've been able to take the fight to the best of them, and here they take out New Happy as well.
Impressive once again. They'll hold on to the southeast side, at the very least recover just a little bit as E-Arena now moving, and they were fighting earlier with Petrichor trying to rotate around them, but they're going to rotate straight into Howl as well.
Howl is wrapped up on the northern side, heard all the commotion that was taking place up here, and they want some free points if they can get them. Issue is they're not as free anymore. Code Marco, Quetpa stuck out in the open. Quetpa knocked as well to make matters even worse with now 17 and Weibo in good positions down below. Circle, swings, we're going north, up towards the hillside, southwest of Coal Mine.
And finally, FaZe have been given a break. They're 4 members up, Toby, with this point of the game, which it's been a while since I remember, but that still Cerberus maintained all the control in the southwest.
They can completely shut down where they're looking where Tycon is on the far southern side there. Cerberus is not taking any chances. They don't want any snakes coming in behind. They know how big a target they have on their head. They are on the wanted post, and their bounties are as high as they come. If you don't deal with Cerberus, you don't win this tournament.
Meanwhile, Hal's still outside the circle, having to deal with 17, and they pulled up here early, Toby, on the east side of this. Weibo, though, as well, with the only little, I guess, ridge line you could play in this lake on the east edge. And they're going to have really good angles onto 17, actually, and so it's going to be Petrichor, Hal, and 17 that have to make their way down into the circle. There is a wrap available, but that's going to be straight into GNL.
Take up, chilling, Gumin doing the exact same thing, hoping that the server or the circle edges will start burning and maybe allow for them to get some placement points, but I don't think that's necessarily to be, at least not for now. As Howl now, full speed forward, pulling over, spotting Petrichor on the rotation, but they have their eyes set on Gen G, I think.
They're passing right past Petrichor. Code Marco will fall, and so now it's just down to the Mad Quetpa, I believe.
Where are they going?
I don't know. They're actually driving straight into one of the last members of E-Arena. Ticker there, ready to receive. There's no way they're ready for this. They're not. He's going to fight too. No, Mamu actually gets the Mad.
Able to find the first one. Tigger able to stay alive with a little help coming through from Weibo down in the open. It's now Howl's Quetpa, solo player trying to stay strong in his position that is far from favorable.
And 17 have utilized that opportunity, that distraction to push on to Weibo Gaming. Mamu will fall. Suju with a little bit of damage on his side, getting a nade across, but there's still one member of KDF that might be able to get some sort of angle, but no, he's actually proned out.
Yep, Cold finally able to peek up and over, but can't quite find the knock initially. His position has been revealed, and now he's isolated from his teammates, and I think 17 is well aware of this. They want to take the fight, but the issue is Petrichor is shooting at them from the north.
And this is such a smart play from Petrichor. Get rid of the teams on the east side, then backfill them and take control of this. Shen has decided to drive off as his cold. They realize they cannot hold this as a duo, and 17 now will completely take control of the east.
17, Weibo have to dip, we have to get out of here, but where do you go? Is this where you're prone? Is this where you built your fort? It's not optimal, but in this circle, there's really not a whole lot else to go for.
Still GNL though on the south side, fairly comfortable, Toby. Haven't had to do much as Valley ties Megalos after winning that fight. On the south side with New Happy will make their way onto the center of the circle right under the bridge.
So in best action movie fashion, they crossed over this train bridge with their cars just before the train came running their way. So able to get off the bridge, but now with Cerberus to deal with them, they will become aware of that very, very shortly. As Letai already taking shots, him as all the way up close. Once they see those names in the kill feed, I'd imagine they try and back off.
And Na'Vi has been stuck in that position for so long as a duo. Now a circle will once again favor them. Shen now being the last one alive, potentially. As Cerberus starting to make their way in, and Cerberus again is just starting to sandwich Valley Tie, which makes it so difficult for them to make their push up.
Yep, Valley Tie well aware there's a team set on their northern side. They don't want to go there, but at the same time, do you really want to fight Cerberus 4-man strong? Probably not, so they are going to concede. They are going to give up this position to Cerberus, who are now on the southern side, and with full knowledge that there's no one set behind them, chilling here for a little while longer.
So Shen, unfortunately, will not be able to get cold up as Valley Tie is just on their doorstep. They'll take over this position, but again, as you said, Cerberus right on their backside, so really not much they can do but hunker down. As FaZe as well on the northwest side coming in, and Petrichor driving right towards Hal, and they'll find a knock, and Hal will fall. The last member could not do much.
Able to take him down, but now with this cart fort being built well within Nate distance of multiple players, as I say that, no, not quite to be any longer as Taker falls, but 17 wrapping up here should be able to do some damage. The next team that's going to have to make a move here would be GNL on the far southern side. They're now starting to find knocks onto 17 out towards the east, potentially setting themselves up for rotation in the making.
Yeah, but even on the north side of this, Toby, Gen G still with at least 3 strong there coming in, and they're going to have to contest with FaZe, who have not had to do much. It's been a mostly quiet game, actually, for them, all things considered.
Is suppressing.
Sitting up and setting up on this side, and so, yep, Gen G is going to pull up right underneath Corexi.
Yep, Corexi now getting the help from James. Full speed sending it down the hillside. Gustav and Akana as well. They are well aware of the importance of maintaining this mountaintop. Petrichor on the other side wanting a piece of this action too. So all these players are completely bundled up. James now nearby trying to help out.
Nades abound. Lots of util going out, but fortunately for FaZe, not much has actually landed as, again, Gen G down to 3. Barpo will find a nade. Corexi will fall, and so that's going to be maybe a sign to Gustav to slow things down, but no, Barpo's actually going full push on this. He's going to spot Gustav, and he's going to get that knock as well.
Yeah, James finds one in return as well, but off of a nade, and now finding himself very isolated here in the open. Fex down there as well, but they have a difficult valleys of playing with Petrichor coming on one side, Gen G on the other. Just Fex left alive. Joey peeks on over, takes him out as well, and that's FaZe down in 8.
Petrichor with 9 kills, really starting to make their case for the top of the leaderboard. 88 points. They're only 1 point behind 7th place, and that's New Happy, who's already fallen, but Gen G still need to make something out of this game. They still have 3 members up, but they have to get back at her, but I don't think they can.
Look at the reaction play from Petrichor as well, taking out FaZe. They knew who was set up on the hilltop. Instantly, they get in their cars, they wrap back up, and now they can try and force Gen G to play the lowlands. They can force them into 17, force them into potentially Valatai as well. This could be a game-winning position for Petrichor. Even if the circles don't come here, they have perfect vision of what's going to happen down below.
Gen G so close to being down. Chewy with the perfect nade here could end their game. It looks good, and it is. Chewy will get rid of Gen G, and now the Northwest is under control of Petrichor, but the shift, and Cerberus now has all the control of the circle, literally all of it.
Fairus goes beast mode as we take a look up in the north, as he takes down the entirety of GNL on approach. Him and Soset potentially able to get back on their feet as now Lil Ghost full speed forward. One of the fastest reacting players here in all of Chinese PUBG. Lil Ghost always there to make quick plays off of mistakes, off of fights happening between other teams. Instantly repositions to the south to try and help out 17 to potentially give them a spot from where they can push in
And this is exactly what 17 has been missing, Toby. His little ghost comes in, and all of a sudden, things are changing. They're already in 10th with 80 points, but realistically, the problem of this lobby, the problem of this current game in Circle is still Cerberus, as they are continuing to separate themselves from second.
Everyone's happy that Cerberus only sits on 3 kills, but with 15 players still alive in this game, 11 potential kills for them, there's no saying where this game might take them. The 10 placement points alone would be absolutely atrocious for the likes of Twisted Minds Sonics, who were ahead of these guys by the start of the day.
Oh my goodness, the molly's in the blue zone. Yeah, Kiss, you will go down. The molly will also land on Megalos, and he might get the first aid off. In fact, he will, but
they're going to pull off.
Kiss is done. Yeah, there's no reason not to. He's a solo player. Petrichor know this.
Yep, well aware of what's happening down below. Now Shanghai Saki taking shots over the top, as well as Cerberus continuing to just claim space. They forced Valtai into this position earlier and can now take over the bridge where they were sat just before, with complete vision of both what's happening to the east and up towards the north.
Meanwhile, Na'Vi, as you said, just sitting on the east side, they want to get into the circle. The problem is 17 is going to be holding him out, as Megvalos is actually alive here much longer than I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're spending 4 blue zone nades is a bit of a surprise to me. Usually not the best util against the solo, especially not when you're out in the open. But Megvalos with the jammer pack, able to live through that one, will be able to sit tight for a little while longer, and I think for now, while they know he's there, while that's of course annoying, they're looking further. They want to get knocks on Cerberus. They want to get knocks on 17. If that can open an opportunity for them to get a complete wrap on the circle, that would be much better than them finding a solo and just getting 1 foot down the mountain.
The problem now, though, is that Cerberus has had so much time to gain even more control of the south than they already had. They see Haisaki all the way on the west side, so maintaining as the rest of Cerberus is just beaming over towards Na'Vi, and they will be fairest to fall. Easy as you like. Cerberus now up to 4 kills and still many more to gain, as long as they can just maintain control, which I don't even know why I say as long as. It looks like they're just going to keep it for the entirety of this.
That should be Meglos down. As I say that, no damage at all somehow, but that vehicle explosion, maybe that's going to get the better of him. Nope, able to dodge and weave that as well. Meglos just not wanting to die. Finally, Ixler with a shot on over the top will take him out as this fight starts happening as well. This could not be better timing for Petrichor to try and make a play.
So said in a nice little pocket for now, but he's been found out. Nades util coming his way. He's stuck in the blue. First dating, but I mean, he is pretty much just on borrowed time at this point. 17 on that side as well. Petrichor now with an opportunity to make a play down to the south, but the problem is Himas and Haisaki specifically very much in a position to receive that.
Petrichor can dictate a lot of how this game ends, and if they know who's where, you know who you'd rather be shooting at. If you're trying to hunt, if maybe not for the first place, but somewhere near that, Cerberus needs to be taken out before it gets too far out of hand. They're already 20 points up. Twisted Minds in second place.
Soset's still actually alive. Quite shocked that he's been able to survive this long. How many meds does he has left? He still sat in that blue. 17, though, very much aware of his position. Yeah, and they're just bombarding him. But as you said, that's a lot of util. In fact, it's too much util for one single player, especially if he's just going to heal there. Just let him heal and bleed out.
Half a guy dedicated to holding the angle. Half the other guys look the other way. Look for Cerberus. Look for Petrichor. The thing is, they know he's in the blue. They know he's waiting it out. And while he's doing damage, this is not going to matter too much more. Soset will fall. Na'Vi out in 4th as we make our way into top 3, where once again, Cerberus, 4th game in a row, find himself.
That gives 17, though, a lot of room here to wrap on the south side. It's just Tycon that's been focusing on their position, and as you said, Petrichor with the ability to dictate this game as long as they don't take too many casualties. But now the way Cerberus is set up, it's going to be much more difficult for them to do so.
Watch out, Tycon, there's a train coming your way. They want to have you guys run over. Salolsi now, again, these off angles, they're so hard for Petrichor to deal with because they want to peek, they want to like get vision on the other side, but every time they do, it's so incredibly hard for them as Cerberus Salolsi is able to just contain them, and Tycon is on solo 17 duty. He's sat down here by himself trying to fend off against a potential shoreline push.
If anyone's going to do it, I think Tycon is the one you choose, right, Toby? But yeah, as you said, that's a very difficult job, especially because this entire ridgeline does favor 17 as long as they can start to get towards the center of it. But as you said, Tycon just being a thorn in 17's side. Meanwhile, Petrichor just looking for an in. Chewy has found a little bit of a position, but the other two are stuck.
Oh, and look at the way that Tycon is using this ridge line. Peeks over once, goes to a new position. Doesn't instantly peek it after. No, he's making them second guess. He's forcing them to spend time on him. As Petrichor now out of the vehicle, have the ridge line, but they are up on the road. Not an easy place to play, and they do not have any smokes left to work with. A burning car, a deployable shield, and Chewy proned, hoping to find him as.
The last shift of the game will in fact just zero. It will just donut up, so it's going to be an even shift for about everyone. 17 still in a very strong position to hold that south side. That nade not close enough to him, as Tycon still keeping tabs on 17. And at this point, Cerberus really need to worry about this position on the south side.
Well, this is where Cerberus is so incredibly scary. Yes, they only have a couple of kills in this game, but that's the thing. They never care about getting the kills. They just come to them. Their play style is about getting all 4 players into the late game. If the kills come their way, sure, they'll take them, but it's not mandatory. The fact is just they're so dialed in right now that, I mean, this might as well have been a 15-kill game. They're so on point.
And that's the scariest thing about Cerberus is they get the high-kill games, but they never hunt for them.
Exactly.
They never hunt for them.
Yep, it just fits with their play style that they're able to rack them up as they come forward. When you have that skill.
And this is, and I was just going to say, this is very wise now as Cerberus realized that 17 is probably the bigger threat currently, and so they send 2 people now to potentially watch that south side. Haisaki now with a little bit of support there for Tycon as the train comes through. That's actually an opportunity for 17 to maybe move up.
If you can run fast
and
enough.
they will. 17 partially moving up a little bit. No, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it's a little dangerous to try and cross on over there now. Petrichor in trouble. Chewy, the guy prone in the open. The off-angle player found by Sololsi, but off of that play coming through, Sololsi getting one that's going to allow for 17 to creep further west and most importantly get inside the circle.
Potential game-winning play here from 17 to take all 3 members there. Leave one on the east side. I like that. Shawu now is the anchor and put as much pressure onto Cerberus as they possibly can here as a spray come out, but a trade 1-for-1.
Trade 1-for-1. Exactly what Petrichor wants to see as they still have high ground control. Haisaki taken out by Ixlif as much needed points go their way. Tycon down to 1 HP, forced to prone down as Cerberus is trying to stall, trying to allow for Petrichor to help out more against 17.
And 14 kills, still 2 members up for Petros. Ming and Ixlif now making the way down. But look at this, still there's 2 members of Cerberus trained onto Petrichor. As 17 now starting to move up a little bit on the backside of this. Ming with literally 1 HP.
Missing a couple of crucial shots there, but fortunately able to get the knock in the end as Tycon now finds you as well. All teams taking casualties, but Cerberus, the team in the most trouble here, has to prone forward, has to continue forward. 17 with the rich line to work with is working perfectly for them, but the double blue zone nades now coming in.
And that could actually be another knock. Show will fall down as so much damage now going on the way of 17. Meanwhile, Ixlif has put himself in a position to dictate the center of this circle now moving as it closes on every single side, Toby.
Tycon down to the blue. 17 gaming again. Perfect use of this rich line. They knew the importance of it. That's why they stayed down there for so long. That's why they waited for Tycon to look the other way. This position is going to be a game-winning position. They get 3 players staying on their feet as Sololsi gets kill number 5.
The crazy thing is, Ixlif doesn't even have a vest or a helmet, love. He's basically naked as a blue zone will fortunately miss, but Himass and Sololsi stuck on that tree. Shawu will find Himass now, opening up an opportunity for 17.
At this point, everyone's sitting on 3rd or 4th knock. If you want to get those reses up, you have to commit to them instantly. Sololsi commits the feet, goes out to the blue, will fall down, and now it's a Chinese battle for the last game here on Vikendi.
A miracle would have to happen here for Ixlif to find this as he's basically naked, nothing left, half HP. Does he go for the deny or does he actually go for it here? Shawu just around the corner. He'll find one. Wait a second.
1 HP.
And 1 HP. He's still driving. No way. But 17, welcome little ghost. Where have you been all this time?
What a performance. What a jump up for 17 to be able to rock their way back into the race for maybe not a first place, but a hell of a lot of PGC points.
It was actually one of the sickest Vikendi games I think I've ever seen, especially that ending, man. Cerberus, though, continues to gain those points.
Looking at these teams coming into it as well, normally it's the center teams that are able to hold down the fort. 17, the team furthest east. Petrichor, the team furthest north. And Cerberus, the team furthest west. They crept in. They played the edge that's been open this entire grand finals. Played it slow, played it smart, and all 3 of them had phenomenal games.
2 games left, and they are both on what map, Toby?
Military Island
They are on Erangel Military Island as we head to our last break before the final 2 games of this Grand Finals of PGS 3.
아 다른 팀이네. 아, 나... 야 이거.
Boy, oh boy, is it great to see 17 Gaming back on the board here, especially with Lil Ghost being able to be the eyes, to be able to know exactly where they need to go to be able to pressure some of these teams. They've got themselves a victory here in the Grand Finals, and it's nice to see. It's nice to see.
Yeah, happy for 17 to be able to step up to this level that we know they're capable of playing at, of course. And as we've seen them years back and previous years, they're PGS 1 winner.
Yep.
Slightly different roster with what they're playing on now, but yeah, Lil Ghost is definitely a huge impact player. So happy to see him be able to play here the final day.
Especially as we get towards the final circles of this and we see the shutdowns go down. Petrichor Road even, I should say, being able to take a spot which should have really been phases, it felt like, when we were watching the games, but look at what materializes off of it.
Yeah, on that northwestern side there. I would love to see some teams drop out of the gondolas and just go absolutely ham there.
The
but
gondola?
Didn't happen though. Not that many kills for 17 Gaming. They came in from a defensive position and didn't have as much impact as we saw in the teams in the north. Of course, when you have a team like Petrichor Road being able to wipe up and kind of clean up the whole northern side with the amount of teams that are up there and the amount of kills that are available for them, and also get some towards the late game, of course they're going to get double digits in this case.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, as Suju will take that man of the match here. There's only so much you can do when you're on that side of the frozen lake and you're like downhill from a lot of those teams up to the north. And when you're on that side of the frozen lake, one, you have to wait until a lot of the teams south of you have kind of petered off a little bit, but also you need to then move slowly. Like, you can't be going too quickly alongside that in order to be able to be aggressive. Because if you are, then eventually you think that, maybe Cerberus peaks over, maybe they're going to be able to slow me down and maybe even get the knocks.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried that it might have been another Cerberus 20-plus point game here for them to absolutely run away with everything, but of course we had 17 Gaming and Petrichor Road slow them down a little bit here and take the majority of the points towards the end.
But that's the thing, right? When we were looking at Cerberus's position, and it's important for us too, considering that they're in #1 and so far ahead right now, they had so much room on that southwest side. Nobody was contending them. 154 points at the moment in first place. One team that was going in that direction, because they didn't really have many options, was Valley Tai, but they saw them cross the train bridge and just instantly were able to shut them down. So there was no threats to Cerberus for such a long time in this game.
The amount of points Twisted Mind has today is scary. Like, it is... I'm sad for them, honestly. Sonic's 11 points so far today, and 6 for Twisted Minds in 4 games, James.
there's a
in
world.
4 games.
There's a world where those two teams, if they continue. Okay,
taken over by Na'Vi?
Well, I wasn't going to sugarcoat it and say choke a little bit here in this grand final day. Yeah, they could be taken over by these two contenders that seem so hungry for it.
We played 67% of the game so far.
Yeah.
66.6
for today.
Recurring. With only 2 games to go. Like, they need to have 2 absolutely insane games here to actually catch Cerberus. And there's no way in Hellhound that we're going to see Cerberus go with less than like 4, 5, 6. Like, they're going to get points. Then they will realize, okay, we're not going to be able to win this game. We're just going to get the few kills that is available to us, the few placement that are available to us, even if they get hard shifts away from them.
Yeah.
They're going to get points. So, again, the scary thing is, are they going to realize, somebody has to stop them. Somebody has to stop them. And if it's not the whole lobby collectively going against them, because right now they're looking unstoppable.
If people don't stop them, they will be the champions. We are going to go to a break. When we return, it's the grassy pastures. It's Erangel here for PGS 3.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
马路两个打残，就是打残。马路两个打残了，跑一个，别进我打包，马路接起点车库外面。我关烟了。哎，马路的，马路。打我来了，兄弟。我脸上。现在倒地了。走过。车库里面。一滴上面。架子上面一滴，跑出来了。哦，门口一滴的，没打药的，一滴确定。nice。丢着，坐那边。好了，你这边我插包。打包。输吗？没有，左边坡，对，就这里。我看到我。一滴的。右闪，脚包上。右闪，我给你爆。左边。我在往左边跑了，来过来。一起。还没打药呢，就正前方趴着了。来，这。
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
2 games left here, Toby, as we head into the final day and the final map that started it all. We head to Erangel.
We head back to the old tried and tested, but tested in ways as of this tournament that I don't think players saw possible coming in to PGS 3. No, Erangel has been the ultimate joker of this tournament so far.
Which is so unfortunate for all the players who felt so safe on Erangel, as we've seen so many melee circles as well as hard shifts, and quite frankly, the shenanigans on the Classic has been more than classic indeed, as Cerberus currently leading the charge as they somehow managed to separate themselves more and more from second place simply because Sonics and Twisted just continue to have early game woes.
A third, a win, and back-to-back thirds to follow. These teams need to start ganging up on Cerberus if they want to take out the three-headed Vietnamese beast. I don't see a world where they're just going to make mistakes and go down on their own. It's going to take everything from all the remaining 60 players to try and deal with it.
And Kalaris brought up something very, very important as he was walking back to the green room. It's the fact that Cerberus is not only playing so confident, but no one is really giving them a hard time. That split on the west side was so greedy, but they didn't even care. They maintained control the entire time.
We said it from the start of the tournament. We saw how impressive Valatai was in doing it, how impressive E-Arena and Na'Vi has been in doing it as well. There has been so much space on these circle edges, and Cerberus realizing it coming into the final day. Why go aggressive? Why hunt for kills? We are ahead. Let's play time. Let's let teams make mistakes and then feast off of their arrows.
Okay, well, we once again head back to Erangel, where it all started, as these teams will finally fight to see who will be the champion. Cerberus want to maintain their lead. Another very even playing path is I'm not even worried about the planes anymore at this point. It's really the circle that I'm waiting for.
Yep, Circle 1's going to pop in just about a minute's time. Will be interesting to see how that's going to pan on out as teams do make their way down underground. Now, the good thing for the rest of the world here is everyone knows where Cerberus lives. So if you want to take the fight to them, you can get there early. The thing is, as we've seen many, many times before, they do not go down without a fight.
At this point, I think even hot dropping them would be a detriment to the rest of the lobby, because they're probably just going to get those points anyways.
Even more confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So Cerberus is, land right there towards the center there in the east of Pachinki Hill. Is the rest of the team set up fairly evenly, and only one team actually make it all the way to Sosnova Island on a melee base. That's going to be Gen.G, where they normally loot.
Yep, Gen.G sending it all the way down there as we see all 16 teams now spread out. Again, no big confrontations early on. We haven't really had those on Erangel thus far anyway, so wouldn't be surprised to see anything go down in terms of crazy shenanigans in the early game here as we see Circle 1 pop. Okay. And it's going to take us out to the east.
Very normal, say, for the initial pop. Very normal circle on the east side prison. And Mansion Circle here is Hallows in a very good spot to set up, and yeah.
Early game control points, I mean, it makes sense, right? You want to come in from the north, you want to come in over Potato Mountain as well, especially if you're far on that western side, because obviously we're all the way on the eastern coast. Eastern wraps are going to be hard, if not near impossible to make, so the closest you can get would be up over Stalper, maybe even wrap over the way Kameski, but I don't think that's going to happen. Having said that, it might actually just end up being the case because we see the likes of Na'Vi up there in the plane path pretty much touching Kameski early on.
Yeah, make sure you're visiting PUBG Esports, especially if you have a team that you really enjoy watching, whether it's 17, Sonics, Cerberus, Twisted Minds. Make sure you follow those team perspectives, because it also will help you learn quite a bit, especially if you're a young and aspiring PUBG player.
And quite a bit of languages too. If
exactly.
You want,
in case
if you're not a native speaker of the team you're watching, then who knows?
It always does help, as Gen.G currently find themselves in 15th place. I mean, TSM as well, not far behind. FaZe, I mean, these are teams that we thought would be fighting for the top of the leaderboard, but it has just been a grueling event for them.
But I think at the same time, yes, we thought to see them fight further up, especially based on, the likes of both Gen G and TSM group stage performances, but I think it's also the same things that have caused them troubles here in this grand finals. It's early game. I don't want to necessarily say mistakes, but losing players early on, taking fights that they maybe felt were necessary or just couldn't figure out a way out of, and then losing players, which then leads to, when you have the likes of these edge teams that play all 4 in the late game and are phenomenal fraggers, you can't ask even of the likes of FaZe to say, guys, can you just 2v4 Cerberus with full health and all util?
Leave us the hell alone?
It's just not going to happen. And teams are hunting. You saw it there with Cerberus, him as over 30 kills stolen. These guys are so good at third-partying these early on engagements with no casualties at all on them, but they wound other teams heavily.
And that's a very good point that you bring up. I think the biggest issue for teams like FaZe, like TSM, even HAL, is the amount of teams in this lobby that like to play Edge and that are good at playing Edge cause a lot of issues for teams either rotating in or, as you said, like FaZe has tried to disengage from fights before in previous games, but they just can't. And so they're committed to the fight that they don't even want to take in the first place, ended up taking too many casualties, then they have to go for a salvage game, whether it's just 1 or 2 members left. And it's not just been happening to FaZe, it's been happening to multiple teams.
I'd like to see a statistic on how much the teams that get the majority of the damage done with DMRs over ARs, how much they also sit on average in points. Because I think teams that get the majority of the damage with ARs, meaning they can take shots from afar, they can potentially third-party steal kills, they also, again, tend to get better late-game presence. And therefore, you'd imagine they also get to wrap up some extra points.
And then 17, a team that has come in today. Little Ghost, where have you been this entire time? This is almost like a completely different team. Much more proactive, much more confident. Been able to climb up the leaderboard quite effectively.
But it goes back to when we saw it right there, the rotation. Who's the spearhead? Who is the info gatherer? Who is the radar on the team?
It's the littlest of the ghosts.
Every time they split out, every time they flex to try and claim new real estate, Little Ghost is the guy going out there gathering the info. And while I don't at all mind Show coming in as a player because he's a phenomenal fragger, I feel like subbing in a fragger and then taking out your only info gatherer was always going to hinder them.
roles.
It was always going to hinder them.
Had nothing to do with Show's ability to play the game.
Not at all.
It was
just you subbed out your info guy for a fragger, and you don't need, or you can't play PUBG with exclusively 4 fraggers.
No, you cannot.
You need an info guy.
We've seen it before in the past. It does not work. Another thing that I'm very curious about is now that Cerberus has a 24-point lead on Twisted, had a 26-point lead onto Sonics, is how is the pressure now starting to mount on those two teams who both had a little brief stint at first place, but now have been trounced by Cerberus.
Also, how much do you commit to saying, God, we got to take out Cerberus, or how much do you say, we just got to play our game? Like, do you try and actively go for first, or do you try and see if you can even stay in third and second, respectively?
Yeah. Na'Vi is knocking on the door of Sonics and Twisted, as you said, E-Arena as well. And that's the thing, Petrichor had a great game for themselves as well in the last game. If they just get a nice little 10-point game, E-Arena, KDF kind of struggle a little bit. They're right underneath Na'Vi in 5th place.
Yep, sure. Every team, again, we see teams usually take their time on these rotations, but this circle with just 2 games left to play in the entire tournament, teams are here very early on. To be had, not as a suppressor to be put onto it, but at least an in the open for whoever opts to go out and claim it. As we see here, Weibo actually, this is not sounding like much, but it kind of is. In a 2-1-1 split. I know they're close to one another, but unlike what we see from Chinese PUBG teams these days, but loving the fact that we're now, even though it's late in the tournament, seeing Weibo up to try and do these splits, because in China, it's pretty much all 4 guys in the compound or a close 2-2 split. This time around for Weibo, opting to spread a bit wider. I like how they try to play more of a, let me call it, Western style of PUBG, where you try to claim more real estate early on, because keep in mind, these guys, while of course PGS 3 is everything that's on their minds right now, have PGS 4 coming up in a week.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a lot of these teams that are in the grand finals now maybe not even make it to the grand finals in PGS 4.
Oh, I imagine PGS 4 will be a different beast altogether.
Big time.
As you were saying, and to your point, looking at New Happy, they are very much staying in that 4-man formation, the traditional Eastern style of PUBG, but Weibo actually, for the most part, has played more of these splits than I think any other Asian team.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for GNL, who is just everywhere.
That's Korea. That's Korea. They like to be spread as thin as they possibly can. In the meantime, Na'Vi, a team who already have 2 wins under their belt today, looking, of course, to get even more. As you said, within striking distance, up that top 3, but still a bit of a jump up to Cerberus in first.
Panzerfaust knockouts. Okay, Xiaowu with 2, and then Hakatori and Huin looks like 1 apiece. And
that's got to be just today, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've definitely seen some Panzers, but we actually haven't seen too many of them over the course of the event, right? We've seen them sparingly here or there. I think that little bit of a nerf definitely helped, having to pull out that little sight. But first kill now, James.
This is the smallest thing again in the world, but for the fact that FaZe gets a kill to kick things off this game, I hope that's a smile on their face. I know it's been frustrating in the FaZe game that they've been running into so much trouble in the early game over the course of this grand final. So for them to say, finally, it's not us losing a player, but we actually get a kill in the early game, that's going to bring a bit of a smile in a situation where they're obviously not in the leaderboard where they wanted to be.
I'm sure the first circle post as well definitely helped their spirits just a little bit, as I talked to Gustav as we're heading to the back there, and I was like, you know, how you doing? He's like, I've been better.
It's all fair. I mean, it's all fair. They have very high expectations for themselves, so of course not the tournament they would have won it. And in a position now where, as you're saying, from where they can get a hell of a lot of info, regardless of where this next circle goes.
TSM now will also set themselves up here, just on the edge there of J Compound, still just to the west side of Volcano, and they can actually just sit here. I don't think they need to go too far in.
Not at all.
Just wait for this rotation, wait for the circle to post, and see what they can get as well, because they're currently sat in last.
And to go off of TSM, loving the fact that we're seeing Purdy wrap up north now. We see here long skirt, 3 taps coming through. Fourth is going to take him down. Nice dialed in there by James. Purdy's going to go further north now as well, which again is what we see from some of these edge teams. We saw it from Cerberus in the previous game. We've seen it from Na'Vi all tournament long, who, ironically enough, is currently at 4 guys. Actually, no, that's not true. They're in a wide 2-2 split. But Purdy going up further north again, establishing that highway, setting up just dots on a string for them to potentially wrap north, should we be going towards the eastern side, or wrap straight southwest around, should we be going down towards the south.
So really strong position, this linchpin on the west side for TSM, and see what they can do. I mean, they still have 2 games. They can easily shoot up to 12th, 11th, 10th.
Definitely.
Yeah, so the possibility is there for them, but they're going to have some massive games as we look at the Sonics now, who, again, just seems like every time something goes right for them when Twisted falls, they fall right behind them, and then Cerberus is the one to pick up all the pieces, as Shrimzy now taking some shots over towards TSM.
E-Arena in the E-Pickup. We haven't really seen too many teams up to go for E-Pickups as the circle sent us up towards Mansion. What better place to end this game than potentially in the Hall of Fame, where all of these players are hoping to someday have their names written in eternity.
Especially some of these players already have their names up in there, but yes, look at these rotations coming out. All these teams now opting to go for a little bit of an early one, as they don't want to be caught on the outside of this, simply because, Toby, there's so much open space in the center of this.
Sure are. Cerberus moving forward as fast as I can be. Thought might be they want to go closer. Haisaki at least going up to take the Wizard Tower. Him as there, or at least somewhat in the nearby vicinity to try and fortify. As we see Valentine as well opting to go further east, but a lot of these teams, as we said before, already in very good center positions. Batulin's able to get a knock. Not sure if they're going to be able to get the flush. No. Heaven sees it, instantly takes it.
That's got to be frustrating, even when Twisted Minds gets a knock early. They
can barely even swap to his DMR before it's already
please,
gone.
Just let me get something.
You gotta be so fast. You gotta be so fast.
It's actually, I think, might so far be the worst day for Twisted as far as points gained in 4 or 5 games. And so they desperately just want to get something going for themselves, as Hal's the Mad now in Mansion, taking shots over towards E-Arena, who, as you said, have had an emergency pickup, which somehow they find every single game or every other game.
They sure are good at finding them on the ground, no doubt about that. I've had talks with other teams going, how is E-Arena always doing this? We look for them in all the big cities of all the different maps, and we just cannot find any. So E-Arena now able to make landfall in the woods. Now, it's a fine position to be in now, but keep in mind, E-Pickup also equals no vehicles. And if we were to see a Southern hard shift off of this circle, unless if they crash into Howl or Petrichor on foot and then steal their cars off of a fort, like a battle win there, they're not really looking to make it out of this forest. So it's a all-in kind of play. But for E-Arena, honestly, being that far on the southern side before, look at what they had for options. They would go through 4 different teams. It's the worst play in a terrible situation.
Also, I mean, you do have to give them the caveat, though. Even though they are stuck there, they can make their way on foot down towards Mansion, right? So they do always have that option, at least work that forest. But you're right. That's the risk of taking an E-Pickup this early. You don't have vehicles. And I'm starting to wonder, do you think just in the plane, one of the members just steals an extra parachute pack, and that's how they always have one? I mean, I don't know, but just spitballing here is New Happy stuck in Milta. Still, Milta Power, actually, they're going to be rotating in. I mean, they have roads, they have nice ridges there to work with, and so their biggest threat most likely would be if they rotate a little bit into Genji, set up on the forest just to the west of Lip.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard the term bait crate. But if you have, then if you haven't, I should say that's one right there. I'm going. Oh God, I'm sure I could make it, bro. I'm sure I could make it. I can get that crate, right? I'll take one of our cars. All our tires go popped. I'll get knocked in the open. You come out and rest me. Then we both get knocked. Perfect. And all 4 grows are.
It's actually a really well thought out plan. I feel like it's almost
that's a winning play right there. It's not like I've ever seen it before. I will say we saw it one time where Shen fully committed to a crate on a bike and actually came away with an arm. So it is doable.
He got out. I don't know how he got out of that, by the way, but that was the riskiest crate in pro play I think I've ever seen. But
he made it. He made it happen. And now, as you said before, New Happy or NH Esports out here on the eastern side looking for an approach towards the north. They did just see, probably also heard, a knock coming through from Na'Vi onto Gen G. So crucial info early on to not know that their team's ahead, but also get the info on exactly what teams it is that are up ahead of you.
Twisted do have a lot of control here. They have a nice position, but they need to worry about Sonics just to their west side. They are open to that angle as this will shift directly onto center of Mansion. And so we were talking about earlier with E-Arena, they are big chilling.
Oh yeah. FaZe in E-pickups already. Cerberus obviously the team that everyone is looking to go out early, having to make plays here as well.
Cerberus needs to fall. If the rest of this lobby, especially the teams in the chase, want a chance to even take the throne away from the 3-headed beast, they need to make sure that somehow, some way, Cerberus will fall. Meanwhile, FaZe now taking that emergency pickup of their own right over the rotation of Cerberus as well as Weibo, and now centering up right in between Petrichor. Gen G, though, taking shots at New Happy.
NH Esports knew what was going up on here. Said, screw it, we'll just send it straight through the middle of all of it. They heard Gen G and Cars, hoped that nothing was going to happen off of it. Fortunately for now, they're able to stay alive. Keep in mind, they lost Longsker very early on, but here comes FaZe, here comes Cerberus. Everybody wants to get in on Mansion.
And this is going to be happening right over the flat top. It looks like FaZe will at least make it inside. Trades back and forth. Hal Quetpas will fall as well as get flushed. It's still 3 members up for FaZe. Very doable. Fex will find another one and the Mad will go down.
Able to stay alive. Gustav could potentially get back on his feet as well as they claim one more. He is down below though. It's going to be a hard revive, but you can see smokes and hands of the FaZe players already. They want to get him up, but Cerberus is holding the angle and it's not going to be an easy revive.
And I will say, I respect Hal's audacity here, but I just think that was too far of a split. If you're going to control Mansion, especially with this center, you need to just pick a side. They were too far split, and that was very greedy.
Off of this circle, too, in particular, not able to withstand the pressure, and by the time they wanted to group up, they were simply, as you said, not in a position to try and fend off against it. Sonics, the only team to yet really make their way into the circle, except for Na'Vi, was also having to make a move, have not quite found the opening they were hoping for. Kwangdong Freaks in the 2-2 split is containing them alongside 17. So Sonics in for a potential Hail Mary play here. And worst case scenario would be them going south straight into Twisted Minds, and then both these teams again for a third game in a row in trouble early on. Teams fights forward, wants to get Gustav, of course, up on his feet, but can't quite get there.
To the dismay of the rest of the lobby, Cerberus have made it into a great position. They actually rotated straight to the south side of this mansion, and now you can actually see Cerberus starting to surround this as 2 members of FaZe will go down. Gustav and Jeems, Corexi and Fex now have to pick up the pieces as Sonics, Shrimzy, and the rest of the boys will go straight into Kwangdong Freaks. Now spray coming out, Heaven will jump out.
H-Win first wants to fall, look towards the minimap to see if Twisted Minds opts to engage on this. They know now full well that Sonics is the team that just pulled up here. They want to take him out. They want to keep at least top 2 guaranteed for themselves. So look to try and see them potentially make a play into this position. Kickstart, able to dodge and weave, doesn't go down to that big, but Guen is going to throw one more.
Unfortunately, though, for Sonics, many teams, including 17, as you said, and Twisted, taking shots in their direction, and so that will buy them a little bit of time, Sonics, to recover. They've gotten all 4 up, but still, the onslaught of utility continues.
So hard to stay alive here with shots coming in from multiple sides. You see Mansion still being fought over as the circle centers up once more. Heaven, Mansion, and the forest up north is what's available. Everything else is open fields.
And Petrichor completely safe in the center there is Twisted Minds. A decision to make. Do they pull up underneath, or do they try to take control of what's left on the west side? There is a ridge on that road that is playable.
Yeah, I feel like you have to stay out here. You have to wait this one out. There's nothing to play in the middle right now. If you commit to the Hell, which is the position just south of Heaven, you're not
too
looking at
risky
placement
this early.
yeah, exactly. It's too early. It's dangerous. But having said that, there are a lot of teams on the northern side of the circle, so maybe there's a world where it's going to work out. In the meantime, now back to the Sonics.
Oh, this is risky,
and
though.
Freaks fight. It's been stalemating for a while, but I only think he goes up here because they heard the cars leave. They heard the vehicles down from Liquid Compound move out. Therefore, Adrian figures, you know what? Now's my time to go for the roof.
Oh, look at this. Xiao Wu just going straight up in the open, trying to get a surround on this. As Shrimzy going for his spray, get a little bit of damage out onto KDF, but Heaven now with another nade primed. That one, fortunately for Sonics, won't land.
This is taking so long for both these teams. Circle already now starting to move in. If 17 is able to take out Valentine on their eastern side, whoever comes out victorious in this fight is going to have such a hard time getting anything done as they move further forward.
Yeah, and Shrimsy just looked back and saw the car of example, realizing that their fight here is on a very short fuse as Twisted will start taking shots. Meanwhile, GNL will dispatch of TSM, so they will fall in 16th place. As Sonics once again need to get this fight done as quickly as possible, but Valley Tai as well will die.
Exactly, and that's what I was just saying, because look at 17 now. They heard all the commotion over here. Third team eliminated off screen as all these sides of the circle are brawling against one another. Now the fight comes through. H-Win falls for a second time. They need to try and get him back up quickly if they want to get him up. And as Bean fights yet another one.
And Sonics are falling apart, but as is KDF, which opens the door for 17 to third party here. Multiple knocks now going down. Salute, the last member alive of Kwandon Freaks. Still 2 members for Sonics.
H-Win just exactly committed to here. They have to hold this position. They have to try and stay alive, but as you see, 17 holding off. They don't want to cross over. They don't want to commit too hard, but Twisted Minds now starting to look in this direction too, as Shrimsy finds his third, will get the kills, will get closer to placement points, but it's still a long road ahead.
And 17 now opting to set up to try to get rid of Sonics, but as is Twisted. They're actually just on that road, the last little sliver of the west side in.
Yep, trying to lob some nades on over, see what they can find, but again, not wanting to commit too much to this fight. I love the way 17 is doing this, because yes, you apply pressure, but you're also forcing Sonics to go the other way when they finally do leave. Twisted Minds now doing the exact same thing. They don't want to have to take a fight out here on the edge of the circle either. They want to take out Sonics before they get inside this next circle.
Sonics is just stuck between a rock and a hard place. 2 separate teams looking at them, 17 and Twisted. This is probably 2 of the worst teams you want even looking in your direction, as they still have to get out. You have to wonder how many smokes they have, how much utility is available to them. Meanwhile, Petrichor just sitting in the center, taking shots at everyone, so comfortable as they get another shift.
I'm thinking, like, is there a really weird world where you just go down here? You don't want to, I mean, you cannot give points over to Twisted Minds. You want to go north. You know that Twisted Minds is south of you. You know 17 is the team up there. And if you have any idea that Twisted Minds might be nearby, you cannot give them a third-party opportunity.
Looks like it's going to be Sonics to send. So they managed to get Hwin up. Shrimsy now healing up in the blue. Hwin and Kickstar just to the base of heaven. If they can get inside this building, even in this dip, they'll be okay for now. But this is still very much open to the angle where Twisted Minds is. No! Example will find Hwin.
And now they know exactly what they're up against. Kickstart falls, H-Win's down as well, as Shrimsy, the solo player, left on his feet. Still miles out, and the blue is trying to do anything he possibly can to stay alive.
Beautiful thing here, though, for Twisted is they think it's safe. However, 17 could potentially ruin this for them, but they at least will take the dip for now, and so Twisted against all odds.
Oh, the nade!
Wait a second, Summer, though, will find a nade.
Petrichor not allowing them in. I love the flank down from Summer here. They know they have Weibo down below, but they need to deal with the guys up close before they can do anything else. Petrichor peeks on over, and just like Sonics took damage, now Twisted Minds does as well.
Only 1 member left for Twisted Minds as Weibo make their push. Petrichor, as you said, wisely choosing the team closer on their north side.
Incredibly great hold here from Petrichor. This is the hardest side of this circle to fend off against, but they're able to do so without taking a lot of damage. Example, practically teleporting into the car there to get away, and Shrimsy now able to find some points over this one. 2 Ixlip fending off solo play in this position. Hellspink there to help. Will find the second, and that's 17 out.
And out of all of this, Shrimsy actually survives, and he'll actually have something small to play on the west side, as GNL, though, will start to make their rotation here on the north.
Almost in placement points too. It's still a bit away, but if one nade goes well placed here, that could be placement points in the making. It connects, but not enough. NH Esports down in the meantime. That's towards the east as Na'Vi is starting to take control, and just like that, Twisted Minds fall as well.
And Sonics has slipped into 2nd place. And meanwhile, this fight on the east side here in Mansion is still going on. It's going to be Cerberus with most of their members still up, but just as I say that, they'll lose one down to 2 already.
This could be tournament right here. If Cerberus comes out victorious in this fight and somehow makes their way inside the next circle, it could be game over coming into the final game, but let's see, maybe. Correxy, Fex, do you have it in you to shut them down?
They need to. Haisaki getting dangerously low, so Lolzy still up as well, as Tycon is still resable. And all of a sudden, they just need a little bit of time. Slow it down, Toby. Slow it down. Roran's still alive as well for Hal, so still burning, though, in the corner, and the blue is really starting to hurt.
Yep, sure is. Phase 5 going to be Phase 6 in just a couple of seconds. Ruined, limited how long he's going to be able to stay out there for. Tries to get the flush on Tycon, not gonna happen. Next circle is gonna pop. Where, oh, where is it gonna take us? Miles out into the open, up to heaven we go.
And look at Weibo, though. They've completely taken control of the top of heaven here on the south side. That's going to be all 4 of them up as well. Na'Vi as well, a little quiet this game. The ability to maybe gatekeep here for Sololzi and the rest of Cerberus.
Sitting now at a plus 20 point lead. This is looking scary because with every second they stay alive, that's placement points that they're making. Finally, now Hagatori going down and said, well, if no one else is going to take them out, at least let's us try. They're sat in 4th place. They want to get further up as finally Cerberus are taken out.
Na'Vi now with 126.8 kills. When did he even get those?
Again, I mean, the amount of wins they have today already make it 2 in 4 matches. They're looking to get one here as well, but it's going to be a tough, if not near impossible, journey to this next circle.
And even Petrichor have managed to sneak into 5th place now, 109 points, but Weibo with 87. If they get a big kill win, they have 2 kills now, but if they can win this game and clear out most of the rest of this lobby, that's going to push them all the way up to 7th, 6th even.
Yep. GNL and Weibo, a ton of points a ton of placements, I should say, on the leaderboard to be jumped up with a good finish off of this game, as Na'Vi now the only team outside the circle will try and make the run in the open towards the circle with practically half the server looking at them.
How many smokes and util do they have left? We didn't see, in fact, no smokes at all. Just a couple of grenades. Weibo now, just the freest shots in the world, as easy as you like. With their attention directed towards Na'Vi. GNL, though, slowly onto the duo, pushing near Petrichor.
Feel like you at this point, if you're Na'Vi and you know you don't have smokes left, you know Petrichor is still in position from where they can maybe get a point or 2 off of you going down. Maybe you concede. I know these guys are young. I know they want as much playing time on the server as they possibly can get, but as you can see here, there's just nowhere for them to go.
Regardless of what happens here, Na'Vi has done enough.
Oh yeah, it's been phenomenal. These guys came into the tournament. I talked to them coming into group stage. We're just happy to be here. We want to play as best as we can. No one expects anything from us. We just want to go out, have fun, and perform to the best of our ability. And right now, are sat in 4th place at a PGS tournament. They have done far beyond just minimum. They have impressed the entire world.
And they're not done yet. I mean, they've still salvaged every single game. I mean, even some of their bad games have been able to at least get a decent amount of points here, as we see a crate that is just sitting in the center of this, I guess, but Weibo just need to be patient here, Toby.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot to ask from Weibo, but they do. I mean, considering how they played the majority of their group stage, they were pretty good slowing things down, and here they are as well. They know full well that they have the best position in the circle, and for Na'Vi, I mean, in all fairness, if this day continues with the last game as it's done so far, Na'Vi ends in 2nd place.
Yeah. Very real possibility here, especially because Twisted Minds and Sonics just can't seem to catch a break. Both teams getting maybe about 10 points total on the day, and so
I think Weibo is in a pretty good position.
Yeah, they're okay. I'd say they're arguably
pretty decent position for them to be in coming into this one. Again, it's not been a super kill-heavy game for them. They'll take the 3 kills, though, because, again, they know how many placement points are available. They know the importance of staying alive through the end game here.
Again, the amount of PGC points, the difference between 10th and 11th and what they could get if they end up in the top 5, even in the top 6.
With a win here, everything is possible. Boon. They could sit top 5 easily.
So this is going to be a slow burn now, as everyone is focused on SoSaid, you poor soul. As
the one guy who's not inside the circle.
I wonder where he could be, Toby. Do you think he's behind the destroyable cover? I'm actually surprised they're not just completely erasing that off of the map.
I mean, half these teams haven't been moving at all this game, so they probably don't have a whole lot of ammo, and they don't want to waste it on this. SoSaid, you have 2 nades, my friend. How, are you going to take yourself down, or are you going to let the other guys do it for you?
Honestly, denying might be the play, but I think he might be waiting for a fight to break out. That way he has an opportunity to move up. But yeah, none of these boys are moving at all. As soon as that shield falls, 3 or 4 shots hit him right in the legs.
I love the commitment here. SoSaid doing everything he can to stay alive. Shen missing the extra bullet. This tree is only going to grant him cover from so many angles. And in the end, he's going to try and heal it out. Credit to SoSaid for trying to stay in the race for as long as he possibly can.
Good night, sweet prince. Your time is done. Sleep well, SoSaid. Na'Vi, once again, has done quite enough in this game, putting themselves all the way up into the 4th place. Just 5 points behind Twisted and 6 behind Sonics. as we now head to the last fight here happening. Petrichor, if they can hold the line against GNL, will only open the door for Weibo to come in third party.
I mean, we never play with timeouts in PUBG, but I feel like this was the timeout that all the players
everyone
needed.
chill. Look at Sosed. Come on.
Thank you, Sosed. We just got 35 seconds to talk, figure out how we want to approach it, and you saw it. As soon as he went down, there came the push. There came GNL, moving in to try and claim the northern side of heaven.
The problem, though, is when this fight does break out between Petrichor and GNL, it's going to be Weibo that is the beneficiary of whatever the result may be, unless they get a little overzealous and they catch a knock or two, but I just don't see Weibo throwing this game with what they've been given.
We'll see. Never count out Ming. We've seen him do phenomenal things on his own, and now with Chewy there as well.
Look at the position
not all
they're
done
taking.
for, and for GNL too. 4 guys up, still on their feet with some util left to play with. Actually, quite a bit of it. Able to get Ming down that spaceman. There's still one more Petrichor player left to work with.
They're going to be going up to the roof there, but little do they know the amount of control that Weibo has.
Oh yeah,
both on the east and west side. I like this 2-2 split. They're not getting too overzealous, but Mamu now actually going just to the back side of this red long building, and he's going to get on the roof. That's so smart.
Very wise playing, but also a vulnerable position. He's the only player all the way down towards the compound. You can see him looking on the western side, wants to clear that. They already have 2 players out on the east, so as long as he can make sure no one's down there, they know exactly not just where, but specifically which building all the remaining players on the server are in.
But this is what I love about Weibo, specifically Mamu there. They don't just sit back and wait for the fight, right? They completely take control. They're so proactive when given the opportunity to do so. And so now with this, I mean, what do you do if you're any of the other 2 teams left, if you're Petrichor, if you're GNL, knowing that you're being herded into the north side?
Have you ever heard the tale of 7 nates in a glass house?
I have not, actually.
No, it ended pretty explosively.
I hate you. Where's Poro?
GNL, how are you planning on getting out of here alive? Again, with having been here for a while now, Weibo should be fully aware that this is the only building left they have yet to check. Shen peeks on over, forced back down into cover immediately after, but again, they're just waiting for GNL to have to make a move.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about how much advantage and control Weibo has, but once again, if they make a mistake, if they lose a member, specifically if Spaceman goes down, if Mamu goes down, that completely opens the door for GNL here. And don't forget, Chewy is still a solo here alive in this building, and he's in.
Danger of trying to play split positions, but it's only
nicely done.
Able up on the roof, able to get him down, who has been able to successfully get into this fight proper for Weibo as he finds the flush onto Roy, a big name to take out of the equation before the fight even started.
Nice nades here, so much damage again. The angles that Weibo has are just devastating onto GNL. So what do you do here? I mean, do you try to go for the one story there? Do you even every time they peek a window to try to get a knock here, they're just getting absolutely devastated. But Chewy, are you kidding me?
What a flick! What a turn to take down them both! And while he might not end up winning the game, he has just done a massive favor to Weibo.
And can he find another one? Chewy's not done yet. He's getting shot in the back. 1 HP. The blue is coming in. No time to heal.
How is this man still alive?
Mamu has fallen. Wait a second. There is a chance for this to fall apart. Chewy will get a heal off. Not sure if he has any boost left. 1 first aid. He still has enough ammo to take out a whole team if he wants to. He'll land a headshot onto him. Oh no! Weibo, what's happening?
A missed shot on the other side. Stella will find him now. A solo player left alive. Takes the blue, and Weibo will win it, but not in the way that I think everyone saw that one going down.
We said they have to be careful. They can't get overzealous, and that almost fell apart. 2 members going down. But what a performance from Chewy. Headshot after headshot. That flick was disgusting.
And that's what we talk about when we talk global PUBG. Yes, we have Ike's left. Yes, we have Ming. But there's always those extra players, the supports, who in the right moment can deliver just as impressive highlight moments as the rest of them.
And that was a huge game for Petrichor to come up on points. GNL as well, a team that was struggling a little bit in the midfield, now find themselves closer and closer to closing in on the top 5.
While we don't see too much movement on the top of the leaderboard off of this game, the entire mid-pack shifted drastically.
One more game, Toby, to find out who the champions of PGS 3 is as we head to our final break to hear what the desk has to say before we do it.
快，车过亲人了。
Well, there you have it. Weibo conquers heaven here as they're able to solidify themselves the spot, which I don't think I've seen a circle quite as centered on heaven as that, but there you go. We've got the three teams there battling it out, and a lot of cool plays going down in these final moments.
All a hard circle, right? But
yeah,
you still have these teams that are able to lock this down early. If you're able to come in from one of the northern or southern sides where it's actually pretty easy to reach, you have it like Weibo just did. Overall, though, the late game, impressive. Like, some of the flicks, you can just see mechanical skill just blowing through your screen. It's just crazy. I'm just so impressed when you have players like this just able to control the barrel at this rate here. It's just unbelievable.
Well, we were saying it just before we came on camera, right? Like, it's our players are so good.
Yeah.
It's insane skill.
So much talent.
Yeah, and we take a look at the numbers that are coming in from this one. It's a very kind of middling game for a lot of these teams because, again, as you mentioned, a hard circle to play. If you're in heaven, you're kind of biding your time, waiting for teams to come to you, not really being too aggressive here and there. And if you're on those edge sides of things, good luck trying to get to heaven because around it completely, it's no man's land. You saw how doomed Na'Vi was on the east side. So we take a look at the numbers here from Weibo, and it will be Spaceman here with 3 and 400 damage, but Shen, almost 600 damage on him.
Yes. I'm honestly, in this case here, like, the middle pack shift here for Weibo and how everything changes, it's going to change some price money, it's going to change some PGS points here, right? But how important it is to these guys to win a game on the final day, to show themselves, okay, we're actually capable of this. This could set themselves up for PGS 4 performance. It could set themselves up for those 10, 20 extra PGS points that it potentially could be gathering from this here. So impressive. But man of the match is going to be Spaceman with 3 kills and 400 damage. Very nice.
Yep, not too bad at all. Not too shabby. Now, what does this mean for the top of the boards, considering we have one more game left? Cerberus didn't get all that much from this game. Here's the points coming in. Let's take stock of it. 5 points for Cerberus. I'm really going to be focusing on the top here because I want to know this is important for the championship. Sonics and Twisted Minds, they've had a tragic day. They have allowed Cerberus to leapfrog them and get significantly ahead of them. But if one of them did have a big pop-off game in this last one, you know, kind of put everything else aside, and Cerberus was to go out slightly early, which has not been happening so far, let's be real about it, then there is a chance. However, man, Cerberus is playing so well.
Unless Cerberus gets stopped the very first point here, then it's looking very much like a Cerberus win here. Again, and it would be a record. Like, if they get 1 point, it's above 160. The previous PGS wins was only 150 some points, right? 57, I believe, and or 54, 57. But honestly, Twisted Minds started the day on 124 points.
Yes.
They've gotten 8 points, as we've talked about here. Na'Vi, huge step up. They could potentially put themselves into second place if you have 2 bad games, or a bad game from both Sonics and from Twisted Minds here.
Na'Vi came in today 9th.
Yeah.
9th place. And they have gone, like Spaceman, in a rocket to the top. What is this? The fact that Na'Vi, these wonder kids from EMEA, have come here, not a huge amount of expectations on their shoulders, just played out of their minds, and have the chance to potentially be second place in this tournament, that dispels anything. What a ridiculous performance.
If Twisted Minds and Sonics continued their trajectory for today, they would have been
downward slope.
Yeah, not downward slope. They would have been 160 plus, 170 plus point, potentially even going into the last game, right?
Right.
They have really had a hard day. Like, it's really sad to see here, honestly. 16 points for Sonics, 8 for Twisted Minds. 2 top teams that had higher than ever average performance on the 2 first days in the finals. And then to do this here, and Cerberus say, you know what, we're ready. We're going to do this. We're going to pull off an insane game to start the day off with in the second one. And they just opened every single door for themselves here after they had 2 bad games.
Yeah, because nothing in my intro for today had anything about Cerberus. They were in the pack of everybody else, gotta catch up. It's time to catch up. Look what they've done.
Who's going to get third?
Yeah, stupid James on the desk. I mean, realistically though, there should have been the consistency. Twisted Minds and Sonics, considering what we saw from them in the group stage and in the first 2 days of the tournament, it's not been there, and Cerberus has taken every opportunity, ample opportunity, to take that #1 spot. And if they do win, that means 3 different regions PGS champions.
3 different regions, 3 different teams. Yeah, honestly, that's crazy. And again, it really is a show of how good our top teams are. We have such high performance across the board globally that is able to take this home. And honestly, in this case here, for me, if Cerberus take this home here, it really solidifies them at the very top as the best APAC team ever.
We can throw out wild assumptions, we can throw out whatever may happen, but you know, it's almost certainly not going to happen in terms of hot drop potentials and things like that. If it does happen, it's an anomaly in a grand finals game like this. People would say to themselves, oh, but what have they got to lose? There is a lot of money on the line. There is a lot of PGS points on the line. GPT teams are not guaranteed to go to PGC at the end of the year, so you still need to garner those points if you want to be going.
Yeah, you get 300 points for the win, 180 for second place. And we've been speculating about maybe 350-ish cutoff for the top 8 teams to go to PGC from our PGS points here. And what do you think it is? What has it been? Has it been nerves from these 2 teams simultaneously at the same day? Like, they both knew that they could win it. They both knew that those 2 teams were probably the only ones to do it. Nerves? Anxiety?
Pressure? Things didn't line up? I'm not sure what it is.
A multitude of things.
I mean, Twisted Minds moved into a position on that west side, knowing that there was a fight going on in those fields, knowing that the Sonics was there. They put a huge wound on them, but then knew they had to move towards Heaven because that is where we were going. And unfortunately for them, once you're underneath Heaven, you're nade bait. It is so difficult for them to try and make something happen. And then Shrimps is still alive for a little bit longer. So, you know, that tussle for the second and third here, for them trying to garner points against one another, it's all for naught.
Yeah. And it's not just, you know, 5 games against you where you just, okay, it's just all the circles. There has to be some decision making that they are holding themselves back a little bit compared to what they've been able to do previously. The last 2 days, like 60+ points average for Twisted Minds, almost 60+ point average for Sonics. That is crazy to see that they have 8 and 16 today, like with just 1 game to go. It's unbelievable, like. And everything was set up. I was asking the guys, can I have a picture of you 2 like looking at the trophy, and it just ends up being not potentially them that could do it here. But I would love to see a hot drop. I just don't see it happening from the 2 teams that are chasing. Not even Navi at this point here. Like, and what would the point be for 5th or 6th place in hot drop? Nothing. Like, it makes no sense. Unless it was 2 teams head to head, and the other team had to eliminate them for them to stop to go in. There could potentially be a hot drop, but it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it's going to be third-party kill feed hunting.
Yes.
If they see them, hear them, notice where they could be based on the knowledge they have where they will drop. But it's a hard team to crash. It's a hard team to third party, especially when they loot the farm split, kind of old G2 splits.
Yeah.
It is extremely hard. There's so many cars available. There's so many opportunities for them to get away and still get, 2, 3, 4, 5 points.
Yeah.
Just off 2 guys. Anything.
You're right. Be ever the opportunist. Be like we saw in the previous game, as I was mentioning with Twisted Minds, seeing that Sonics was close to them. Maybe they could do something. Maybe they could put the boot in. But those are concerned faces from the teams that were at the top of the mountain but have slipped, and they have not been able to hold on.
And right now it is for Twisted Minds and for Sonics. They have to focus on securing second and maybe making a dream run through to take, but they have to secure second. You have 3 teams that potentially could take it right now.
Yeah, if Navi jumps into second,
That'll
I will
be
be mind blown.
I will cry.
It's all about the trophy. It's all about Cerberus currently holding it down. Will Sonics or Twisted Minds have the game of their life in order to be able to jump all the way up and rival the 3-headed dog that is currently staring down PGS 3. It is time to head over to the commentators. Erangel is on the way, the grassy pastures, for the final game for the championship.
It is finally time for the final game of PGS 3. And as Kalaris has said, will the Demon Dogs claim their rightful throne? Or will the Sonics or the Geniuses, the Twisted Ones, be able to supplant them?
One thing is for sure, Cerberus needs to go down, and they need to go down fast if any other team wants a shot at first place. And with how things have gone today so far, it's unlikely. But if there's a place for miracles to happen, the global stage is where it's being done. Na'Vi, a phenomenal run, hunting for second, hunting for third, trying to see what they can get. But they too have opponents nearby looking for their top 5 position.
The question really remains, can anyone even stop Cerberus at this point with over 20 points in the lead? And realistically, no one to challenge them, whether it was the early game, the mid game, coming into the late game. They just seem unstoppable.
Absolutely insane things in the making, as at least for now, with the Northern Plane Path, things look fairly calm. But we know the pressure is on. We know that the heat is through the roof in here, as now the Mat trying to dodge and wheel. Don't want to give any points over early on to Petrichor with a Western shift to come.
All right, so we see ourselves here currently with an Everest Circle, at least for the time being, and quite a lot of water still in this, as we see many rotational options here for Cerberus if they wanted. The southern wrap probably the most likely.
Eyes are on Cerberus. Na'Vi as well, the team furthest from the circle. What's their plan gonna be? As we see now, Petrichor, we can even hear the yells in the arena. Happy to finally get things going here on day 3 of the grand finals.
And what a return to form for Petrichor, I will say, to make their way all the way back up to 5th place. And they're only 15 points behind Na'Vi, who themselves have made an insane run on the final day.
Definitely have. Chewy, what an great performance last week. You can see him jumping in the chair, excited to be here, excited to be playing and show the world what he is made of. Got the final couple of kills in the previous game and now kicks off the final match of the event with the first one here.
Unfortunate for Hal, though. You have to feel for Hal. I know, sorry to take away the hype, but Hal were the ones that actually fall there. One member. And so, yes, Chewy, I mean, just looking at that last round and the way that Flick, the ability to just turn it around on Weibo as well as GNL, so impressive. And that's got to be dangerous because that's a lot of confidence on a team that you would like to not have a lot of confidence.
Oh, yeah. We saw before the circles shifted west, favorable for the likes of Sonics, who are currently making a run for the top spot. But as I say that, Tiggleton spotted in the open. Ming Ming in a position we have yet to see. New Habit try and claim early, and he will fall. The journey for Sonics to first place might not be impossible now, but that much more difficult.
That's so devastating if you're taking Sonics. This feel, I mean, he just went there to loot, and they have safely looted this position before without any opposition whatsoever, and so Tig got to be scratching his head on that one, as Sonic's already down to 3 members in the final game, only 1 point ahead of 3rd place.
And it's plane path and plane path only. NH Esports would normally go all the way down to Ferry Pier, set up and loot down there, but with the plane path being this far north, they said, you know what, it's not worth the stretch. There's no one here in the early game, I'll just go take it. Why not? And what better than not only taking out a player in the beginning of that one, but a phenomenal player from Sonics, a team you're currently trying to hunt for the top spots.
Oh, and Chewy actually ran the Mad over. That it's quite unfortunate there, as you know, the Mad had still a chance. As you see Chewy getting super hype. As we heard all the players as that game started, the energy is through the roof in this arena currently.
They know what's at stake. They know what they have to do in order to come out with a result they'd be proud of. And for Petrichor, as you said, the climb they've been able to pull up over the course of this tournament has been insane. Sonics, having lost Tick already, now close to TSM. It wouldn't be the first time in the history that we've seen NA against NA players take one another out in the last couple of stages of global tournaments.
The problem, though, for the Sonics right now is you have to imagine the pressure on them is immense, especially after losing Tig so early. And so
And they have the circle, too.
They have the circle. They know that everything currently is in their favor, aside from the fact that they're down one man, and so they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. And you see even Shrimsy getting in the vehicle, and they're probably just going to sit comfortable right now in Gatka North.
Back off. Give TSM the hill. There's so much more to fight for than high ground in this circle. Plenty of good spots down on the southern side. Areas of the map we have seen multiple game ends in already. So while the loss of Tigers, of course, is going to hurt, at least they keep all three alive over this.
And you got to wonder, for teams like TSM, for teams like Gen G, FaZe, on the bottom of the leaderboard, do you just go for broke? Do you try something you normally would? Do you go hunting for kills? Or do you just sit up top of the mountain, center circle and let the game come to you and hopefully get a good enough amount of kills to push yourself at least to 13th, 12th place.
Well, these are just a fraction of the thoughts that go through the heads of all these IGLs as they try and plot and plan how to play this final match of PGS 3. Twisted Minds now on the move, making their way north of Boatyard over towards Cube. But Cube is currently being held, split by 2 Quantum Freaks players. If Twisted Minds reach this as a split early on, normally you'd see them up to pull up on this. But with everything on the line here, now set in third, would they dare?
I don't know. That's the question.
Does the nervousness get the better of them?
Especially now looking at 17, who have set up on the opposite side of TSM and the east side of Everest here, as they are in a very strong position as well. And contrary to belief, I mean, Everest is actually not bad to hold as long as you're not dead center on the top. If you're holding the west or east side, you definitely have the opportunity to not only see other people rotate by, but there's plenty of dips there and plenty of ridges to hold and actually keep other teams off of your position.
Yeah, with how far north the plane path was, if you guys look at the map coming into this first circle closing in, look at how many teams are coming in from the north. E-Arena already up there, Valentine, GNL there to follow, Gen.G now going up there with Petrichor as well. The southern side, on the other hand, just Cerberus and FaZe for now. Weibo and Na'Vi are making their way in this direction, but there's plenty of real estate, both on the south and out towards the shorelines on the west.
Na'Vi, as you said, rotating in right behind Weibo. So they have a lot to gain here still. Like I said, only 6 points behind second place, and so they want to do whatever they can to avoid any early casualties.
Definitely.
As they hear and see Weibo trailing just ahead of them, and now Cerberus as well starting to make their rotation here on the south side, which is not at all surprising.
I mean, any team really from 9th, or well 10th I should say, and up can end in top 5 off a win in this game. But of course it's going to require phenomenal performances in this very match, as we see Weibo making their way north around Potato Mountain. They did hear Na'Vi jumping out of the vehicles, obviously hearing the cars, looking to see if maybe they can get a pick early, but Na'Vi thinks better of it, rotating south around instead.
Yeah, and as you said, none of these teams want to take an early risk, especially the ones that are in the hunt for a good amount of points here, especially the top 3 podium position. But looking down, as you pointed out, FaZe actually rotating dangerously close to Na'Vi here, just on the south side.
And we saw it happen literally yesterday. FaZe, Na'Vi running into each other on rotation, Weibo down there to punish both of them. In the end, both teams taken out, and immediately after, Weibo gone as well. So FaZe seeing Na'Vi now ahead of them, I would imagine that's them slamming the brakes, going, great, that's most likely Na'Vi or Weibo, let's not follow. Here though, on the other hand, no slamming the brakes at all, as Weibo full speed forward takes the fight to Howl.
And Howl already a member down, don't forget, ran over earlier by Chewy just at the start of the game. Mamu doesn't even have his shotgun reloaded as he's down to 1 HP and he will fall.
Opts to go for the gun swap, but has an opponent just outside the door. Marco finds one, Shen finds another in return though, as they try and reset this fight. They're down 1 player already, but Marco, for now, is in a very tough position.
Weibo have so much to lose, but they managed to gain it all, only losing Mamu, getting 3 more points, and that will edge them closer and closer to 7th place KDF, as well as the arena.
And if you're Valentine or FaZe Clan, you're happy to see a team that you're hunting eliminated this early on in the race. And now, for Gen.G, not aware, I would imagine, that they're about to run into a huge E-Arena trap.
E-Arena has been so good at setting these traps.
Can time this?
Far, but Valentine as well, just to the south of this, so even if this trap... Look at GNL, look at the cluster of teams here waiting at the north side as Tigger finds at her.
Peeks on over, takes him down, instantly flushing, not allowing for him to get any info across, but now here comes the collapse. They're surrounded, they have no idea what's happening around them. Tigger finds one, Sissy finds another, and just like that, Gen.G down to just 1.
Gen.G is in shambles as it's just down to Barpo now in a flash, in an instant. His teammates are just deleted off the face of Erangel.
Such an amazing collapse from E-Arena as well. They herded them up onto the side of the hill where they wanted, and as soon as they needed to, coming in from all sides, there was no world in which Gen.G was going to get out of there alive.
I thought GNL might have even come into the third party, but they didn't get a chance.
Didn't get a chance at all. FaZe Clan, the last team to join the party alongside Na'Vi, out towards the western side, will make their way up towards the antenna. Great position for scouting forward. Of course, you are out in the open, and they'll be happy to see that all these compounds north of them are completely free.
This is just an unbelievable circle here, unbelievable final game. What is it going to do? So it is going to go to Everest, and what a fitting ending as we go to see who will be the kings of the mountain. Currently, TSM and 17 hold the top spot.
These three teams currently hunting for the top on each their side of the circle respectively, and all, fortunately for them, with places to play from in this shift. Twisted Minds opting to go Ruins early on, or maybe all the way to the yellows.
Yep.
That's a dangerous position to try and collapse on early, especially now with Weibo going in that direction too. Might be forced to set up shop in Ruins, and what better place for them to set up shop? The place where they qualified through, or took out, I should say, an opposing team to win the PEC Spring Tournament.
Let's see where Petrichor decide to fall as they're coming actually right behind Twisted, and they're going straight for the Ruins. At the same time, Weibo will crash right around Twisted as Perfectus looking for an angle.
This is a huge fight, a massive fight. The Twisted Minds has to come out on top of Batulins. Is not there with him. He's trying to defend from behind, so they're just three up close. Example, peeks forward. Damage done towards Shen, but has to fall back.
Question is, can they slow it down? Not even a need to. Perfectus will find Shen with the grenade.
And worse, to make matters even worse, Cerberus are sat just south of this. They hear the action. They see the action in the kill feed as well. They have all the opportunities in the world to third-party this fight.
Getting rid of Twisted early would mean there's one more monkey off their back, essentially. Yep. Start to make their way here. If they can get rid of Twisted, they know the only team that could possibly challenge them would be Sonics, but even with 4 kills in their belt, I don't even know if Sonics can catch them unless they have that absolutely monstrous game. As here they come. Tycon and Himas taking shots, and Batulins will fall.
Oh, Captain taking one another out. Himas finds the knock, will potentially get the flush as well, but for Cerberus now, how much do you commit? You know you have the points, you know you have the threshold. There should be no world in which they don't fully engage on this fight.
So they're trying to rescue Batulins. It's going to be Lou, I believe, carrying him out. Example now trying to hold the line. He still has to deal with Weibo. Don't forget about them. They're still in this fight. As Cerberus now, completely uncontested on the southeast side, will be able to pressure this.
Twisted Minds has to try and reset, especially now knowing that it's Cerberus they have on the southern side. They need to try and get out of this fight. Need to try and force all of Weibo into that exact position on the other side. Couple of pre-fire shots coming through. Cold will fall, but again, they need to stall for so long, and Twisted Minds cannot take any casualties if they want to have any hopes of catching up to Cerberus.
No, but at the very least, Toby, they have managed to get Batulins up, and they've slowed things down just a little bit now, and they're starting to turn the screws here onto Weibo, as Weibo has already lost one member as it is.
All 4 set together with Drunken Freaks now joining in from one side. Cerberus, as you can see, the 3-headed dog in circles, trying to find just any little off angle from where they can damage the teams in the compound too.
So with a little bit of a stalemate now, Cerberus still has spread out so thin. Petrichor off in the distance though, you hear them on stage, have taken care of E-Arena.
Stalemate continues to stale as Na'Vi have crept in on the southern side. A lot of the teams have managed to get pretty decent positions off of a lot of these teams fighting early on.
That nade could be everything. Shen will fall. That's a start. Batulins now with the jammer, running straight into the blue zone grenade, but watch his back. Oh, he gets one. No way.
No, Batulins takes out Example in the middle of all the commotion, and now you'd imagine this is the time for Cerberus to try and engage on it. Batulins will be flushed as Weibo continues to rack up points. More players gone down, and worse is now that Cerberus are fully committing to this fight.
Oh, I can't believe it. What an absolute blunder. He took out his own team. It's just Lou left now for Twisted Minds.
What a bittersweet situation for Twisted Minds. Cerberus here with a chance to shut down Twisted. They will still have Sonics to deal with, but Sonics 2 lost a player early on. This could not be better for Cerberus, and for Twisted Minds, the curse continues. Yet again, a first place coming into the final day, and yet again, they fall short.
As you said, they started off so strong. In first place, they took back the lead yesterday, as Cerberus is still on the hunt to get rid of Twisted Minds, as they're currently also tied with Sonics, 3 members up. Lou, can you be a hero? He's dropped everything, his backpack, his secondary.
He's inside the circle and has literally a bush and nothing but that to play with. Cerberus, you know, they didn't see them flushed, they didn't see any insta-kills. They know there's a Twisted Minds player alive, and where there's a Twisted Minds player alive, there's potential points in the making for said player. So Lou will stay as small as he possibly can, and Cerberus are going to spend all the time they need to in order to find Lou. And as you can see, they're running all 4 together. No one's taking any chances here. They know what's on the line. They know what it means to come out victorious here.
They're playing for trades, as Kwangdong Freaks Heaven knows pretty much exactly where Lou is. He was the one taking shots initially, so although Cerberus don't know where Lou is, Kwangdong Freaks absolutely do, as they're still taking shots over towards
It's
and at the very least, they're actually protecting Lou right now.
It's got to be just a matter of time, you would imagine, as now FaZe make their way up towards Everest as well. We have TSM still in control of the hilltop proper, as FaZe Clan has made their way towards the eastern hillsides. And I would imagine they're aware, especially now Thalo shooting. There's players set up above them. But of course, also trying to contain players coming in from north, being Purdy.
Well, in the distance, Summer has found Stella. It's going to be happening here on the north side. Petrichor has already held off one team, as we were about to see, but it was E-Arena that fell to Petrichor. FaZe now making their push on the west side of Everest here, and that's going to be, again, right into TSM, who've done a really good job of spreading out. Look at Purdy, actually all the way on the north side of this fight, ready to dictate if FaZe will push up or not.
Thanks. Peeking on forward. Well aware they have a team on the southern side too. Not sure if they're fully aware of which team exactly it is. But for Sonics, again, I mean, losing Tick this early on in the game, knowing how many points they're going to need, 27 at that, in order to tie things with first place. There we see a couple of fights earlier happened up towards the north, up towards Ruin. Petrichor on fire. Had Petrichor come out like this on day one, we would have had yet another team fighting for first place.
This would have been insane. They did struggle, but I mean, you know what? Doesn't matter, because fortunately they are at least making their case, making their push into the top 4. There is a chance for them to pass Na'Vi, but Na'Vi very comfortable currently in the south side of this circle, but we're about to see if this shift will throw a wrench into any of these teams' plans. And it kind of does.
West is where we go. Sonics need a phenomenal game to turn this tournament around, to take over first place. And well, at least for now, they're in it. It might not be much, but they have a building and a half inside the circle. And as you can see here, they don't care too much about what's happening in the fields down below. They need to make sure that whoever comes off the hillside, or even more importantly, do not let anyone come off of Everest towards your compound.
So that's going to be their biggest and most important priority there, as they're still looking
Where the hell is Lou?
for Lou, but Lou is going to have to make his way in between Cerberus as well as Kwandon Freaks and Na'Vi, which I don't think it's possible. I'm just going to say it.
It's a tall order, and then with that, he would need another, 16 kills and a win. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. FaZe, though, in the meantime, trying to take the fight to Sonics. Sonics need all the points they can get, and this would be the beginning for that journey to start.
Oh, Shrimsy has to be careful. He ate a little bit of damage there as he goes for the spray down. He doesn't get it. Another one. And all of a sudden, Twisted could hold their spot if Sonics falls, as Huynh will find Vex.
They're tied on points currently. Just one kill to potentially claim second, and that point comes through right there. Correxy down. FaZe knocked as well as Gustav finally responds, finds one, but it's instantly traded in return.
Shrimsy's so low. Huynh has to hold the line. So far, he's been amazing at it. Smoke now tries to cover a little bit of that door, and by Shrimsy some time, it's just down to James.
Might be able to get Kickstart back on his feet here as well. We'll see, unless if James has something to say about it. No lethal utility, only smoke some potential flash to work with now. TSM from the north, peeking in as well as Twisted Minds are finally found, taken out, so there will be no spot in second for them, and there might not even be a top 3 spot in this game, depending on how Na'Vi fares.
As you said, Na'Vi, with 4 still alive, have made their way onto the eastern edge of the circle, right underneath the Kwandon Freaks, but James, still the last one, could ruin the game for Sonics, as he's making his way into the smokes and trying to look for an angle.
Impressive shots there from James, just straight up through the via audio, but in the end he will fall. Sonic slip with a scare as Himas falls down a well. Big casualty for Cerberus.
Starting to fall one by one, and Sonics, if they have themselves a game, there is the smallest possibility that they can take this lead away.
Angle trying to peek around. Oh, spots him with a nade in hand. Could not be any luckier for Tygon. Pre-fire now as he tries to string him out the corner. Has to fully commit to the spray here. Sees him inside the building. Summer just trying to buy time, but he will fall. Cerberus racking up even more points.
They even really need it. Still 2 members alive of Cerberus as well. So Lulzy now trying to get smokes across so he can maybe make it in the circle, but Na'Vi is so dialed in on their position. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, Salute has found a member of GNL.
And the journey Na'Vi has had to get to where they are. Young
Unbelievable.
Guns, backs against the wall. No one believing in this new GPT roster, but here they come, surprising, impressing the entire world with phenomenal individual skills. Just overall phenomenal team play together.
The fact that they're doing this in one of their first lands as well, it
Their
just makes
first
it
land, literally,
even
first land.
more impressive, as it looks like Bean is going to find Tycon. Only 1 member left of Cerberus, so they will not be able to sponge up more points.
Just Sololsi left to try and get more points in the back for Cerberus as Stella falls. GNL out now as well, as Valatai currently on the hunt in 13th, looking to see if they can potentially get themselves a phenomenal finish here. Still up on the far northern side, but still 3 teams at least they could surpass with a good finish.
Looking at the leaderboard and looking at the teams currently set up where they are, Sonic still have a long road ahead of them, especially because the terrain in the center of the circle for them to navigate is really awful when there's teams above them on the mountain, and currently 2 sit there, TSM and Valley Tai.
We've made our way into placement points now as well, so for every second Salolsi stays up, that's potential points being gained by literally just staying alive and making the journey for Sonics that much more difficult.
Sonics, I mean, they have to go through one team. They either push the south and go through New Happy, take that little ridge, or they put themselves in the middle of TSM and Valley Tai, and neither is really great, especially because the way that New Happy is set up. As you said, 4 strong is usually how they play, and that's exactly where they are currently in a position that's difficult to overrun.
8 points between Na'Vi in 4th and Sonics currently in 2nd place. Neither of the 2 teams safe inside the circle yet, but you'd argue that Sonics has that much easier transition into the next circle. Issue is they have their own set of trouble with TSM up on that hillside, and great views on their position as now SoSet on the southeastern side of this starts shooting.
They're starting to make their way up. As you said, they found 1 knock here at Heaven, now throwing nades. Quite short, though. Na'Vi making their approach, but they're making it measured. They're making it slow. They're not rushing this.
Oops, spots one in the open. Divx4X spray, able to take down Bean. Solid control through that entire spray.
What an unbelievable player. Just what an unbelievable team. I'm still so impressed with their composure. And with so much pressure on their back, SoSet will go down, but at least the nade will flush back.
Yep, we're seeing Sonics and vehicles now as well trying to get into their side of the circle. In the meantime, Na'Vi in trouble here as they are now stood up against Heaven, holding off individually against the entirety of Na'Vi, but the damage is not enough. Na'Vi will stay alive, but not before 17 comes down to third party.
Hakatori, the last member up for Na'Vi. Can they just get a little bit more to surpass Twisted Minds? 17, meanwhile, a full 4 strong on the east side with all the control here on the low part of the circle.
And a lot of spots to be jumped for 17 with a good finish here as well. So Lols is still alive. 10 first states trying to stay up on his feet, and for now, it's working for him. Still solos left to be dealt with in Hakatori on the other side to breach that gap, to push it even higher. But now, seen at a distance, that might just be him going down. No! Able to get the first aid off.
Unbelievable, he gets that first aid off. And so he might run straight into Hakatori, who himself has to sit and heal. He at least has half a boost going, but that circle post, this is really starting to chunk. And look at this, the Sonics are given circle, but they only have 2 members left.
There he falls. 163 is the score to beat. Sonics would have to pull off the run of a lifetime. A miracle unlike anything we have ever seen before in order to come out the champions of PGS 3.
The problem for them, though, is the fact that Kick doesn't even have a vest left. I mean, they've been fighting through phase TSM earlier, as well as losing Tig so early.
Yep,
Hakatori will fall.
Na'Vi down, and they fall short of Twisted Minds. Tied. But Twisted Minds with the placement points, able to stay ahead of them as Na'Vi, again, phenomenal performance, able to claim a 4th place in this tournament, where many didn't even think they were going to make the grand finals.
Especially when they started the grand finals struggling early, but as you said, winning so many games straight, as Valley Tai still have a lot to gain. It's at least 24 more points. I mean, they're going to have to go huge, but at least they're 4 up, Toby.
Yep, definitely now TSM could jump up into 14th off of this as well, and 17 and New Happy. 2 of the big Chinese teams, of course, wanting to be ahead of one another here, playing at home, wanting to impress their fans and viewers as much as they possibly can.
17. A lot of places to jump up, 99 points. They're only 12 behind 6th place. And what a glow up that would have been for them, struggling throughout this grand finals as Luke now taking shots towards the Sonics.
Phenomenal position up high, but they will have to come off this hillside. They have Purdy down below already, trying to set up what should be where they'll go to. It's not easy coming off this cliff, especially if you don't have vehicles, but we'll see if they're going to be able to get down here, as everyone is currently looking up in their direction.
Jammer Pack now starting to run out fast. Latai, though, still makes it through. A lot of ridges here to be played, but it doesn't matter. They have to get off this hillside.
Yep.
And so does TSM, and this actually buys Sonics a little bit of time, as New Happy down in the south have had to do nothing.
17 Gaming, what a turnaround in performance for the first days. They looked like they were as disconnected as a team becomes,
they look like a different
but now one roster change is all it took for them to finally get things going once more as they try and make their way into the top 8.
Sonics now only 23 points. behind Cerberus, Toby, and there's still 2 members left, and if this shakes out, and maybe New Happy and some of the teams forget about them, there's a real possibility. It's still far-fetched, but Luke 12 will find Meklos, and New Happy will start to make their presence known as they find Show as well as Latai.
Yep, Nox coming through, flushes to follow, Latai, Valtai trying to make their way down the hillside, but not without casualty. Kiss, solo player left alive on their side, trying to claim what little more he possibly can in this match.
At the very least, TSM have now jumped up to 15th place, and the possibility to jump up even to 14th, maybe even take 13th place from HAL, as those teams did fall early, and that's going to be Valtai as well, falling in 12th.
Yep, again, this race between 10th and 9th, between potentially 8th as well, 7th even, depending on the points these teams can garner with the last couple of kills left available in this match. We'll see now if NH Esports or 17 will come out victorious as Longsker lops the nade on over, and that's going to set them tied in points, but up ahead, no, make that 1 point short.
But still, 4 members alive. You'd have to imagine they're going to be able to clean this up quite a bit. As December the 12th and Lonsker on the east side of that circle have now started to wrap as Purdy has found Kickstart. Only 1 member left. It's down to Huynh, the IGL of Sonics. Is there anything that you can muster?
Sonics, while the run for first ended short with the loss of Tickleton as when maybe top 4 wasn't even guaranteed, but they stayed alive through it. They stay put, and now a top 3 was to be. They will fall short, but claiming a 2nd place regardless.
So close, almost back-to-back champions, but not quite. But still, New Happy has many positions to jump up. They can hit all the way up to 7th place, as long as they can stop TSM, who themselves need to make a jump up on the leaderboard.
They could jump over FaZe. They could potentially catch up to HAL. We'll see how the points are going to split by the end of this game as Longsker now P90 available. Opts to go for the DMR at this range, which only makes sense. They have a nice 2-2 split going. Nan, Ming down on the southern side, trying to deny this push forward from TSM.
This is slowed down considerably as TSM really on their back foot here. Only 1 member inside the circle. That's going to be Alo. And remember, the top side of this, Toby, is just trees and not that much cover, especially with the angles that New Happy currently has. It's going to be hell for TSM to get down the mountain. In fact, Alo has already fallen. Really, their best play for TSM is just try to wrap the west, which is exactly what they're doing.
Yep, trying to make their way down the hillside. They've now all made their way in, but they still have 1 player on his knees. Let's see if they can somehow get Alo back on his feet. He's an important player, especially here in late game situations. Such a damage dealer, but will be flushed.
Look at the control that New Happy has, especially that duo on the south. They've completely surrounded TSM on the south and north side. And so Longsker coming in with utility as well as a P90. Just so much damage potentially to come out, so much control.
11 flashes as well. They're keeping their nades handy. They should Sparking with a solid off angle. This is going to be able to take down the first. Now down to under half HP as well. They need Ming. They need Nan up close in order to fend off against this TSM push.
The problem is they might not even get it as December 12th will also fall, and this is down to a 2v2 between New Happy Esports and TSM.
Again, 7th place is in the race for NH Esports if they can come out victorious here. The rest is committed to on one side, not on the other. The 2-2 split with 2 players up high going down means that Ming and Nan can't get to them in time, so it will be effectively a 3v2.
And Luke 12 with an opportunity here. He sees Ming. He gets a little bit of damage out. That's going to reset him. Nan, meanwhile, trying to find utility, trying to find a nade onto one of the members, but no, not even close. Sparking will stay up as Luke will get both flushes.
Flush is confirmed. 2 players left on their feet. Longsker came onto the roster of NH Esports and quickly claimed the highlight reel role, but do not forget about Ming. He has been one of the best fraggers in the world for years on end and is very capable of bringing this one home. Headshot already connected, but Sparking instant response.
Coming out huge. The Brazilian now starting to come alive as Sparking just wants to make sure TSM ends much stronger than they started.
Nan able to find the first. Sparking down, trying to see if he can wrap around the southern side. No, not going to go for that. Actually opts to group up. They know they're in a 3v1. They know they have the numbers advantage. They're just going to run it down.
Sparking here, the opportunity to close this out. Him versus Nan right over that ridge, and he will find it. TSM will end strong. Oh my goodness, but that means that our champions will be Cerberus Esports. The Demon Dog coming up from the depths to claim their rightful title and the first team from APAC to win a major title in PUBG.
Please join me in welcoming your PGS 3 champions, Cerberus Esports! After an incredible back and forth at the top, Cerberus has risen above all others to claim their title. They will now take home the $100,000 and 300 PGS points. All right, it's now time to hear from the winners. Hello. Right, congratulations, guys. You've did it. You've done it. It's your first international win. You are now the PGS 3 champions. Tell us what is going through your mind right now, Taekon.
Bạn đã là quán quân của PGS 3. Thì hiện tại thì trong đầu bạn đang có những suy nghĩ như thế nào?
Trong đầu em suy nghĩ là trong team của em có tuyển thủ xuất sắc nhất thế giới nên là tụi em vô địch là đúng.
Yes. He said that our team have the best player in the world, so they win the champions is, of course, yeah.
Right. And you know, we had other teams going off strong, but you guys just popped off and you guys kept the momentum going. Did you guys see this coming in today? What were your expectations of the day?
Trước khi trận đấu diễn ra thì bạn có những cái mong muốn gì cho cái trận đấu này? Hasaki. It's okay.
Mong muốn gì?
It doesn't matter. You guys are all champions. Anyone?
Tức là trước khi trận đấu diễn ra thì bạn có những cái suy nghĩ trong đầu bạn về cái trận đấu này như thế nào và những cái mong muốn gì đối với cái trận đấu này?
Thì em mong muốn là được chức vô địch để gửi về cho người hâm mộ của Việt Nam thôi ạ.
He said that now CS team will give the champion the award for the Vietnamese fans. Yes.
All right. Who's the next one with the mic? Who wants to answer? Oh, Himas. Oh, all right. I got a question for you. You know, a lot of people are saying you're the best player in the world. So I want to know, what are your thoughts on that?
Hiện tại thì tất cả mọi người đều biết bạn là tuyển thủ giỏi nhất thế giới trong bộ môn này, thì bạn có những cái suy nghĩ gì?
Cảm xúc hiện tại của mình thì rất là vui ạ. Vì không những được nâng cấp mà còn được thêm một danh hiệu nữa, đó là MVP ạ. Cảm ơn.
He's so happy now because he have to win the champion and have more people know about him, yeah, as the best player of this game.
Oh, so he does admit that he is the best. Okay.
Yes.
And you know, you guys seem so relaxed and like just so peaceful all the time. Who is the teammate that makes it possible for you guys to keep that mindset?
Thì team của bạn lúc nào cũng luôn giữ một cái tâm thái rất là vững vàng, rất là vui vẻ trong các trận đấu. Thì ai là người đã giúp cho team có những cái tinh thần bình tĩnh như vậy?
Dạ, sau bao mùa trải qua giải thi đấu trên thế giới thì bọn em cứ cảm giác thoải mái là bọn em sẽ thi đấu được có kết quả tốt nhất ạ.
We have joined many competitions, so we have more relaxed in the champions, and then so that's make me win the game.
Oh, it's the experience that makes everyone so relaxed. All right, congratulations once again to your PGS 3 champions, Cerberus Esports. And now let's send it back to the desk to get all the details on our final match.
A spectacular win from a spectacular team. Cerberus Esports is the PGS 3 champions. And what a way to do it, Avenger. With the way they have been able to dismantle this lobby, day after day after day, they've hung with the very best in the world and become out the other side the champion.
I honestly can't believe it. Himas and his team's performance here at Cerberus just at a whole different level. We discredit them for today, but they were able to step it up and go absolutely bananas here in the very last day. What a fantastic way to do things here. And it was quite a buffer. 21 points down to second place. Insane.
Yesterday, of course, was not the easiest of days for them, but the fact that they were able to persevere into day number 3 and have a star-studded performance. It wasn't just Icon and Himas that were able to make this happen as well. It was Haisaki, it was Sololzi that managed to step up in heated moments as well. So every single component of this, as much as we see that there's no way Himas is not going to be in the MVP for this tournament, but still, every single component functioned to perfection. What a win! What a win!
Honestly, so insane here, and I can't tell you how many times I've heard players say, "Why are people keep giving him as a P9? He's just too insane." And multiple times he's had it, and they've won games off the back. He's done insane here, record-breaking damages and kills in single games here for him as just insane. And I gotta say, I'm happy to see both Haisaki and Sololzi also to step it up here. They had some fantastic games themselves, won insane clutches, and this is why they're able to lift the trophy today.
It also speaks, of course, here's our final match, but this really doesn't truly tell the tale. It speaks to a region that I would say, to a degree, is underappreciated. When you think about PUBG Esports, a lot of the time people are thinking about North America, Sonics, of course, standing at the top of the mountain there. EMEA, Twisted Minds being ever consistent across years and years and years of PUBG Esports. China being able to take world championships in the past. Cerberus comes out and finally holds the flag high for APAC. It's phenomenal to see, and it feels like it has been a long time coming, especially when it came to Dubai 2022. We saw that Icon step up.
The age buff coming in, turning 18, being able to come into the lineup here.
Yes.
They've been playing with him in the tournaments where he didn't have to be 18. Then they started playing with him, and we saw shimmers of the legendary stages that they're able to get themselves here today by winning PGS 3.
At that tournament, he was a phenom.
He was.
He was a phenom, a man that felt it was like he was possessed when it came to the numbers he was able to put up and the damage. And the MVP, of course, Himas. He was asked on the stage, does he think he's the best in the world? And right now, at this tournament, at this moment in time for PUBG Esports, undeniable.
He gets to hold the status for 8 days, and then he gets to prove himself again in just 8 days' time here for PGS4. But honestly, some of the things we've seen mechanically and strategic play, smart play, he has so much. But I love to see how his whole team is supporting him. You can always see, you always have a Sololzi or a Haisaki with the support, either making sure he can get the rest or making sure they have this super strong 1-2 punch that the whole team is able to garner.
I mean, the building blocks of it, as now they will take away $100,000 for first place. Sonic's second place, they take away $40,000. And now we have Twisted Minds, who basically tied with Na'Vi when it came to points there with 133, 133. Na'Vi just needed that one extra point. But I mean, it's still been a spectacular result for Na'Vi, all things considered.
For them to go from 9th place to 4th
Insane.
and get 90 PGS points here. We've been talking about it's going to be around maybe 350 hypothetical estimate cutoff here. If you get back-to-back second here at PGS 3 and 4, you could be able to go to PTC after already in June. That would be insane to see. Half a year before PGC starts.
The caster in me is jealous, Avenger.
It is.
It's jealous because I watched today unfold, and to witness these games, to be involved in these games that we saw today, to watch Cerberus rise to this occasion, it is quite magical considering where they were, where they've been, how they've been able to attain
I cannot
the top.
count the amount of times that I had goosebumps off the games that we had today. It's just been spectacular games all the way through, and what a show.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at Himas as well, the guy, he gets himself 12 kills in a game. That sets the tone for what was to come here into the grand final. And that is a huge thank you, of course, to Crafton here for being able to produce the game and keep us all going in PUBG. esports as a whole. A huge thank you to VSPO for being able to produce PGS3 and keep it all ticking along here in the background. Anderseat is joining us to keep these guys stable, us stable, Cerberus stable, as they were able to take the victory here, and finally Zowie with the 25-48, 46x even, I do apologize, as they have been able to provide us all the hurts, all the screens, and everything's going on. Thank you very much, Avenger, for joining me here at the desk. Thank you to the casters for being able to cast all of the games. That does it here for PGS3. Let's head back over to the stage to wrap up the tournament and get our champions going.
From all of us here at PGS3, thank you for watching, and make sure to join us 1 week from now when we kick off the PUBG Global Series 4 starting on June 3rd to the 9th, where once again our teams will have to take their chance to rise above. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
do, do, do.